Hello and welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me for the first time ever in at least in a while, it's Ryan for a Skir and Moy. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good, and we've got some exciting games lined up. We're going to start out with Masters 3 versus Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, and this is kind of two of the newer teams, actually. I mean, new in some sense. UP, of course, coming up through LSPL, one of the two auto-promoted teams, and M3 making it back through relegation. And as far as early results go, not sure what we were expecting for either of them. M3 especially had very shaky results last season, but as it turns out, it's kind of been okay for both of them.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a wash. M3 have been able to 2-0 an opponent. Otherwise, most of their games have been a split or a wash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Unlimited Potential, that's going to be fun all night. Unlimited Potential have yet to 2-0 an opponent and have only had 1-1 through all of their games.
Yeah, so they're just splitting a lot, and we've seen it in a long season. Unfortunately, splits don't get you the most points, so when it comes down to those last few weeks, it really does matter. And I think M3 actually, of all teams, figured that out last season when they barely missed playoffs due to basically just not having enough points. But again, it's very close between these two teams. Pretty similar spot in the standings now as well. And I think when we always talk about M3, we said it, we were kind of talking about it earlier off air, but it's consistency for this team. Someone on M3 is always playing well, and someone's always playing not that well. And it's just so hard for them to win games, especially get the 2-0.
No, you're absolutely correct. So it's kind of about where these two teams are weighted and where are we really going to find the matchups. And so we talk about consistency with M3, that they do have the ability in SMLZ and Dade's hands, even Condi sometimes coming up big for the team and allowing to lead them to victory. On the other side, Unlimited Potential, probably their most consistent member is their bot lane in Sketch and Heart. Amy is more of an aggressive, we'll call him baby insect, but he just really hasn't fared well in the big tank meta. So what I'm really curious about is how Condi and Amy are going to match up, because they are two very aggressive junglers, although Condi's had a bit of a better go in the Cinder Hulk meta, or if they're just going to throw all that out the window and go more for a Warriors rush, and if Dade's finally going to show up, because frankly, it's been really hit or miss with him.
Yeah, he has been showing up, at least in the early weeks of the split for Summer. He was actually playing very well, but for me, it's actually Looper that's been maybe the biggest letdown all year long. He's a fantastic player, a world champion. When he looks good, he looks great still, like back to his 2014 self, but Looper just doesn't get to play many of those games, unfortunately.
He did have a good game last night on a Rumble. That said, he wasn't able to lead Masters 3 to victory, so we'll see if maybe this time around he can get it going.
I mean, that's the issue, right? When Looper's doing well, someone else has to fall through. Apparently, Dade can't play when Looper's playing badly. It's just that they've never felt on the same page. And in the early weeks of this split, in the promotion relegation, they were all playing well together. They were playing as a team. Someone's shot calls were really strong. They were getting really good mid-game barons, but it's not been a consistent thing for M3. They started well, and they're sort of falling back into their old habits, it feels like.
No, I think there's definitely truth to that statement. It's something that's really interesting. When you talk about M3, we've already talked about Dade, we talked about Looper, but again, SMLZ, the AD carry for them, he actually has one of the highest kill participations and gold percentages out of most of the ADCs in LPL. Not at the top, but kind of in the upper bracket there. So he does have the potential to be that carry threat. He was the handpicked protege by Wei Xiao, formerly when Masters 3 were known as World Elite Academy. So the threat is there. It's just about utilizing those options.
And I think bottom lane might actually be the most interesting lane of this matchup here, because we talked about Sketch and Hart, the Korean duo lane, one of the few all-Korean duos actually playing in the LPL, and they look great. Hart especially. He tried so hard yesterday to carry his team, but he just couldn't quite get it done on Bard.
And Hart has a massive playmaking champion pool right now. And that's what's kind of curious coming into the draft phase. What of those threats is going to be taking away from him? He's shown up huge on Nautilus, Bard, and Thresh. He looks great in the LPL right now. And it's interesting. We talk about kind of the Koreans that they played super well in Korea. They had this reputation. Then when they migrated over into China, were they going to stall out? Were they just playing for a paycheck? And Hart's one of the few Koreans that's really, his performance has elevated since he's come to China.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of players are like that. I think we look at Deft from EDG and think of a player that went from being very good to even better somehow. And he's obviously had a good run on EDG this year. I think Sketch and Hart look great. It's just a matter of, again, consistency for UP. Lots of splits in their results all season long so far. And as we said, that's not what gets you the maximum points. EDG, just ask them from last season. The way to win an LPL split is to get as many 2-0s as possible and just ride a massive wave of points to the top. So UP need to start getting both wins on the board, and that's true of M3 as well. So another split here is going to hurt both these teams.
And it definitely kind of speaks to the fact that Unlimited Potential, they are an LSPL team. They don't have quite the maturity or experience against, especially veteran LPL teams, Masters 3, and even veteran players, the fact that Dade is on that roster, although we do have Hart, to kind of adjust their strategy and to find that consistent 2-0. So obviously in the LPL, because it is a set of games as opposed to a best of 3 or a best of 1, it's all about prioritizing adaptability. And Unlimited potential have just been able to do that.
I mean, they've also been subbing quite a bit in the mid lane especially, so I wonder if Dade, who, when he's looked good, has really destroyed some of these up-and-coming mid laners. Xie especially comes to mind. Dade just destroyed him when they last played. I think that was one of their few 2-0 victories there as well. So Dade has looked good, and he's going to play either Punished or Xiaoyang, probably both in some order in the best of two as well. And I wonder if Dade's just thinking, you know what, I'm just going to wreck you today. That's what I want to do.
And the question mark is really there on how Xiang is going to perform. We haven't seen a ton of him. It's more so Punished, which was their former mid laner known as Apollo then. So he's more of kind of a consistent rock of those who did watch Unlimited Potential come out through LSPL. They know him very well. He's not known for his laning phase. He actually does quite a few mistakes and kind of dies for no reason, although his team fighting's a little bit better. So Dade should have a good go of it. The problem is Dade really hasn't been showing up in the lane phase. He's picking hyperscaling late game champions like the Cassiopeia that he's brought out, and unfortunately he just can't get past that lane phase to impact later game decision makings in team fights.
And again, that's a consistency thing for M3. Like Lupus falling behind on Hecarim and then can't come into the team fights. Like the bottom lanes may be struggling. Maybe it's Condi that can't get enough pressure down. It feels like M3 have all the elements of a really great team in China, but they've not really put them all together apart from maybe week one and the promotion relegation. And UP, they could actually capitalize here and get themselves a 2-0. And again, much needed points for that team as well if they can get it.
Yeah, and if you kind of look through their schedules, of course, we're very early in the LPL, only week 3. The only overlapping team that both these teams has faced is RNG. So if you're kind of looking for a weighted point and trying to theorize what's going to happen and how these teams will break down, they both split against RNG, so there's...
I don't know what that tells anyone, unfortunately. RNG are a very special team.
What do we call them? Star King Gamty Club?
Sure.
Yep.
I mean, look, team's fine. Definitely lots of strong players. I think you're at least going to test your laners and your laning there, but yeah, lots of splits for both these teams. The question always is, Dade, are you going to show up? But for me, I'm actually curious about Lupus today. I want to see how well he's playing, because when he's on, especially late last season, when he started playing more meta champions, he actually did look like his old self.
Well, the interesting thing is he'll be facing against Long, the top laner for Unlimited Potential. And Long has kind of really defined himself as a meta role-playing tank-style top laner. That said, most recently he started to show that he can branch out and be more of that carry-oriented that Unlimited Potential would need him to be. So kind of a big question mark over him, and he'll get the chance to prove it against a former world champion in Looper.
Yeah, we'll have to see now as we do get into the draft for game number 1. M3 over on the blue side, UP hanging out on the red. Gragas actually the first ban there for M3, so we talked about the jungle pool maybe getting shredded, starting to see a bit of that already.
And that's a big overlap between Condi and Amy. They're going to prioritize Gragas, Rek'Sai, and possibly Lee Sin. I'm actually pretty confident that we may see that come out. I really want to see the Warriors jungles and moving away from the Cinderhole, because it has not treated their aggressive jungle style very well.
I agree. I think in this matchup in particular, Double Warrior might be something we could see, as Janna actually eats a ban there, so Love City going to get that taken away from him. Sort of a curious ban, but every now and then we see support bans in China.
It could really just be showing the hand that Unlimited Potential want to go for a hard engage style composition. Obviously, Janna with the Monsoon has a massive reset, and since Gragas was taken off the board, that means the two primary champions with the biggest resets in the game, the Cask and the Monsoon, are off the board.
Yeah, and then another good support taken away is Alistar actually eats a ban, and he's been seeing a lot of love, whether it's in the bans or in very early in the picks. Alistar's been very popular in the first early weeks.
Which pretty much tells us that if Nautilus is left open, that he'll be the first rotation support, as that's kind of the holy trinity of the supports there.
Yeah, oh, they're so strong. I mean, Thresh as well is probably the other one.
Thresh, Nautilus, and Alistar.
Yep, those are the three. So we got one ban already. We'll see if UP want to answer, but it's Hecarim that they take away from Lupo.
No surprise. It's weird that they would go for the Janna and then the Hecarim. Hecarim's been pretty much consistently banned throughout the LPL. Picked or banned, he has a very high play rate as well. Again, it's the fact that Hecarim, when he's on the board, he can start a team fight at pretty much anywhere, anytime with the Onslaught of Shadows. They love using the teleport, especially for setting up on dragons, getting those deep wards behind TPs and having the home guard come in. So pretty standard stuff.
Some faith in Looper there as well. Again, his teleports in general play has not been up to standard for Looper.
I hear he's known for TPing.
He was. I mean, he's certainly, when he does do it, he looks like, again, his old self, as Fizz finally gets a ban here. This is where things get exciting in the LPL.
So obviously it was Zatai that kind of broke out the top lane Fizz. It's now kind of become between two builds. You have Flandre's Trinity Force Fizz, and then you have Zatai's Cinderhulk Fizz, and it's been all the rage.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Strong champion, lanes against most of the common top laners quite well. As Kalista against SMLZ going to be the final ban. So M3, plenty left open, but everyone's favorite might be our first.
Yep, not going to be surprised. There it goes. Rek'Sai being picked up, and obviously we talked about how Condi and Amy have a lot of overlapping jungle pool champions, especially looking for that aggressive style. Gragas and Rek'Sai were going to be the 2 priorities there. It's now going to be, is Amy going to go for the Sejuani, or is he going to go for a warrior style jungler?
I actually have been impressed by aggressive junglers on Sejuani because they get really creative with their pathing, with their ultimates, with their early ganks. As Long has already locked in Rumble, by the way, so wants to keep that away from Looper. We saw his decent Rumble game yesterday, I believe, so that is a very bold blind pick, but sort of a blocker pick to Maokai as well.
I mean, pretty much with Hecarim off the board, then it's Maokai. Rumble does a great matchup against Maokai, and likewise, again, because we're in China, because Unlimited Potential are very much a team-fighting team, Rumble's going to offer so much power there with the equalizer on those dragon fights.
Yeah, Siva locked in there as well, so we kind of moved between a couple of champions. Could have maybe picked up the Sedge, but can leave it for later, of course, with Rex they already picked up. So not that much synergy Rumble Siva, but still going to be just fine.
It's like long-range initiation, and then you just pop the Siva ult to make your team catch up to the equalizer if you want to play it down that way in mid lane. Really happy to see Sivir picked up so early in rotations. This is something viewers possibly new to LPL. Sivir is a big priority champion, 81% picked rate.
Yeah.
So,
pretty high win rate too.
Yeah, and you'll see her very early in rotations or possibly even banned.
Yeah, and we've started finally seeing Sivir bans this week, but goes over early to UP. Thresh is locked in for Live City. Nautilus still open, by the way, so an option there for Hart if he wants it. And Na's going to be the pickup once again for Looper. I mean, he can't take Maokai, so he's going to take Na.
Yeah, and Nara's going to do fine against Rumble. Again, it's a resourceless champion because of the fact that Maokai has the... not only does the Maokai Rumble matchup, it's not the funnest thing, but also Maokai has to deal with his mana, whereas Nara is just dealing with his Fury Bar versus the overheat of Rumble, so miss a resource there. Curious that Love CD decided to go for Thresh versus Nautilus. He has looked more comfortable in the past on Thresh, but Nautilus is just so dominant in that 2v2.
Yeah, I think it's excellent with Sivir as well. That's sort of the other reason I'm not too sure about the pick, but he'll take comfort at least for this time around as UP going to round out their draft. We already have the Nautilus locked in, not too surprising there for Hart, and Amy is going to go for Sejuani.
And now it's going to be curious how Amy's going to perform on this. So the thing about Amy is he's actually qualified 2 teams up into the LPL, but unfortunately whenever it gets his chance to finally play on that stage, he's moved back into the LSPL. So a bit of a veteran player for LSPL, or he's been all around the scene for quite a bit. Finally gets his chance to play on the LPL stage. He's a very aggressive jungler, very high in mechanics, and so when we shifted over into the Cinderhulk meta, it just didn't really favor Amy's play style. Curious if he's going to be able to make it connect on Sejuani.
Oh, we'll have to see as we do round out M3's draft there as well. Lucian actually the pick there for SMLZ, and Dade's going to go back to Cassiopeia.
Now Dade sitting 2-1 on Cassiopeia. He was previously undefeated, but unfortunately Cool took that away from him yesterday on the Azir pickup. So the thing about Dade is he's always had a very relative small champion pool, but he was excellent on the champions that he had. He's now suddenly branching out into more meta picks like Cassiopeia, and looking fantastic on them.
Yeah, I mean, I love Dade's Cassiopeia. It's just very flexible, lots of different things you can do. Very powerful, of course, as well. Be curious to see if UP want to just opt into the Azir matchup, but not looking at it right now. Hart, he's gone through a lot of different champions, and this is a counter pick we're starting to see a little bit more. Varus is the last pick for UP.
So the idea about Varus, and we saw a little bit of the Lux hover, I kind of like to call it a pseudo Nidalee or a pseudo Lux. Effectively, you have a long range poke that goes through minions, and so it's all about the Q-max and about prioritizing and itemizing CDR and armor penetration, because it's just about impairing that piercing arrow.
Yeah, and the other thing, of course, though, is that unlike the Azir matchup, which is the other popular matchup we see Varus picked into, Cassiopeia ever hits you with a poison, you're probably dead. Completely dead.
I didn't get a chance to see his summoner. Did he pick up the cleanse or did he go for the exhaust?
No, Punish does have cleanse, so very smartly being like, you know what, I really don't want to get too wrecked in this matchup, and we'll go through the rest of them once again here. Looper versus Long on the top side to kick things off. Nav taking on Rumble.
The expectation there, we saw Looper had a fantastic game on the Rumble. We know that we have a hard engage comp coming from Unlimited Potential.
And we can see, again, more hard engage coming from the jungle. Rek'Sai versus Sejuani. Starting to see this matchup quite a bit along with the Gragas Rek'Sai as well.
This definitely favors Rek'Sai just because she's so powerful in the early jungle, able to invade Sejuani.
Yep, Dade back again. This is certainly the matchup that I'll be looking for here in this one. Cassio versus Varus and Punish. With the counter pick against Dade looking good potentially as we'll go back to standard things now on the bottom side as SMLZ's Lucian versus Skatch's Sivir.
And then finishing up, of course, with Love CD versus Hart on the Thresh and Nautilus matchup.
And again, lots of hard engaged champions. People like to favor the hooks. We saw a Janna ban, but haven't seen that much of a Nami as well. Even Morgana's actually been pretty absent, to be perfectly honest, with all this hard engage running around. But it is China. They love to fight. They love to kill each other. We're going to get a lot of that in this game. I hope so. We are. I believe. bloodthirsty. Bloodthirstiness everywhere. That's all I want.
Speaking a little bit about Nami, we actually haven't seen a ton of her. She's not really well known for the LPL. She started to appear early last year at the playoffs when World Elite picked up their Korean coach Hero, and I think it was Conan who brought the first Nami over into LPL, but she's never been kind of a big priority pick for them. They had a small period where it was Morgana, Nami, they were all the craze, but it's always been about this hard engage, and we talked about how Sivir has a very early prioritization in the LPL. Likewise, so does Thresh.
Yeah, I mean, Chinese supports have been playing Thresh for ever, yeah, for a long time. And you know what? Let's see what Chinese Thresh does today as we're about to get into game number 1. And welcome onto the Rift for game number 1 between M3 and Unlimited Potential. Dade is back on his now famous and new Cassiopeia and Punish with the counterpick Varus. It is Cleanse versus Barrier in that mid lane. If Punish can navigate this against a very strong-looking Dade on this champion, I'll be quite impressed.
The problem is that Dade just really hasn't been making it out of lane phase successfully to, again, be that big impact champion that Cassiopeia can be in the late game once she's stacked on her items and stacked on her passive. So be sure to watch Dade, see if he gets an easy lane phase. It's not quite so easy against Punish.
No, Varus especially is, again, starting to come up as more of a counter pick, so we'll see how that develops as UP have already committed, by the looks of things, to a pretty deep lane swap. We've got the duel in the top side. Rumble's already joined Amy there in the jungle, and SMLZ love CD. You can tell with the lane they probably want the 2v2, but UP gonna dodge it.
Yep, and this is what we've seen really very common with Sivir matchups, is they just rotate her up into the top lane just because her wave siege is so good. Likewise, it opens up that if Hart wants to roam around with that Nautilus, obviously he has strong CC. Sivir just gets free XP to level 6. They can then transition that to a very easy dragon fight with the on the hunt.
And this is kind of the funny thing for me about Sivir in lane swaps, especially as Punished eats a bunch of early poison to lose a few early level 1 trades. Sivir just sort of says, you know what? If you want a lane swap, I'm definitely not freezing, because she almost always fast pushes. Sketch is actually betraying me here.
It's okay. On the bottom side, SMLZ's pushed very far forward. And we didn't talk about SMLZ. We'll kind of touch on him. Lucian's a big power pick for him. Again, I can't say this enough. This guy was handpicked by Wei Zhao to be his protege. He had a lot of hype going on him for a long time, and unfortunately, he just never connected. He never really got there, so he gets his second chance on Masters 3.
And you know what? He actually has looked fairly good. It's funny that M3 have had, I would say, a revolving door of 80 carries this year, and they've all actually been surprisingly consistent. So it's just a matter of if their bot lane's nice and consistent and can still carry, how consistently are Dade and Lupa playing, and where's Condi's pressure going there as well? Again, M3, it's a big theme for them all year long, even moving from spring into summer. When they look good, they look great, but when they look bad, they just look like M3. Because you do see an invade, actually. Hart trying to get the blue buff taken away, but just going to be annoying more than anything else. Does get a couple passive hits down. Can't steal it, though, as Condi does smite it away. Gets flayed out there as well. Scatch will rotate in for a bit of damage, and Amy, a little too late to try and steal. Level 2, but no one left for him to try and kill.
I love the power of Nautilus. The fact that Hart was so confident. He literally ran in between them like mosh pit in the middle of 3 people and just dropped his E to be a nuisance, try to pick up some EXP on maybe one of the Sentinels for the blue buff.
Yeah, and that's one of the other nice things about Nautilus, is just so strong in the early levels. You effectively get 2 CCs, Riptide for the slow, and your passive there for an extra snare. So we've seen it time and time again. I think Mako was doing it recently as well. Just get in the jungler's face in a lane swap.
That said, they are continuing with their vertical jungling. Obviously, Masters 3 have complete control over the bottom side. It's going to be curious how early they're going to rotate into a possible dragon. They do have great damage because their jungler is Rek'Sai. She's very healthy on first clear.
Yeah, very healthy indeed. And actually might even be looking for it now as SMLZ actually finds himself in a 1v1 against Long of all matchups. So a bit of a weird one as Loop can't figure out quite. I was actually jungling still with Condi. I did find him. Well done, Mini, now hiding over at the Grom. Again, they're going to keep taking some jungle. Level 3 might be time to pull the trigger on the dragon, as Long's going to have to back a little bit further away now that Love City's rejoined the lane.
Here comes the gank path, though. There's a fantastic path with the tunnel.
Very nice there, Love City. Flash play in there. Condi looking for it. Flash on Borrow goes in. Long's going to take damage, and first blood goes to SMLZ.
And you always have to be so conscious of that gank path when facing against a Rek'Sai, coming from behind the tower, getting the tunnel over there. It was a nice flash knockup.
And you can see Dade actually starting to struggle in their matchup. The early levels are fine for Cassio, but Punish now level 4, approaching level 5. 2 points in the arrow already, and Dade's forced out of lane.
And this is really the strength of Varus mid. Just look at the range on that arrow. He can effectively stand at his tower, you know, clear 5 lanes worth of distance, a whole, I wanted to say football field, but then I realized they might mean different things between you and me.
Yes, they probably would. But, you know, I'll take the meaning here as Punish going to keep pushing his waves in and just try and annoy Dade. Dade does go back and get his tier, though, so going to start stacking that up as well. But Punish, if you can continue on this path right now on the Varus will really keep this Cassiopeia in the lane.
And this is really what Varus just wants to do. He wants to sit back, itemize his CDR as well as his armor penetration, and he's just going to pop his Qs, stand to safety. The nice thing about taking Varus into that mid lane is that it is the shortest lane, so obviously the fact that he doesn't have any built-in gap closers or escapes doesn't punish him as hard, especially while he still has that flash. And again, I want to touch on the cleanse. Taking cleanse against Cassiopeia is absolutely necessary, and a lot of people would think that it's because of the petrifying gaze, and no, it's not for the petrifying gaze, it's for the poison. So obviously if you cleanse the poison, she doesn't get the reset on her Twin Fangs, which pretty much denies the difference in damage between a, 1.5 second cooldown on Twin Fangs versus a 7-second cooldown on Twin Fangs.
Yeah, it's a big DPS drop for Cassio. We talk about how standing DPS and how strong it can be, but not like good when, again, that poison isn't there as Dade continuing to pressure in actually onto Punish, trying to keep the wave a little pushed up, but Varus will be Varus. He'll just sit here at 575 range and keep wave clearing.
And the question is when are these teams really going to strike, and where are their win conditions? So Amy, obviously on that Sejuani, the obvious point is, oh, Sejuani's level 6, the Glacial Prism. The thing about Amy that's a little bit curious, especially as he sets up for a gank in this top lane, is that he has the lowest kill participation.
Ooh, Dade forced to flash that ulti actually. I don't know if it was hitting for Punish, but enough pressure there onto Cassio to force him away. Top lane gank, there will go Orias. Amy backs off there. Looper playing safe for the first time in the last few weeks here. Not going to get himself killed just yet.
And again, just touching quickly back to Amy, the fact that he has lowest kill participation on probably the most impactful jungler of Sejuani.
Long in trouble once again. Love City trying to line up a hook, but doesn't have it. But you can see SMLZ hasn't even actually gone back yet, starting to bully kind of the stitched together 2v2 lane of UP here of Rumble Nautilus, which probably going to get pressured in by two range champions.
It's really just the punishment, yeah, of having the range versus the two melees. It's a little bit more difficult since the changes so many patches ago on Rumble to last hit under tower, but doing a decent job, 14 CS to 18.
Yep, going to get a bit of help there from Hard as well, so not too bad as Dade also hit level 6 now as well, so feels a bit of added protection and kill pressure there with his ultimate, but Varus going to get his first blue buff here as Amy donates this one over. He's already got his tier as well, stacking in towards that Manamune, and Punish already missed an ulti, but it was forced to flash as SMLZ going to take the Lance into safety. His Heart tries to get aggressive. Sketch actually even popped his ultimate, but doesn't find the kill.
Sketch was trying to be a little bit cute right there because they saw that it was Rumble. They lost track of Sever trying to come in through the back of the lane and get a good engagement with the On the Hunt, obviously because he was sitting up there getting the solo EXP, but fortunately doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, and SMLZ now level 6, so if they can find a good hook, good culling damage might come through. Heart especially quite vulnerable at this stage of the lane at only level 4, but looks like Lucha wants to go back. Sketch has actually returned first with a BF sword, so a nice early power spike in this lane. Love City actually, yeah, going to find Sketch in there, but shield comes through. Love City hits a boomerang blade. That was very ballsy by Thresh.
Yeah, I don't know why Love City stood that far forward. That could have ended in disaster, but get some decent damage. Also had Condi in the wings.
I think was hoping to bait them in there and maybe bait them into a tower dive so Condi could swoop in, but Lucian going to go back. BF sword, Avarice blade now for SMLZ. So we talked about power spikes and lane. We'll shift back to Lucian now, and that Avarice blade, very good investment for what's now on standard 2v2 lane.
And then now it kind of gives away his itemization, the fact that he will look towards... Actually, no, he could still go for the Ghost Blade.
He could.
Mid-game power spike versus the static Shiv for more of a late-game oriented build.
And look, we're seeing so many Avarice blades on Chinese AD carries. It's just like, I don't know. I want to have my gold thing. I don't know what it is exactly, but everyone is building Avarice Blade relatively early into their build, even before they finish their first major item, usually Infinity Edge in a lot of cases. So it might just be an LPL thing, not too sure, but certainly Lucian especially does get a bit of flexibility with the item.
This is going to sound very bizarre, especially when we think about China as the big 5v5 teamfight region, but lane phase is very important for a lot of these AD carries just because they are, for a long time, kind of considered the center point and the kings of their teams if you think about Uzi and things like that. So getting an Avarice Blade and prolonging your lane phase, stacking up your gold and finding your major items is definitely kind of a flavor thing for them.
Yeah, it might be a throwback for them, but we are probably going to mean that Lucian will sit and farm as best he can here, but can at least keep the waves relatively pruned back against the Sivir. Dade, the target of the next gank though for Amy, and he does not have a cleanse, and Condi actually spotted Amy himself. This will be a funny 2v2 punish though. Nails the ulti onto Dade. Petrifying Gaze comes through as Condi gets the knock up. Dade though going to get ulted up by Amy. Punish going to come through as the barrier, keeping him alive, and Condi keeps chasing through. Amy going to get flash auto to die. Punish could be the next target as well, but they don't quite have enough to kill him.
So two things. Oh, hold on.
Yes, Sketch in trouble. SMLZ diving forward, but he gets boomerang bladed. One more auto. Heart takes the kill, and Love CD tries the all in, but it doesn't quite get there. it.
And this is another thing that we'll see very common in LPL. Once they see where the jungler is, where the enemy resources, they just immediately go in. So it's not going to be like one action happens isolated in the mid lane. Everything will explode all at once, all over the map. I want to talk about quickly the Petrifying Gaze, because that was what really saved and turned that fight around. Obviously, likewise, Condi's flash afterwards. But a good cleanse from Punish almost saved his life. We talked. Ooh.
Bad news, Bears Love City. He gets ulted by Nautilus, and that's clean up for Heart once again.
You can never even get your full analysis out because the Chinese teams love to fight.
Condi
Speaking
coming
of which,
back in. Scatch, good spell shield, actually misses the Unborrow there for Condi, but not going to quite have enough damage. Didn't even finish the dragon that he'd started, so M3 starting to fall a bit behind, but do actually have 1,000 gold ahead just from farm.
the bloodthirst, he wanted it.
He did really want to. I mean, it is the LPL. That doesn't surprise me in the least. Looper in the top side though. Meganar now actually has a Hex Drinker here, so going to try and navigate the early stages of his lane, but probably going to see him move into more tank items as long. Ruby Crystal there, presumably for an early haunting, guys.
The thing that I'm curious where Luber's going to go as far as his itemization, because he already has his MR set up for the Hex Drinker there. If he's going to go armor, despite the fact that he's facing across against Rumble, simply because he'll be ready with both stats for the big team fight or the dragon fight that surely will be coming. Average dragon time for LPL is around 11 minutes. So we're just at that window now.
I mean, it's funny that even with the lane swap, M3 couldn't actually get the first dragon, so we are going to have a first dragon at around the standard time, maybe a little bit later than normal. But again, Condi started it, couldn't get it done. UP actually rotated their bottom lane back very early to make sure that they couldn't attempt the dragon here, and Condi's in the top side, so that might pull the trigger on the dragon here for unlimited potential.
And again, it was really Scatch trying to get cheeky with his on the hunt and find a pick into that bottom lane when he walked into the bottom of it.
It makes sense. Had a good power spike. BF Sword is ready, but SMLZ and Love CD going to leave the lane, I think, suspecting maybe that they don't have enough vision around the dragon, as Amy gotten quite aggressive. Going to find Love City really zipping in with a Moby Boots. Flayed back there as well. Going to try. No, doesn't even throw the hook out. Just says, okay, you get to leave, Amy.
That was actually really scary from Love CD. Amy had the Glacial Prism back and available. Dade wasn't in the mid lane. If Amy had decided to turn and just burn the ultimate, Varus was there and waiting.
Yeah, so UP again going to take the Scotter Crab and start this dragon. Double 80 carries effectively here between Scatch and Punish. As Heart will rotate in as well to help tank. Dade is in the area. He's got some decent itemization coming through, but puts the ward down. We're going to fight for this dragon.
Glacial Prism's going to be obviously the big ultimate.
Oh, Spell Shield there coming through for Scatch. Ultimate though popped in for Siva. M3 going to force them off the dragon and take it away. Varus ulti nails Looper, but Punish there going to get cold as Dade takes the kill out, and Glacial Prison far too late there for Amy as M3 get a kill and the dragon.
No, you're absolutely right. The fact that Glacial Prism did land on 4 people, but about 15 seconds too late. Amy didn't even try to go for the smite steal. Not quite sure what was happening for Unlimited Potential. Looked like they were all on different wavelengths as far as communication.
I mean, yeah, that's across the map as well. You can see Long there pushing in the top side, now actually recalling as Dade's found a friend, takes out Amy as Condi roams through the jungle, and Long going to look a little silly, goes back, gets an item, but his teleport's just come back up.
And Masters 3 just understanding that they had punished them and they didn't have that big ultimate, so they were able to freely walk into Unlimited Potential's blue side, pick up that buff.
And again, Rumble not present for that dragon fight means that UP effectively forced a 4v5, and I guess the ulti was maybe for disengage there, but M3 still get 2 kills and the dragon out of that trade. And we look at Dade now in the mid lane, starting to get quite a bit stronger, 120 to 93 CS as well. But I love what Dade does with his Cassiopeia ability. Always does this. Rylai's after tier.
I really like Rylai's. So we talked about how Cassiopeia is more of a sustain mage. Wow, stuttering there. Sustain mage versus a burst mage. So obviously the longer... This is going to sound really basic. The longer she's alive, the more time she can rotate through her cooldowns, the more damage that she's going to output. And that sounds super basic, but it means so much more for Cassiopeia because of her cooldowns and the fact that she gets the reset on her Twin Fang versus someone like Annie who's just going to go in and drop a single rotation of her cooldowns and then pretty much be done.
Yep, and I mean, even just to extend it, you get the single target slow off Twin Fang as well, like Rylai's gives Cassiopeia personally as well. It's just so much goodness out of the
Gap close
item.
as well because you have the control and the slow as well as her speed up from her poison.
Which you definitely need because you're real slow when you don't have any flash or maybe a Sivir ultimate to help you. And Dade, he's finished his Rylai's, he's ahead of Punished in this lane. We talked about Varus being able to keep control of this lane and being very strong, but Dade is in complete control now. Even though he's going to eat a Q or 2. As I say that, of course. Sorry, Dade. Singing all of your praise and all of a sudden things go wrong, but he'll be fine here. Punished again. Going to keep farming where he can, but even the health that Dade has and the fact that he'll get health back off Twin Fang as well, he's going to be perfectly fine in that 1v1 matchup.
And it's not as terrifying for Punish, the fact that he can just sit back by his tower and use his Q. Again, Varus, because it is such a short lane, he's not in any immediate danger even without his flash.
I guess the other nice thing is that kind of like Jace was, if you think back to the World Championships last year.
Pretty much what he is.
Yeah, he's just Jace. He gets the very same item build, similar power spike, really peaks at the mid game and then drops off pretty dramatically from there. He does one thing and he does it well. Lots of long range pokers. Sketch gonna pop the ulti in the bottom side. Harkiner diving with the depth charge. Amy's here as well. Finds the ulti, doesn't get anyone as they flash up, but Long, wonderful equalizer's gonna lock them up. Love City gonna be the first to die. Heart's gonna chase it onto SMLZ. Under the tower, he is maybe just enough to safety and a lot of resources used, but only one kill for UP.
Condi's on the side, doesn't look like he's going to be able to engage that. And effectively, that was unlimited potential, just knowing that they had the TP advantage, knowing that they had a numbers advantage then on the opposite side of the map. Fantastic equalizer from Long, which pretty much saved a disaster of a ultimate from Amy.
Yeah, I mean, went in there, not quite in range, and some good flashes and dashes kept M3 safe. Looper, though, did get the turret in the mid side. Dade's been pressuring this turret. You can see it's about 20% health left. Even Punish just can't keep up with now a level 11 blue buff Cassiopeia. And Condi looking for a dive means that Punish has to concede his tower.
I love the pincher here from both sides.
I mean, he should concede his tower. I don't think he wants to try and fight. Even Lupus here as well, ready for Mega now. Actually just transformed. They're going to dive in. They'll get the tower. Love City finds Heart with a hook. Looper nars onto Punish, wallops him as well after the cleanser's used. Heart will fall though, and M3 collapse wonderfully.
And really, it was kind of the paranoia that Dade still had the petrifying gaze that Long couldn't step, or excuse me, not Long, Punish couldn't step too far forward. You saw him in the back line a little bit hesitant. He goes for it. No, I have to make sure that I'm clear of that. Wasn't able to output the damage to possibly trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, and you saw the cleanse from Punish. He used it to get out of the Gnar, but Wallop was lined up just against the wall, and he got locked up enough to get them the tower. Dragon back in a minute 50 now as well. So 5-3 up for M3, almost 4,000 gold ahead, and it's been a fairly slow start to the game, but M3 have a strong lead here at 17 minutes.
Dade also setting up for a...
Yep, going in back with Condi. Poison will miss. Sketch is here as well, and Dade maybe a little too ambitious on that kill.
Especially, oh no, he just has his flash back up.
He was ready. I mean, you land one Q on Cassiopeia.
And you're just able to run him down,
yeah. They're dead. They're absolutely dead, especially once the Rylai slow Twin Fang comes in. But Looper has to keep minions off his turret. Amy's up here as well, perhaps looking for a dive. Nautilus here as well, actually. Tower goes down on the bottom side, M3. A little sloppy from UP, kind of losing objectives across the map here.
Losing a lot of their pressure right now because they're trying to decide what to do. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit of a difficult situation to tower dive a Gnar who is stacking up his rage bar so quickly.
Yeah, actually has decent itemization now as well. Spectre's Cow complete, Giant Spout done as well. A lot of MR here for Looper and a decent amount of health. They're going to wait till he gets tired and goes back in a mini now. They'll pull the trigger now. Looper gets ulted by the depth charge, hops away from it. Long though finds the Electro Harpoon. Good juke from Looper. Oh, that's bad news. Hard finds himself into the wall. Going to take too many turret hits. And Looper 1v3 denies the dive.
The trickiness of ganking a Gnar, the fact that he has the hop, and again, we talked about how Looper had built up quite a sizable rage bar right there. They didn't want to try to dive the Mega Gnar. Waited for it, didn't connect with the dredge line, have to walk away.
And again, Looper having a much better game here. Very consistent, very safe. 35 CS lead here, but just, you know, keeping it calm. Although porting into the bottom side means Punish might be in trouble. Smite there for Condi will slow him down. Unborrow means that Varus can't really go anywhere as Looper. Where did he go?
He teleported.
Oh, there he is. There's Looper. Finds on to Punish, and that'll be a kill for him.
I don't quite think that Looper needed to teleport for that, but obviously he gets something for his trouble.
Well, Punish didn't flash either, so maybe, but Looper wanted a kill. Let's just put it that way. As Long going to keep pushing in the top side. No teleports now for either top laner, but Dragon is back up, which means M3 are going to look to take their second.
And that's what's really important, the fact that Looper burned his teleport to the bottom side of the map while Dragon is up. He doesn't want to go to the top side and play with the TP discrepancy and possibly lose that later on down the road. So they should turn to this, especially because Dade also has the blue buff on Cassiopeia, can burn through objectives very quickly.
Yeah, and after the pick, Punished is dead. He's going to come back up just now. Long will get the tower, but Looper's actually back into the top side, maybe trying to get some work done. Long, though, goes a long way around to keep himself safe, but M3 do claim the second dragon. Seraph, yes, I know the unintentional long pun. I didn't mean it. Dade now with his Seraphs as well. Zeal also completed for SMLZ, so going to look for that static shift coming up fairly soon. Love City trying to land a hook up onto Hard here, but has to be careful. Amy needs someone. The box comes through. Love City gets ulted as a Glacial Prison comes out. Sketch dives in. That's a kill. Dade gets exhausted and misses his ulti, and they'll keep going in. Dade hooked up, snared for days there as UP pick up a second kill, and that team fight starting to mount itself. UP 2 clean kills.
And that's more of the Amy that we expect. The C hero, kill hero, finds the pick, lands the Glacial Prism just on Thresh, but may turn into something more for Unlimited as they approach this tower.
Can see Looper as well. Got his AoE wave clear out with the Mega Gnar, so we'll clear out the minions relatively quickly. The rest of M3 will come in. Good 3-man slow from the boulder toss, but M3 just here to try and keep the wave off the turret.
They do not have the GAT available to them, though, so I think they're going to have to give it up without that Lucian ultimate. There's no clear way to clear off that creep wave, which is why I'm actually really excited that SMLZ is deciding to go for the static Shiv build, especially because he's facing against Sivir. It's going to offer a lot more wave clear for Masters.
Yeah, I mean, just something that you look down and you're right. There's just not that much apart from Cassiopeia setting up and sitting in a lane, sort of like Azir, just continuing to push the creeps back. Or SMLZ using his ultimate. So I agree. I actually like having a bit of secondary wave clear. Looper as well. Randy one's completed now, and Giant Spell even up for Condi means that people are getting tankier and the damage items are starting to come through. But we saw the gold lead before, about 4 or 5k ahead for M3. Now only 2,000 up.
They lost a lot of their pressure, kind of in their wandering around the lanes. Looper's teleport in particular, the fact that they took the dragon and then he rotated back to the top lane as opposed to maybe taking the dragon, consolidating their pressure points mid and trying to get something more there.
I mean, UP, again, starting to get stronger. Varus will peak relatively soon. Scatch almost has 2 items completed. It feels like M3 are the team that are being proactive, but what do you think UP can do here, sort of in this mid-game lull, to get themselves kind of back into equal and then into the lead?
Well, they have their big itemization power spikes kind of across every single member. You just kind of listed it all off. So effectively, they need to press R. That's what their composition's all about. We talked about how the Equalizer and the On the Hunt can synergize and that you have long range initiation potential, that if you land the Equalizer, you just press On the Hunt, and it's almost like a garbage disposal. If the Equalizer's behind them, then you just run into them.
Yep. Trash compactor, just press them in.
Exactly.
But M3 clearing out vision, that's probably UP's other big problem. SML's even split pushing in the bottom lane, very Wei Zhao-esque. I know that we mentioned that once upon a time, this was the protege. So I like that he's sitting in the lanes, getting some empty farm, making sure Scatch can't be in the lanes and really pressure towers as Sivir want to do. And M3 continuing their aggression.
And that's the big thing, the fact that they're spreading unlimited potential very thin by creating multiple pressure points on the map. It keeps the On the Hunt away from the team. And that's the big hard engage ability other than the Equalizer. I mean, yeah, it's the Glacial Prism, but Amy's been kind of hit and whiff with those.
It's actually really clever from M3 because you look down on the side of unlimited potential, the only one that can really match split push is actually the Sivir. Maybe Long if he starts to get something like an Abyssal or really get his items going, but the best person to try and match that split push is Scatch, so you're right, just start split pushing and separate him from the rest of the team.
Long now going to use the fact that he has the teleport available and take care of that pressure point in the bottom lane. It's going to be what are Masters 3 going to do with this window of opportunity that they have. Yeah, Rumble can teleport and get involved with the team fight, but if they're able to find a pick here by forcing Unlimited Potential to rotate into somewhere that they have vision or somewhere that they're setting up, which happens to be that red side jungle, could be too little too late.
We started seeing this a lot from M3 actually, very early, almost EDG-esque. Baron time is coming through. As soon as they get a pick, someone's making the call, and they're going straight to that Baron around the 25-28 minute mark. So I think that's the reason why all that vision's consolidated back over. Dragon's not up right now, so you don't really have to get your vision around there. So they've been trying for a pick for the last few minutes, it seems like.
No, you're absolutely right. Anytime Dragon goes down, that's obviously the big objective that's on the bottom side of the map. And so when it's not there, you have a 6-minute window where you can play to the opposite side. And the Baron threat is always going to be very early and very present from Masters 3 because, again, they do have a Cassiopeia, especially when she has that blue buff, because she's able to reset her Twin Fangs on a motionless target. Just means that she can power down those big monsters.
Yes, Baron, unfortunately, not very good at dodging the poison. His Scuttle Crab will get cleared out on the Baron side by Unlimited Potential, actually. So going to get a bit more vision around there. Dade level 13, trying to make something happen, but on the Hunt's pop, Depth Charge in there as well. Dade's forced to flash away, but he knocks up SMLZ. Hook lands onto Dade, Petrifying Gaze to try and peel them off as Looper dives in there as well. Dade lasted for so long, and Amy getting chunked out as Long's almost dead as well. Goes into zombies, but didn't pop his Flame Spitter, and that's a lot of damage poking through. Love City, though, takes out the Rumble, flashes forward. Condi's coming through, gets the knock up onto Amy, but Punish now turns around for the damage. A double kill for Varus, and SMLZ and Looper trying to run. Q will miss as Looper jukes it. Flash forward there for Varus to try and slow them down, and a lot of summoners burnt. No one else is dead. Looper dodging skill shots like it's his day job. And a big trade there for UP, but just somehow only 3 for 2.
Dade did everything in his power right there. Survived for so long, landed an amazing ultimate, but unfortunately, kind of a questionable lantern. I think it looked so good for Masters 3 because SMLZ was just untouched in the back line, kind of ripping through Unlimited Potential's front line. But then Love CD flashes forward, pulls Condi into a lantern. It's a 2v3 instantly. They're deleted off the map. So not quite sure. A little bit trigger happy.
Maybe. I mean, they had to respond to, again, another press R and all-in comp there from UP, and they did well to get their team comp in place. Amy actually did something really smart. After the initial engage, he actually peeled himself over the ridge, and all of a sudden, SMLZ was kiting off those tanks like, oh, I'm not doing damage to anyone now. Which is sad times. Pro tip, kids, definitely do damage as an AD carry. As Hart going to try and get some more vision down here. Dragon is back up now as well, and you can see both teams starting to converge on the objective.
I can't get over that lantern. Love City was like, forever. Take the lantern. And Condi's like, I've made a terrible mistake. You just saw his facial expression mid-lantern pull. He was like, oh, God, I don't want to be here.
Scuttle Crab does actually go to UP. Sketch, I believe, stole it with a boomerang blade. So suddenly Long is very threatening with this high damage rumble.
And it's very terrifying because the Scuttle Crab obviously is not only going to grab vision, but the movement speed. And against a press R composition with Sivir, that is...
Yep. If they needed more movement speed somehow with Sivir's ultimates currently being available, they get a little bit more.
And the patience for unlimited potential right here. This isn't something that they're actually really known for, and as I say that, they actually pulled the dragon. Yep. There's no reason to pull this dragon, guys. You have a massive wave into the top lane. Just be patient. Masters 3 will have to overcommit on something.
Bottom wave's pushing as well, and Condi actually sort of re-engages the dragon as UP, after the dragon leashes himself back, will get on top of it. Condi might fancy himself a steal, but Hart zoning well. The dragon does go to Varus, and Amy on the hunt is popped. M3 are trying to trade. They'll get the turret in the mid side, and luckily for them, the rest of them will survive.
Best case scenario for Masters 3. Great decision making right there to say we can't contest the dragon. Our waves are pushing against us, but we can't just run this straight up mid lane and trade tower for a dragon.
Yeah, you can see running around. Love City either gets hooked up by Hart. Depth Shot lands onto 3 after it pops. SMLZ Glacial Prison gets the carries as well. Condi fighting in the backside as SMLZ gets his fadeaway culling, but Dade caught out of position, goes down. Condi fighting, takes out Nautilus and almost gets himself another kill, but a 2-for-1 win already for unlimited potential.
Masters 3 kind of split their damage sets right there. You had Dade fighting in the mid lane, and then you had SMLZ with his full Gatling duration over onto the side, and unfortunately pushed out very early in that fight. And the issue is that Masters 3 aren't able to get their damage on the same point, protect it, and have a front line securely in front of them.
It's part of the problem right here for the comp is that you look at the threats onto M3, SMLZ and Dade. Very short range for the Lucian, so has to weave in and out of a fight. And Cassiopeia does great damage, but is very immobile. So all of these ultimates are really good at doing just this.
And so this is what we're going to talk about. So Dade right now locked up by the Glacial Prism. He's somehow going to end up, there he goes, into the mid lane. So he's pretty much fighting a 2v3 at this point. Now it becomes a 2v4. And SMLZ over to the side, not able to do any damage during the duration that Dade is face-tanking the entire team.
I mean, they really don't want to split up. They kind of want Dade and SMLZ to sit together.
Yep,
and then when they run in, use the ultimate to peel.
A front-to-back composition. They need to have their tank line in front of them because they do have a very low mobility Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and I mean, Dade, you saw it when he's standing in the right spot. He does great damage. Otherwise, just kind of going to die to plenty of damage that UP have. And their comp especially does a lot of damage right now. Punish, he's basically done as far as items go. He doesn't need anything else.
But this is also what's so great about the Varus into the Cassiopeia matchup is that he can put out his massive burst spell, again, that piercing arrow, completely outside of range of the threat of the petrifying gaze.
I mean, threat of anything, really. Again, we talk about the lane matchup. Dade gets ahead when he's able to lane Q. Scatcho actually going to pop it. Dade trying to zone them away. A little bit trigger happy there for UP. Long actually, yeah, hanging out with the Scuttle Crab looking to the bottom side. So maybe a misfire there on that Sivir ulti.
Yeah. That was a little interesting. A little bit of a miscommunication. It was cute, too, because Dade was like, come on, please.
Yeah, I mean, again, you don't want to run headfirst into a Sivir unless you're really confident you can kill her. So interesting decision-making here. UP trying to keep themselves back into the lead. They're actually pretty much equalized the goal, but M3 are actually going to start a very aggressive Baron. Long does not have his teleport yet.
This is a 50-50 Baron, and Condi is level 12 to Sejuani's level 13, so Amy has the stronger smite.
He's going to go in there, dives through. Rek'Sai, though, takes the Baron. SMLC hits the Glacial Prison, though. He's going to die by the looks of things. Goes down to Sejuani. Love City will fall, but Dade going off Looper. Massive Nara ultimate, and they will clean house. Maybe Looper, little too low, going to get chased out by Punish and Scatch. Amy zoning out Dade there as well as Looper will die to a Varus auto. Dade still getting chased, but he's got no mana left. Scatch with the Boomerang Blade just misses. but they'll keep chasing in. The permafrost gets the slow. Dade can't do anything else as Amy flash shoulders in for the kill.
Oh, but Condi, hold on.
He's going to come back through. No, he's found punish. That's not what he wants. Immediately forced to leave the area, and M3 get the Baron, but UP win the team fight.
Oh, wait.
Actually going back in. Condi, Cinderhawk only going to go in top of punish, but Varus can't do much by himself. Amy's going to try and help him out, but that might have been a mistake from Sejuani. Poke from Varus is good. Amy forced to go over a wall with the Arctic Assault, and Condi trying to at least buy some time.
Still got his Prey Seeker. How thirsty is he?
Pretty thirsty by the looks of things. Oh, ulti lands in. Amy comes through. Scatch will land in for the damage on the Hunt's being popped, and Condi a little too greedy. Amy follows in with the Arctic Assault after the tunnel. Condi with a lantern doesn't take it as a network set up, and that was so aggressive by Rek'Sai.
45 seconds later, it finally all ends. Condi manages to keep his Baron, the only one that Masters 3 made away from in that fight. Wow. So big issue, of course, was the fact that Dade didn't have any mana for the duration of the fight because he didn't have a blue buff when he went in to do that Baron. So all of the damage and all of Cassiopeia's big damage output had been already expended on the Baron, so it wasn't able to translate into the team fight. Can we talk about how Condi got the smite off, however?
Yeah.
With Amy having the stronger smite.
I mean, look.
He deserves that Baron buff.
He did deserve that Baron buff, and apparently chased away 3 members of Unlimited Potential and didn't die. Again, buys a little bit more time. SMLZ going to clear the... There we go, clear the red buff. Nailed it. Good. Okay. He's got it. Dragging up in a minute 25, and we'll see what teams want to do.
But we can talk about what that effectively means for either of these teams, because obviously with only one Baron, they can attempt to use it to siege.
I mean, Condi can, if he wants, get caught by Heart as Riptide will come through. Lantern is there, but Condi getting zoned away. Long trying to stand on top of it, but the Lantern is found, and Condi gets to safety.
He changed his mind right there. He was trying to use Rumble's childbearing hips to block the Lantern.
Hey, man, that robot's not bad. He's got big pieces of armor. As Lupa in the top lane actually split pushing with his teleport up as well. So again, Dade's maybe had a bit of a hit or miss game. 4, 4, and 5. Decent, but certainly been struggling with all of the big teamfight ultimates from UP. But Lupa having a very consistent game in the top side is actually going to get the turret for himself.
And this is something that Lupa has actually really shown on his Gnar games. It used to be last split that the only champions that he could really show up and be consistent on in the top lane were Gnar and Lissandra when she was a big pick for the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Lupa's Gnar certainly impressed me more than his hack room recently at least, so I'm glad that he's got the champion. He's playing very well. He's got a Thornmail now as well to really run down the threats of Varus and Sivir that UP have, and he's already got the early magic resist from his lane, including some Merc Treads, so as far as big frontlines go, Lupa's pretty much set for this next Dragon fight.
As he waddles his way over there.
Yep, does have his teleport, but would rather walk down instead. M3 going to clear out a little bit more vision, but third Dragon possibly for M3. UP going to look to stop that and even them up at 2 apiece. I think we're going to have quite the fight here as UP trying to zone away and get some poke down.
But again, Dragon fights are so punishing for Unlimited Potential's composition, not only because of the Sivir, but obviously this is exactly where Rumble wants to be fighting long, looking for that equalizer.
M3 are going to force the issue here. Lupa needs a bit more rage by the looks of things. Dragon pulled out again. The damage is good from both sides, and Amy might come back in. Does get the smite this time, so that's even, but gonna try and force the issue. Ulti lands onto Love CD from Varus. He just gets chunked out as Heart takes the kill. Amy finds Dade and Condi as they just descend upon him. SMLZ trying to go in as Lupa with an absolutely massive ultimate might have turned it around. SMLZ still fighting, forced to flash back. Long takes him out though. Amy's gonna go down by the looks of things as Lupa and Condi team up. Long gonna get chased out there as Lupa's got a little bit more Mega Gnar left. Slow lands again there. Condi's going to chase Lupa now. Mini Gnar form. The Unburrow lands the flames, but is there? Zhonya's lands out. Lupa's like, oh no, I have to run away, but Long, it's not enough there. Boomerang lands in. Condi's going to get the next kill. Heart will Spider Knot his way to safety, but another close team fight, 4 for 3.
It's like Masters 3 steal talent from one another. If Lupa's having the game of his life, then SMLZ or Dade are going to completely drop the ball. If Dade has an amazing team fight, I mean, that team fight right there, Lupa gets an incredible Gnar ultimate. He's doing so much damage. SMLZ walks into melee range of Rumble and just gets shredded alive. And can we talk about the Baron, or not the Baron, the Dragon, the fact that Condi, he was originally on the back of the pit looking for the steal to tunnel over. Miscommunication again. When the Dragon actually goes down, he's walking around getting to the backside of his team, so not quite sure why no one's on the same page for Masters 3.
I mean, again, it's sort of been the story of a lot of their losses at least. In this game, awfully close at this stage of the game. 34 minutes almost have elapsed. A gold lead still there for M3, but it's only 3k up at this stage, and with Dragons being neutralized, Baron, of course, not up just yet. A minute 50 on that one. We'll see if they want to fight over that as well. And if we've seen anything from this game, I'm going to take a wild guess and say yes. 5-4 up in turrets, a fairly even game as everyone's starting to get items, but let's see this fight again.
Again, so the Dragon just went down. Condi finally gets into the fight. Not sure what happened with Love CD, just immediately obliterated SMLZ, now into the middle of the team fight. Yep, there he goes. Walks into melee range.
Didn't have a dash, I guess, but didn't walk
He dashed forward aggressively to pick someone up by using the double tap, but all he needed to do was kite back.
Maybe. I mean, it's sort of weird that UP do have an extra carry in some ways with Long as well, as we see an extended chase gives Looper and Condi the kill. Though Looper kind of realized he almost made a mistake there. Gets the kill in the end for Condi. That was Prey Seeker lands for the last one. We pop back into the game, and UP is sieging down the bottom side. And this is annoying. Punished. Long range Aaron is Varus. Good poke here as well. No blue buff. Dottie actually has his, so going to wave clear decently well. Looper on the top side, split pushing, does have his teleport. And a decent situation for UP, but Love CD going to find Scat. Slowly comes through. Condi takes him out as SMLZ actually going to get the kill with the calling, but Equalizer lands in there, Long with a great Zhonya's to keep himself safe, but no, it's too much damage. Condi takes him out, and UP, it looks so good to start things off with, but M3 just on the better page, and Looper with the red buff of all buffs, going to chase everybody down. House just missing there as the boulder toss. Won't quite land in, but Punish will get trapped in by Condi. Dade just keeps himself alive with the Zhonya's, and this time M3 win 3-1.
And really, it was a misplay from Sketch. He stepped forward, so miscommunication. Hart says, I'm going to tank the tower, come push forward. Hart leaves tower aggro. Sketch steps forward, immediately eats a flash flay from Condi and just gets obliterated.
Yeah, just got owned there by the Thrashers. Looper continuing to go through his Dade. Looking pretty happy with himself at this stage of the game. 4, 5, and 6 on his Casio, but a nice healthy 287 CS. So again, having a decent game as Dade, but for me, I kind of called out Looper at the start of the broadcast, but he's doing excellently in his first game.
Looper is the hinge in which Masters 3 are finding their success.
Yeah, and he's done so well here as you can see Mini-Knock going to start shredding through the Baron. SMLZ and Condi teaming up as Dade going to join in. Has his blue buff, most importantly. Love City. It's actually caught Amy. Amy dives into the pit. He wants the kill. He gets ulted though, and that's a lot of damage coming through, but Long, he doesn't have his equalizer, and that's going to be a free Baron.
Amy pulling the trigger a little bit too quickly right there, was trying to get the Smite Steal, didn't have the Glacial Prism available, so we do see it pop right now, but he didn't have it as soon as he jumped into that pit, which would have been beautiful. So tries his best, unfortunately just a little bit too soon.
Yeah, no vision either, so had to take an educated guess, and 4G for Amy guesses wrong in that situation, and M3 going to charge down the mid lane with the Baron buff. This inhibitor Tara is not long for this world. Well, maybe not actually. Decent wave clear as the Baron cannon. Nope, never mind. Punish takes it away with Varus. I mean, that is the one thing UP do have. They have excellent wave clear.
Just the oppressive range from the piercing arrow. Again, we talked about how he's very similar to Nidalee or Jace.
Yeah.
Probably Jace, because Jace is going to be doing AoE splash damage with this Shock Blast.
I mean, unless you have a really pumped up Luden Zeko as Nidalee. Not quite the same, but yeah, just really good with AoE wave clear. Great poke from a long distance. You can see Punished again. All the rest of these items are just luxury items at this stage. I wouldn't be super surprised to even see maybe a QSS come through as one of his last items. It looks like more of Malmortius is actually his next choice after Ghostblade, Last Whisper, and Muramana. So curious stuff here coming through. Actually, more done for Looper now as well, but M3 are getting tankier. The damage starting to mount up. Dade might not have had the best game, but he's only going to keep getting stronger from this point.
And this is the thing about Cassiopeia. So she's strong in the lane phase. She can be a lane bully, although Varus has kind of come out to be kind of a soft counter to her. But she has hyper-scaling late game potential, a little bit of a weak mid-game power trough because she's waiting for her items to stack up. So now it's a point, how many stacks is he going to get on his passive now that all of the items are completed? This is a terrifying Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and you can see the gold lead actually in the mid side for Dade, almost 2,000 gold ahead. Looper in a pretty similar vein there as well. And just across the board, M3 have a good lead in most of their lanes. That Baron really snowballed the gold lead back up in their favor, about 6,000 or 7,000 gold ahead already. Dragon back up in 20 seconds, so it means that M3, I don't think they even want the Dragon, they're just looking for a way to force UP to come and fight them. Oh, actually, ulti pop there. Condi fairly tanky, though. Going to get locked up. Gets Lantern out to safety. Hook, though. Lands onto SMLZ, and he QSS is out. Dashes away. Might actually be safe there, but Long with the equalizer. Glacial Prison actually missed, but Punish manages to take the kill.
So many key ultimates used, and here comes the counter flank.
Maybe too many. Dade coming in. Finds on the heart. Punish, though, gets hooked as Condi unborrows him. Now Dade coming through. Gets his zombies down. They have to keep fighting here. Looper needs to get a little bit bigger. Dade still fighting. It lasted quite a while. Looper finally transforms, gets a 3-man into the wall. Long pops his Zhonya's. Condi's going to melt down, and Looper trying to fight now. 1v2. Can he take out Hard? He's a little too tanky on the Nautilus, but does get the kill. And Long, he's going to die as well. Looper, one man standing, gets the ace by himself.
Condi's like, I'm here, I'm helping. Okay, let's talk about this. So the fact of the matter is so many key ultimates, the Equalizer and the Glacial Prism and the On the Hunt were all burned to try to kill one member, SMLZ, when he's cut out of position. Immediately the call from Masters 3 is they don't have anything, let's fight them. Didn't go as smoothly as possible, but Looper coming up huge right there. They take the team fight and they may take 2 towers.
I mean, Dade at this point is almost a distraction, it feels like, in these team fights. He is taking so long to die on this Cassiopeia, despite getting in melee range a couple times, and M3 get rewarded not just with an ace, but with a bottom lane inhibitor turret as well.
I'm going to see the replay here.
Yeah, so Condi going to flash in. That hook really just punished there. And Dade, you can see he's just living for so long here.
I know, and he's really just standing in the middle of everyone. Unfortunately, his team just didn't have the peel necessary to kind of push everyone back and reset the fight.
The Looper goes Mega, and this is just great to watch. You can see how tanky he is. Even Long, with all of his Rumble damage, can't do anything against this Mega now.
And that goes back to all the fact that the resistances that Looper has, the fact that he's that far along into his itemization, and that Long really prioritized damage before his resistances, the fact that he's sitting on the Hourglass, the Leandries, and the Void Staff. So this is a very threatening Rumble to the backline carries of Masters 3, which he's had a lot of success getting on top of them, especially when people, Relentless Pursuit inside of him.
Yeah, SMLZ fancying himself more of a melee carry. This game is punished. Just like arrow there, no ultimate, looks a little similar, but Dade with the Void Staff now, gotten stronger. Sonya's, of course, that we saw in the last fight, instrumental in him keeping a little bit further alive and buying his Looper, especially, time to go Mega now. But we've got a GA now done for Looper. He's actually fully done as far as defensive items go, and he is, apart from that, more completely tank-based in this game.
And he's still doing ridiculous amounts of damage, as we saw from the last fight. So what's curious here is how Master... hold on, though.
Yeah, gonna look for something here. UP again trying to set up for a siege, but Looper split pushing down in the bottom. Does have a teleport here. Loves City a little too far forward. Has to be a bit careful. Pops the box, though. Amy and Hart a little too far forward. Looper will port back in.
Wow.
Amazing ulti dude coming through. Equalizer laid down as well, but Dade still alive. They're gonna come through. His SMLZ just gonna shred as many people as he can. Dade's dead, though, and Looper and Condi against the world once more. Hart gonna go down. Looper's about to go Mega. He can know he fancies himself diving in. He needs somebody. Gets 2 with the ulti. Takes out punish. Gets a triple kill. Might get a penta on Nara Sketch. Trying to kite away, but Condi going to clean up the next kill. Looper going to come back round for Long. His GA is still there. He's got the slow. Actually hits the wall there with his bit of house, but Long going to get taken out here. Mininar going to keep his GA as well. Very well played by the jungler in top lane.
Looper is unkillable. That's hilarious. Okay, so a fantastic Glacial Prism from Amy. Locked up, I think, all 4 members because Looper was on the side, split pushing. Burns his teleport to get involved on the back half as Condi Rek'Sai ults across to take the free and open inhibitor, which brilliant play right there.
Yeah, really nice stuff. 12 seconds left on Amy and Hart, so no one going to be up here in time. Condi, it'll take him a little while without the Warrior and Jam, but he should get it eventually.
That was, wow, a Glacial Prism. Everything went right for Unlimited Potential. They had a 4v5, they had a massive CC chain, but just couldn't deal with Looper and Condi when they got there. Didn't have the damage to shred through them.
That's the story of the last 2 team fights as well. Condi needs his tunnel. Getting denied, though, finally finds his way out and will just go back through the network.
And this is kind of a big issue with, I mean, Long built damage. They technically have a triple threat composition because you have the Rumble who itemized into full magic penetration, and then you have the Varus as well as the Sivir. So your big core damage, your 80 carries, you double 80 carry composition. So obviously the armor on Looper is going to be doing that much more. But unfortunately, Long just can't make it happen for the team fights.
And the other issue is that when Looper's not there, UP, when they go, it's very all-in with their composition. Depth charge, Amy's ultimate, Arctic Assault in,
Don't
Scatch's
save
ultimate.
any of the CC for the big...
Exactly, and Looper just teleported in the backline and said, okay, you don't have any ultimates, I guess we can do this again.
It's so weird to call Looper the big carry threat because he has 0 damage items. He's got the Maw.
I mean, you kind of said it already, right, with Cassiopeia. The longer you stay alive, the more damage you do. Looper's kind of the same thing. He just stays alive for a lot longer and does less damage, but if he doesn't die, you're going to die before he does.
The rotations of the boomerang, but there is the On the Hunt.
Yes, Sketch wants to go in again. Dade trying to make it happen. Hart, though, missing that hook as Dade flashes nicely. Looper going into Mega. Got chunked up pretty hard, though. But they are going to keep moving through. Culling just to zone them away. Dade eats a bit of poke there, so might have to back off as well. And Condi, lots of health there, but M3 finally getting poked off. That's the sort of fight that UP can win.
But that's 3 major ultimates, again, burned on the side of Unlimited Potential, and you still have the big Petrifying Gaze as well as Looper's Meganar available.
He's tired now, unfortunately, so will not be Meganar for a little while longer. Actually running back after taking a decent amount of damage, and UP, little hesitant to start the Baron, will get spotted by the Scrying Orb, but they're going in for it. Condi, level 18, is actually 2 levels up on Amy, so might be going going in for the smite steal punish. Gonna try and run it out. Love City pops his locket as Looper diving into the backline trying to be disruptive. Long gets picked up by a hook. Condi gonna peel him off and Looper 1v3 in the backlines. GA finally popped. Long flashes in there as well, but Unlimited Potential took way too long to try and kill Looper. Punish gets unborrowed there by Condi, and M3 will just keep running through. Looper's mega now. Wallop goes in, but Sketch with a nice spell shield keeps himself safe. But a 3-0 team fight win for Masters 3.
Fantastic decision making from Masters 3. So the big thing about this is that there was a massive minion wave. We see this on the Nexus towers for Unlimited Potential. So Masters 3 knew that UP had to make a decision. Either they're going back to their Nexus tower to defend against the wave, or they're committing to the Baron. What does Condi do? He goes in so early, but this Rek'Sai is huge. He's so tanky, and because he's 2 levels over Amy, they need to kill him before attempting to smite the Baron.
Oh, Sketch has lost a little too much. Their tower's going to fall. Amy's back as well, but M3 is going to brute force themselves on top of the Nexus. Sketch is dead as Looper gets himself an 11th kill of the game. Amy's going to make it one more for Dade, and M3 on the back of Looper's Meganar win the first game.
We said it before the game, consistency is going to be the issue for Masters 3, and Looper in particular was a big proponent for kind of being hot one game and off the next game. Comes up big, back-to-back actually from his Rumble from the other night and now into this Gnar.
And actually in this game, can carry it through to the end there for M3. And look, Dade, we talk again about consistency a lot for M3. Dade didn't have a great game, but he didn't have a Dade game. He actually had, a decent game. He did enough work.
There's great and then there's Dade.
Whenever he buys the Magi's, we always love to play the game show Duo Dade. So there is great and there is Dade. Sometimes Dade can be both for himself, but he was kind of a role player. He did his job. He bought a lot of time and did decent damage, and Looper was just there to clean up every single team fight.
I feel like Dade and Looper actually switched positions. It was Dade playing the primary engaged tank because he survived for so long when he shouldn't have, and it was Looper being that big
sustained damage threat. Makes perfect sense. That's exactly how Gnar Cassiopeia works, right? You're the analyst.
Confirmed on stream. That's exactly how Gnar and Cassiopeia work.
Condi as well, so tanky. Had a Warmogs by the end of it. Had about 5,000 health with his Cinderhawk. Him and Looper were just never dying to, again, what was a very squishy triple threat, but not a whole lot of health there for UP's team comp.
Well, let's just really address kind of why that happened. And it was because, it was a triple threat composition, but the fact of the matter is that Unlimited Potential were not very efficient on using their resources correctly. They would just burn everything for anything. And then when it came to Looper getting involved in the back half of the fights, they just didn't have any CC, any abilities left.
Well, we'll have to see if UP can make a couple of adjustments, because when we return, we'll be back with game number 2 between M3 and Unlimited Potential. Welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Patriot. Joining with me is FLICKR, and we're about to jump in a game 2 between M3 and Unlimited Potential. And that last game, chaotic to say the least at a lot of parts, but Looper finally coming up literally massive on Meganar and putting the team on his back a little bit.
Okay, mad props to Looper. He was pretty much unkillable in the end. It would just run in 1v4. I guess I should say 2v4 because Condi was his wingman there to carry Masters 3 to a victory. The issue is, and the reason why I don't want to get too excited, consistency. We've yet to see Masters 3 kind of 2-0 anyone. The only team that they've managed to 2-0 so far in the LPL is last place King. So can Looper do it again? Because we've seen amazing performances from him. We know that he has that skill ceiling. It's just about repeatedly hitting it.
Yeah, and the other carries as well. I mean, Condi had a solid game. I think the bottom lane's a little shaky. Love City had some good plays, but also maybe some mispositioning there as well. SMLZ, some really strong points and some real low points. And Dade, kind of somewhere in the middle. So again, we look at M3, it's a lot about consistency most of the time. But I think from what they did then, they have a lot to build on coming into the next game to take the full 3 points.
No, I completely agree, and I think it's definitely there for them. It's about where Unlimited Potential are going to kind of shift up and change gears. So they ran a hard engage composition, which is really what fits into their playstyle. They're very trigger happy. Right now we will see kind of the recap screens.
Yeah, this is sort of what happened in the last game here. You can see M3 just ran away with it by the end of it here, just horribly ahead in gold. Looper's now doing wonderful things, and finally a Chinese MVP what I can get behind. Looper takes the MVP.
There's no other player that deserves it more than Looper. He was fantastic that game. 1v9.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, yes, here. And you can see just the Looper highlights here. Just watch Ultimate after Ultimate. They were spectacular.
But the big issue then is, like, what do you change for Unlimited Potential? And the thing that I have to point out is Amy. Amy had a very poor performance on Sejuani. That is a very powerful ultimate. The Glacial Prism is incredibly important, and it was either whiffed or misused countless times, and it really doesn't fit into his playstyle. We talked about before how Amy has actually been on the LSPL stage for a long time. He's qualified a lot of teams into LPL. This is his big chance to play on this setting. But he's an aggressive jungler. He's a baby insect. He likes to pull the trigger, and the Cinderhulk meta and these tanky champions aren't fitting into his flow.
And I kind of liked what M3 did in the draft there as well, banning away Gragas, picking up Rek'Sai early there for Condi, who really does seem to find a happy medium for himself between, okay, I have to play a Cinderhulk jungler, I feel pressured into doing so, but I still want to be aggressive. Rek'Sai kind of enables, again, another classic Lee Sin player to sort of play into the Cinderhulk meta and still feel comfortable. I think junglers are important here, and I think the actual picks they get are as well. Amy's Gragas looks fantastic. His Sejuani, maybe not so much yet.
And I expect that Gragas and Rek'Sai are going to be the 2 big priority picks for Unlimited Potential going forward, because that's what they need to find success. That said, history is on their side. Again, like Masters 3, who has split majority of their majority of their games until they're 2-0 against King. Unlimited Potential have almost split every single matchup.
Yeah,
so.
And again, not good to split, but at least UP in this spot will be like, we'll take the point at this stage. Have to reset, really sort of put themselves back together, because they are a strong side. They've shown strong moments. Even that last game had some spots there, but it was a team thing for me. M3 just overall, you know, Looper's big carrier side, just played a little bit more consistently. And for these 2 kind of middle of the pack teams, it is sort of a battle of not who can throw more, but who can be more consistent, especially in like an extended best of 2.
And you have so much talent to work for across both of these rosters. A lot of them are very strong laners and individually have great performance. It's now, again, we're in China, and I said this last night about VG Gaming. It's cohesive teamwork for Masters 3 and Unlimited Potential. That's kind of where both of them are stalling out.
Yeah, I mean, and M3 in that game looked quite together, honestly, all things considered. Even Dade, who was going a little too aggressive with his buddy SMLZ and getting into the...
He had to be the front tank.
Yeah, I mean... Dade still knew what he was doing. He was buying time for Looper, setting up decent spots. Honestly, given how much hard engaged UP had, they made the best of a lot of real bad situations.
I don't think it was necessarily Dade's fault, the fact that he got picked so often. It was more the fact that his front line just really wasn't there for him. Obviously, Looper and Condi getting involved on back halves of that team fights just meant that the Rek'Sai and the Gnar weren't there to push everything off of the Cassiopeia.
I mean, Dade also decided to take Barrier against Sejuani, which is something we didn't notice. Punish had the cleanse up against that Cassiopeia, but Dade decided, you know what, I'm okay without the cleanse
the
this
double
time.
shield.
Yeah, at Barrier, which, I mean, to be honest, maybe is what he wanted, because he did live for a long time in those team fights.
The Archangels.
Yeah.
Into the barrier proc.
Plus Giant's Belt Rylai's like, Dade was real tanky. You saw him live there in those fights. Even a Lantern for a bit of extra shielding. Face of the Mountain, I think, there as well. I think, actually, if Dade's going to do that again, Love said he should probably just rush him McHale's and be like, you know what, SMLZ, have fun. I'm going to go save Dade.
And that kind of works for SMLZ. big quirky, big Lucian player, so he's able to be
Very
self-sufficient on those champions.
I mean, he's Wei Zhao's protege. He better be a self-sufficient AD carry player. That's what Wei Zhao was known for many, many years ago.
Once upon a blue moon.
Once upon a Wei Zhao. Very sad stuff. We are about to get into the draft, though, for game number 2. And M3, again, don't need to change too much here. We'll see what UP wants to change on their side, though. Another Janna ban actually coming through there. So, again, keeping that PL support away from Love CD.
And it's not that Love CD can't play Janna, because he very much can, but I wouldn't consider it a primary threat from him. I'd still like to see him more so on his Morgana and his Thresh. He did play well in Thresh last game. So, again, it kind of speaks to unlimited potential. The fact that they don't want to allow a reset champion, that, again, they want to go for a hard engaged composition, which is what we saw last time. But when they pulled the trigger, it didn't pull it as cleanly as they would have liked.
No, do have first pick, though, so can try and set up something for Amy. Gragas being the immediate champion that comes to mind. Fizzband out there for M3, so I'm taking that power pick that we've started to see a little bit more recently, especially off the board here. Important to note that Punish actually playing again here, so not going to sub those mid laners out. They've been doing a lot of that there as well. Alistar the ban once again, so UP, I think 2 for 2 on support bans in games.
There's Alistar is a very common ban, but the fact that it's Janna and Alistar, that so much is being taken away from Love CD, or that they're deciding to put Heart on either Thresh or Nautilus. I don't know. I feel like since they're on blue side, they could have looked for a first pick there as opposed to limiting their bans, especially when Looper, Condi, and Dadair have all shown themselves to be big threats for the team, that they're not getting any love in this ban.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm almost expecting UP to first pick Thresh in this situation with Gragas.
I think they want Rek'Sai.
I mean, they definitely want Rek'Sai, but M3 have already banned Gragas. They might not give him Rek'Sai in this situation, and I think Condi would be reasonably comfortable in Sejuani if that's what it came down to. But 10 seconds left here for the final ban for unlimited potential. What do they want to take away? They do decide on Dade's Cassiopeia.
So pulling that out from under him, we'll see if Dade decides to go back to Azir, maybe have a little bit more luck, or maybe he'll look towards the Varus. I'd love a Dade Varus.
I would love a Dade Varus also, but Punish played Azir relatively well. The matchup's probably even worse for Azir than it is for Cassiopeia that we saw in game number 1. M3 have a lot to think about with this last ban here, to be honest.
I would ban Rek'Sai.
I think I would as well, because you know they're going to pick it. Instead, it's Kalista taken away from Scat, but also somewhat from SMLZ. And UP, I'm surprised they're thinking this long. I would just snap off Rek'Sai.
Yeah. Kalista has a big ban rate in China. A lot of AD carries are very proficient on her, especially Sketch. He likes to have that carry potential. Of course, last game played the Sever. Not quite to the success that we've seen normally from Severs in the LPL, but Kalista is definitely a huge threat for him. And that's surprising.
That is surprising. Hecarim sort of taken away from Looper, but going into the top side for long. Hecarim's a great pick, don't get me wrong, but these are great picks for M3. Even just what they're hovering right now, I'd be very happy for M3 if this was my draft. And there they go, Thresh Rek'Sai.
Wow. Love CD, comfort champion for him, obviously picking up the Thresh, every Chinese support in general. Condi gets back onto that Rek'Sai. We talked about how that should have been a power pick, and I expected that Amy would look for it. Instead, they denied the Hecarim, and unfortunately, Looper doesn't have the greatest stats on Hecarim. Like I said, he finds most of his success and his impact on Gnar and Lissandra previously when she was a big pickup. So, again, so many bans kind of targeted more towards Love CD and that support champion pool, and then they first pick away from a champion that Looper really hasn't performed on.
And Nar's open, and that's a decent matchup at least for Looper, which is great in the top side of the map. UP, you can see, sort of struggling to consider their next few options. Not a whole lot left, lots of support bans, lots of jungles picked away. Evelyn locked in for Amy, and Heart's going to take Braum. Yeah?
Yep, that happened.
I mean, no one else can see your face but me, but that was a very blank look you just gave me, and I agree. I mean, UP sort of have to pick up the pieces from this draft, though.
Okay, so Braum is a really interesting pickup. I'm curious what ADC they're going to pair him with. Typically, I would think it's going to be Lucian, just because Lucian's going to be able to proc Braum's concussive blows, I believe is the name of his passive, just because Lucian can double tap, quickly get the 3 auto attack and get the added stun and magic damage break on there. The thing about Braum, though, is he has a very weak lane phase. I mean, his level 1 is powerful because he can threaten with his Q, and if he slows you down, again, it's the added magic damage, the stun on top of it. But against Thresh, it's not the best matchup.
No, it's a big Heart champion. He really likes it. But interesting stuff coming through. M3 going to keep it actually pretty simple. Looper going to take Maokai instead, which is interesting given how good of a Gnar game he just had. But I do like the Sivir pickup from SMLZ.
And Sever Maokai is very potent. Again, the lockdown potential. Again, this time Master 3 loading up their composition. They're going to press R. They're going to pull the trigger. Look for the Righteous Glory Maokai. But I agree. I think Gnar would have been just as feasible here.
I wonder what Dade actually takes in the mid lane here, but we'll find out in a second. He will get the last pick and the counter pick for himself, but you can see Sketch, he wants to do something aggressive into the Sivir, considers the Draven, but takes Lucian into it instead, and actually Punish going to take Cassidy, and he's played quite a bit of this so far.
That's pretty much his best champion. Whenever Apollo, or formerly known as Apollo, now Punished, is at his best, it's when he's on that Cassidy, and he played it a lot in the LSPL, so good to see him taking up his comfort pick, see if he can put the carry pants on. And likewise, they've kind of split up their power specs. The fact that Cassidy's going to roll into the late game, I like to call it the baton. So early game, it's all about Sketch. He has the baton, he's got the mid game power spec for Lucian. Late game, he can nicely hand that over to Punished.
Yeah, and maybe even long as well. They've got good carry potential here for both sides here. Do like the hover there from M3. We've seen success from Dade's Vladimir so far. They do need a high damage mid laner, so they'll give Dade his Vlad.
And I really like the synergy between Vlad and Sivir. So the thing about Vladimir is it's really hard to do a front-to-back engagement on him, because obviously you don't just let Vladimir walk up to you if you see him coming and allow him to pop his ultimate. He has to look for those flanks, and the On the Hunt really allows Vladimir the speed and the mobility to get into that back line to make sure that he can get a nice pool across everyone.
But importantly, just giving Looper the chance to dive in there as well. We've seen Vlad's, especially Dade, and he has Ghost as well, just hit all of the movement speed and literally run at the AD carry. So we'll see if Dade can get it done today here. But again, interesting draws for both sides. We start on the top side, Hecarim versus Maokai.
We talked about this. We thought it was going to be the Gnar. That said, Maokai is not going to have an awful time against Hecarim. It's mostly just about that hard engage.
No, and Amy might be the one to really have to show us something here. Evelyn into Rek'Sai is curious as we move to the mid lane now as well. Two strong champions for both these mid laners, Cassidy into Vladimir.
Punish, really well known for his Cassidy, and Dade has recently, again, his champion pool expanding, has shown comfort on Vlad.
Yeah, we actually have the reverse matchup here, I believe, from the AD carries in game one. So Sketch this time will take the Lucian into SMLZ Sivir. And last but not least, Hart with, I would say, a trademark champion on the Braum versus Love City's Thresh once again.
See if it's going to count for him. We talked about how Lucian Braum is a very good matchup. Hart obviously finds a lot of comfort on that champion, but still relatively rough against that Thresh, especially if they decide on a 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, UP again sort of forced into some awkward decisions based on where the draft went. So I'm not too sure. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
It's really, again, a chase comp versus a hard engage comp. So Masters 3, it's all about using that on the hunt, making sure that they fight on top of the Vladimir ultimate because they're making use of the fact that it's going to empower the rest of the team. Whereas there's so much mobility, Cassidy and Lucian and Hecarim on the side of unlimited potential that they can have more drawn-out fights.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here. We're going to get ourselves into game number 2. And we're back into the Rift here for the second game between M3 and Unlimited Potential. M3 find themselves up again as SMLZ spots Hart and Sketch with a nicely placed Trinket Ward and very different team compositions. UP probably looking for a little bit of redemption, and for me especially, it's these junglers here. Condi back on Rek'Sai, that's maybe old news at this point, but Amy, with Gragas banned away and not maybe happy with his Sejuani performance, goes to Evelyn.
Now, we saw the rise of Eve when Clearlove pulled it out in the finals against SKT for MSI. He called it a counter pick. Now, the big thing to remember about Eve is just the paranoia that she's going to create around the map, the fact that you can't see her. So what teams need to do to ward against her, as opposed to spending a lot of their money into pink wards, it's to actually go and ward Eve's camps, because she comes out of stealth when she does the camps. Then you check which side of the map she's on, make sure that you play accordingly to that side of threat.
And you can see that UP have done a great job of preventing that, actually. Stacking up together, tracking M3 for the early movement and saying, you know what, you only get shallow vision here, you're not warding my camps.
And really figuring out where Evelyn is going to be starting as well is a big thing, because then you can kind of account for the fact of where she's going to have her double buff and where she's going to look for to gank first.
See Dade, a late Trinket Ward onto that blue buff. That will give him just enough vision of Eve going around there. So smart stuff for Dade to start off his lane. And I think for the first time in this series, we'll actually have standard lanes. Yep, standard lanes breaking out now as the junglers, or sorry, the top laners are doing their first camp by themselves.
And we talked about the 2v2 matchup of Sivir Thresh versus Lucian and Hart. And really, again, it's about the fact that Sketch needs to proc the concussive blows, and he does have the double tap to do that more efficiently than other AD carries. But if SMLZ can keep the wave push forward so that they're constantly having to clear creeps, and if there's more creeps in front of Braum and he's not able to hit that Q, that's pretty much the win condition for Love CD and SMLZ on an easy lane phase.
And then you can add Spell Shield in to complicate things, and it could be tough there for the bottom side of UP, but mid lane going okay. Dade, we've seen his Vladimir a couple times, boost potions or boost biscuit start here for Dade, and he's surprisingly bullied a lot of different laners on this champion. Despite being Vladimir, like, not late game, I get that. When you hit level 9, sure, things going great. But Dade does like to be aggressive in the early levels.
Punish with his mobility as well as those auto attacks. And of course, Cassidy doesn't have the easiest laning phase. It's alleviated a bit more because of the changes when he has his shield, but it's really just about sitting here and farming. Now, Vladimir is going to be more of a level-dependent champion, whereas Cassidy, yeah, he's dependent on his level 6, but from then it's stacking items.
Yeah, just wants to get going here. And last hit surprisingly well under turret. Dade going to do a decent job trying to harass him under it as well. And you can see Dade, he always picks this Vlad. Sometimes it's into weird stuff like LeBlanc, but he's gotten away with it and looked really good most of the time, and looking fine so far, at least in the early stages.
More importantly, though, Condi going for the Scuttle Crab. Curious if he's going to look towards the top gank after he's finished with that, or if he's going to go ahead and back and buy his jungle item.
I mean, this is one of the cute things about Rek'Sai as well. It's not really a counter, but you do get a bit of extra added value against a champion like Eve. If you sit in brushes and...
Because you have the tremor sense.
You get to spot invisible champions. The first time I saw that against the Shaker, it blew my mind. So if Condi counter ganks correctly, he'll be able to track Amy much better than other junglers might otherwise be able to.
Direct counter to Rengar as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, it's real bad to use. All these champions just like, well... You're barred underground and I can't do anything. So we'll see how Conde can keep Amy under control, because Amy, after that Setuani game, he might even look for a warrior enchant here. We've seen Clearlove do it a couple times with Trinity Force as well as Punish. Looks to have spotted, or at least suspecting a gank's coming through, will back away as Condi moves in towards the mid lane.
There's no reason for Cassidy to be that far extended in lane. His creeps weren't dying, so it wasn't like he was giving up CS or experience. So makes the safe call, stands to the back of the lane. And again, this is a big comfort champion for him.
And Amy's done here as well. Actually, Heart's going to line something up. Heals used already. Love City. That was a sick flash to dodge that Q. And Amy's gank is foiled for the first time.
That said, Amy does manage to get the flash, so still overall a win for Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, gets a couple summoners there. None burnt at all, actually, on the bottom side as Condi revisits the middle. Punish going to be forced to flash now as well. The successful gank in the bot for UP, answered by Condi in the mid lane.
Because they know exactly where Eve is, so they know there's no threat of a counter gank. More importantly, in the top lane, Looper was able to go aggressive and to really push long in and be that punishing Maokai, because he knows that Evelyn's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where Hecarim is usually happy just because he tends to get free farm and he does need to get his items and scale up, but can get abused in the early stages, and Loop is doing everything he can while he's strong to keep the lane in his favor.
And really the thing about Hecarim and how you play out his laning phase is because he's so fast with his devastating charge that it's not about sitting in the lane and farming as long as possible and buying big purchases, although you can do that, especially against Maokai, because he's not going to be so punishing, but more so against Anar. It's about using your mobility and your speed, although hold on.
Yeah, Dade double mobility summoners, waits very late for the pull, but nicely done there. Even eats a Q there from Heart. Very cheeky there from Dade, but 3-man gank, no success, and Looper in the top side might try a 1v1. He's getting good damage onto Long. It's
about continuously using your devastating charge to quickly go and back small purchases and just abuse the fact that you can get to lane faster.
This was the other thing with the Smite build in particular for Hecarim. It's just that you can't go like assassin mode and just with your ignite buy your quick Trinity Force and then really get aggressive. So we usually see them go tanky, maybe even a quick home guard here for Long is actually going back for some quick merc treads.
Will miss a pretty sizable wave, or at least the front half of it, though. So Looper doing a great job denying as much CS experience as he can.
You can see those teleports just coming back up. So that first jungle camp they did, sort of losing them a bit of extra time, but Hecarim will run back to lane very quick with his boots too. Looper will return with his catalyst now as well. And Dade starting to get a little too low there, but Amy getting chased out of his own jungle by Condi.
And this also then allows Dade to be that much more forward and aggressive because they see where Evelyn is.
Smite Battle Nut have actually got them both up. The Raptor will leash, and Punish, you can see, sort of training himself towards the jungle side as well. Level 6, but low on mana is the Cassian, so not a massive threat, but Condi doesn't want to get involved in a Smite battle, wants to protect his mid laner instead.
And this is a little bit scarier. Of course, Punish doesn't have his mana, so he doesn't have the resources to really start to stick it to Dade, but the shift is about to happen, at least until Vladimir gets more points into his Q and he can get the cooldown lower on that.
Yeah, level 6 actually, so not doing too bad. Condi again going to sit in the mid lane and punish. He doesn't have his flashback up. Condi knows this, and he might not even have enough mana for Riftwalk, and Dade, he's trying to look so delicious here in the mid lane, but Punish is not biting.
Showing him the leg.
Yep, he is, but it's just not happening. Punish instead going to ward up and go back and purchase his first big item. Catalyst probably going to be coming through here. No, Punish makes me a liar. Stays in the mid lane for a little while longer, but Condi's already backed off.
He must be really close on his gold value.
Yeah, I have to think so, and you can see, yep. I don't know what he wants exactly, but if it's Boots Catalyst, he's not quite there yet, I don't think. As Dade, he'll get forced back, but he'll finally go back and spend actually a good chunk for himself. 1,800 gold already up for Dade.
And let's talk about kind of where these teams really want to fight and when they want to fight. So we talked about the different power spikes as far as unlimited potentials composition is concerned. So obviously, Kassadin going to scale pretty well from mid-game into late game when he has his Rift Walk as well as his stacking items. Roa, a big part of that. Likewise, Hecarim is going to find much more strength as soon as he gets his Trinity Force. So it's really all about Sketch and Heart to make the early game happen for them, or that early game into transition of mid-game. So expect Amy to continuously apply pressure and kind of hang around that area.
Yeah, and he's going for Warrior as well. I have to think with that longsword in his inventory. Level 5 for Evelyn as well, so starting to get stronger as Looper. Once again, a nice trade in the top side, but Long, with those Merc trades, just going to try and, again, keep farm. If he stays 5 to 10 CS behind, that's perfectly acceptable for Hecarim in the matchup.
And on the other side for Masters 3, you're really just waiting for SMLZ to get his BF sword now that he has the On the Hunt available to him before they transition to a dragon.
He has a really nice CS lead there as he just misses getting stunned up. In fact, going back for a couple more creeps, a little greedy there from SMLZ. In fact, Love City's abandoned him in this lane, and SMLZ, he really wants those creeps. He has 81 CS already, 20 up on Sketch. That's a very strong lane for the Sivir.
Yeah, you just have to remember that about 12 to 13 CS is effectively a gold, or a kill worth of gold value.
Yeah, so strong stuff there as Punish gets his blue buff. Amy going to donate that over. Now level 6 as Sketch. Bit of free mana there for SMLZ, going to shove out this wave, really making sure that he gets to back second and with more gold than Sketch, who's, again, going to look to go back. They have to think after using the culling. And Dade in the mid lane with his Hextech Revolver and his Null Magic Mantle, going to be nice and comfy up against Punish Kassadin.
Punish actually has the advantage here in the lane. It's going to start to shift back against Vlad when he's level 9 and he has 5 points in his queue and he's able just to spam that consistently. There he goes. He realizes he's strong.
Blue buff especially there for Punish, blasting onto his a lot from Pawn actually. Loves to get it early and just try and get aggressive where you can afford to, because you don't get very many windows early as Kassadin.
Yeah, exactly.
And Sketch in the bottom side though, going to keep farming up. There's been a really big battle here, but SMLZ, he stayed a little too long. Amy with the ulti comes through, forcing the flash out. Q will land, Spell Shield and heal still there. And SMLZ, it almost cost him his life, but Love City going in aggressive. Condi's found his way in. First blood goes to Sivir of all champions. Sketch gets caught up there as well. Looper comes in and M3. Nice bait by SMLZ.
We talked about how Unlimited Potential would want to make the first move onto the bottom lane because that's where their kill pressure is. That said, a fantastic counter engagement from Love City on the flash play, and Looper getting involved in the teleport surely means that since that cooldown was, as I say that he's walking to the top lane, since that cooldown was used, that they're going to transition easily into the dragon since they have a numbers advantage.
You can see Long proxying in the top side, trying to get some more farm and deny Looper his. But Home Guard boots were completed for Long and had no good chance of teleporting with his ultimate, so Dragon will go to M3 there as well. They get the first 2 kills, the first dragon, and Looper's going to return just in time to protect his turret. Just
a really great read from Masters 3 to understand where priority was for Unlimited Potential.
And you can see the turret nice and healthy here. Again, SMLZ returns now exceptionally strong in the bottom lane. BF Sword, Pickaxe, and an Avarice Blade completed. Dade almost level 9 with a Negatron Cloak to boot here as well. The lane's starting to shape up very nicely for this squad looking for the 2-0.
And the question is now going to be for Masters 3, are they going to prolong the lane phase and just allow Dade to continue to scale levels up for Vlad and to itemize, or are they going to try to group up together and make use of rotations with Sivir? I would suspect that they're going to prolong their lane phase just because A, SMLZ is farming so efficiently, and B, it's beneficial for Vladimir. But we'll see.
I mean, I think M3, it's so funny to think about Dade's current champion pool because, I mean, even his old champion pool, you think about the Zed and the Yasuo. Dade's someone that really likes to get his farmers. Actually, Heart might have been caught out here. Condi going to get in there with Heart using his Unbreakable, but it's not enough to protect him from SMLZ. Sketch actually going to be the next target now, as well as Love City trying to line up the hook, but instead that'll force Sketch away. Maybe just concede the turret here, and he has to be careful. They will dive him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sketch, he wasn't able to use his Relentless Pursuit aggressively to double tap on Condi to try to trade 1-for-1. Had to use it to vacate the CC threat from Love CD.
Yeah, and again, going to continue applying pressure here. Sketch will consider collecting what farm he can, but he doesn't have the culling, so this wave can't really do anything about it. No jungle pressure coming to help him either, so Sketch, bluff called there by M3. They'll pressure him off the turret and deny minions.
And Amy picks up the Evelyn, completely changes gears, and frankly hasn't been Hasn't been anything to Unlimited Potential, hasn't really gotten a successful gank, and has fallen behind likewise also in jungle. So Condi making more happen around the map and farming his camps far superior.
You can see the Tremor Sense nice there against the Evelynn. Condi going to force Amy out of his jungle. I don't think Amy stole the red buff, which is what he might have been looking for there. And Looper and Long going to go at it once again, but Barmy Cinder now for Long again, going for those first early tank items as Condi visits into the top side. Looper still much stronger here, about 10 CS ahead of the Hecarim.
Don't think they'll go for a dive.
No, I mean, we've seen crazier things
He
from
can.
Looper
He's
especially.
actually pathing around because, okay, there he goes. So he's warding Evelyn's camps again. She has to come out of stealth to do the Gromp. You see her come out, you know which side Evelyn's on, so you just play appropriately.
And Love CD actually roaming now, so I like this a lot, applying additional pressure towards the top side of the map. SMLZ's been shown to be very self-sufficient in this lane because he doesn't feel that threatened, and Long actually going to get himself caught out in his own jungle. The Gromp ward coming up massive already, and Love CD gets a much-deserved kill.
Juked back into the hook, although I think he was for sure dead anyway from the burn, yeah.
He died. Zade now going to pressure onto Punish. Condi and Love City going to visit in, and Punish says, really? Why is everybody here? Heart going to get the Q out onto Condi for a slow, but Dade will hoover down the minion waves with his Vladimir. And again, M3 continuing to invade the jungle of Unlimited Potential.
Knowing that they have the numbers advantage, they have the superior rotations here, dropping some deep wards.
Have to be careful. Don't have a teleport yet, as Long will be back with his if he wants to come in. But again, now only just with the Skirmisher Saber starting to ramp up. But Hecarim does need a little bit more arm time, I guess, to get himself to a really strong position. SMLZ goes back, has an Infinity Edge now to join into the party. And you see Sketch, I think he just went to spend his gold, but a little short in his big purchase.
Perfect item timings. Dragon will be spawning probably within the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Don't quite have the timer for it. And that's going to be the next big stage for Masters 3, and this is really where their composition excels.
Condi takes the blue buff as well, finds Heart actually, throws a Prey Seeker as Heart really wants this war, but Love City might just fancy a fight. Amy's so flanking around the side, but Dade gonna charge himself in. Love City throws a lantern and gets SMLZ into melee range on top of Punish's Heart, throws out the ulti, but Condi takes out Amy. Love City is dead is the trade. Bit of a weird one there, but just a 1-for-1.
Doesn't really mean much kind of in the long run.
No, I mean, Dragon not up yet, so the jungler being dead's not going to matter. Long actually walking down, but Loop is going to have his teleport back soon, so a bit of time one actually in the top side. A slight win there for M3. You can see Hart, he's hanging out. I mean, he's trying to get some work done on the Braum, but you said it. Landing not so great, and you can kind of tell in the CS here between the AD carries. Scat has been constantly behind in this matchup.
Hart has been doing a good job, though, rotating and trying to be reactive to matches through pressure, you know, as they move into the top side, as they move into the mid lane, and constantly making sure that he's there to support his laners. But Braum just doesn't have the threat in lane phase. It's really about his team fight.
Looper going in onto Long, actually, with some good damage, but he's real tanky at this stage. He actually hasn't gone for Righteous Glory. I saw the Catalyst, I saw the Glacial Shroud. He's gone Frozen Heart before finishing that first big speed item.
Well, he doesn't necessarily need the Righteous Glory because Sivers on the hunt is going to kind of compensate for that, so he's able to just go straight into the tank stats because, again, they want to set up for these Dragon fights, which Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute, so it's just that much more important that you have your MR, excuse me, you have your full armor item ready for you.
Bring back Rod of Ages. Unfortunately, haven't seen that one in quite a while, but Looper going to be nice and strong in the early game and sort of help Dade bridge towards his late game fantasy. As Love City looks for a hook, does not bind it onto Sketch, but SMLZ will get the turret actually pressure might answer back in as well, but instead we'll just back away slowly, get some more minions as Dade looks for additional pressure. Punish dives in there. Amy's flanked in as well, but Dade is so strong at this stage.
There's nothing Amy can do right now at this point in the game. He's just so brittle as Evelynn.
I mean, we've seen what Clearlove can do when he does get the champion rolling. He's going crazy. He's got Trinity Force, but a very different Evelynn game here for Amy, who's, like you said already, just stifled his normal aggression on a champion where he can actually be aggressive.
And this isn't what Amy's known for. He's actually known as a Kha'Zix Lee Sin type of player, so he's very mechanically proficient, but just kind of really changing up his gear and changing up his style in jungle, and it just isn't connecting for Unlimited Potential.
I mean, we've talked about Amy sort of struggling to adapt into the Cinderhawk lane, and I think this series in general, even if UP go on to win this game, they've got a decent chance, although M3, as I look up, that gold lead's grown quite a bit in the last few minutes, almost 6,000 gold ahead for M3.
And we talked about, is M3, are they going to look for the 5v5, or are they just going to wait for dragons and prolong the lane phase, although, hold on, Hart.
Looking for a gank onto Dade. Good ward there from UP. Will spot him off. Punish dives in. Love CD's here though as well. You can see Condi's actually just above Braum on your minimap. So
Love City ran into the mid lane because he wanted Hart to go in and be like, oh, 2v, or you think it's a 2v1, it's actually a 2v2, and then set up for Condi. It was like multiple layers of mind games.
That was Gankception there, but M3 instead will just move in towards the Dragon and take it away. UP can't force anything right now. Yep, there we go. Goodbye, Dragon. M3 take their second. They look to be in complete control here, FLICKR.
They didn't even try to use the teleport. They're like, this is fine, we'll just let it go. It's not the end of the world for unlimited potential. Again, we talk about the baton, you still have that cast and threat that's Punish signature champion. So they do have options late game, but the window of opportunity for them is slightly closing because if this composition continues to snowball ahead, Dade's going to meet Cassidy in late game as well.
Yeah, I mean, we just look at the late game threats here as Dade and Punish have a bit of a duel, but that's won by Dade so far. No, sorry, by Punish so far as Hart dives in. Down to the bottom, Scatch actually going to get aggressed on. SMLZ will clean him out. Teleports coming down in and both immediately cancelled because everybody realized that Scatch was dead. That was great.
It's fine, though, because they got both teleports, but now in the mid lane.
Oh, Dade coming in, sorry, trying to outplay Punish, but just gets a Hemo Plague down for a bit of poke damage. Fairly strong is Dade right now, but does need to go spend a bit of gold. He's racked up an ICS lead, but finally forced off his turret. Might actually lose it in the mid game, and UP will open up a little bit more space for themselves.
The trade, though, is not even at all. The second tier bottom tower for the mid tower.
Lupa getting aggressed on, long going to come
Good
through.
flash.
Q there from Hart. Great flash there from Lupa, but she lost the kite away. Hart's popped his ulti. Stun will come through. Lupa stunned away. No mana. Arcane Smash keeps him alive, but not for long enough as Long finally claims a kill.
Burned so many resources, but will it transition into anything for unlimited potential? That top tier tower is fairly low. We'll see if they actually commit to it or just leave it up.
Dade actually kept his mid tower alive as well. SMLZ looks to rotate in there and maybe even get aggressive onto this mid tower. Dade's done a good job sort of chunking it down, and Amy has to just leave the area. That's 4 towers now to 0 from UP.
Masters 3 have complete control over the bottom side of the map, not just in the fact that every single bush is warded by them, but in the fact that their creeps, because there's no second tier towers, they're able to get that much farther down onto the through the lanes and down on the map, and with creeps comes passive vision information.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the scaling from UP. Who are the scalers on UP? Punish on the Cassidy and Long on the Hecarim. It's a nice steal there from Amy. We'll give a bit of a middle finger there to Condi, but he's still 2 levels behind.
It was cute, too, because he didn't see him because he wasn't in his, I call it land shark, tremor sense.
He was not burrowed, yes.
Battleship.
Battleship mode. Scatch in the bottom side. Hart good positioning, and SMLZ. Sick instincts there. Like, I'm pretty sure Hart's here trying to gank me, and Love City's going to rotate down, make sure he's safe.
He doesn't have any wards on his flank, and he does have some in the river, so was able to spot that one out.
Nice stuff there, and they'll clear out. Again, keeping these towers up for as long as possible. M3 have really elongated this laning phase, but that certainly suits Dade, a player that once would go to the side lanes and get some farm. Now he's decided, you know what, I don't even have to leave my mid lane now. This metagame's great.
But it also suits Long as well as Punish, and that's really who Unlimited Potential are looking to at this moment.
I mean, you look up at Lupa, though. Frozen Heart has been completed first. Righteous Glory now done as well. Condi's nice and tanky. Dade's got an Abyssal Scepter. 2 items done for SMLZ and an Aegis here for Love CD. The gold lead's already ballooned pretty substantially in this game, so we've got Baron back up. Dragon's going to be up in a couple minutes, maybe 3 or 4. M3 very soon are going to start pulling the trigger on a team fight.
A big 5v5 is just really out of the question for Unlimited Potential. Again, they need very elongated fights because it's about Cassidy being able to get multiple rotations on his Rift Walk, kind of chasing everyone down. They'll really thrive in Chaos with how mobile their team is, so it's very much more skirmish-oriented. But to do that, they need to prioritize their warding, which A, clean out their own jungle so Amy can get good flanks. And B, Evelyn needs to flank. Like, that's a big issue. We talked about how Vladimir, the synergy between her and Sivir, or him and Sivir, excuse me, he can't come front to back on a composition. He needs to make sure that he has that mobility. It's very similar of Evelyn. She can't just straight up walk to you. You're going to see her even in the stealth when she's at a certain radius. So you have to look for that flank so you can land that big 5-man ultimate.
Unfortunately, very tricky to flank when you don't have a single tower. We talk about space that the outer ring opens up for you. UP have pretty abysmal siege. And that's the problem. They can't create any space here for Amy to actually get the flanks that he wanted.
They have relatively thin wave clear as well. You're pretty much entirely reliant on Lucian, and that's mostly going to come from his culling.
I mean, doesn't even... Might be looking for a static ship, but just a Zeal right now again.
I think he'll need a static ship.
I think so too, as SMLZ really far ahead in that matchup. Oh, 40 plus CS and about a full item if you include the Enchanted Boots and the Vampiric Scepter that are sitting there versus just IE and Zeal and M3 really pushing their weight around here. Dragon back up in a minute 30. Baron aren't available if M3 get a pick, and Condi actually might have been caught out, but Love City flays them away. Condi, pretty tanky, goes back in. Heart's going to get shredded down by SMLZ. Looper jumps in there as well on the Hunter's pop, and they'll just dive straight in. Amy, lucky to be alive at this stage, but Dade's dived into the backlines. Double kill there for Siva. Sketch is almost dead as Long gets a massive ulti. SMLZ taking the turret aggro might be their undoing, but Hecarim goes down, and it's a 3-for-1 win for Master 3.
And this is the issue. We talked about how unlimited potential they needed to look for skirmishes. They thought they got one right there. A fantastic teleport from Looper into the top lane to make sure that he's there with the Righteous Glory, but they don't have the vision necessary to figure out where entirely Masters 3 are. They cannot commit to a full 5v5 because they just got run over.
Yeah, and maybe the good news here is that the tier 2 tower is the least that they'll lose after that exchange. SMLZ sort of randomly taking turret. I go, let's just watch it again.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, I know we're all looking at the team fight and all of the murder that's happening on the screen, but the thing that I want to point out is that there's defensive pink wards down in Masters 3 jungle, clearing out that that ramp. So when they walked into the Baron pit, they really didn't have any idea how many members of Masters 3 were going to be there. You
can see, yep, SMLZ tanks up the turret vision. Punish is in a bit of trouble, but like you said, just too far behind to get anything else done. And only losing a turret is good news, but the Dragon's back up in 10 seconds, and that's where M3 look to next.
That awkward moment when you have a replay and you're like, but look at the pink ward in the back bush.
Hey, they're great pink wards, man. I mean, flanking pink wards against Evelyn, that's exactly what you want.
It's the one on the ramp underneath the red tower.
Yep,
just or red Baron
just buying
Dragon
M3's buff. Red Baron Dragon buff. Jeez, that sounds great. Heart caught now though. Condi gets the unborrowed. Looper dives forward. SMLZ is doing ridiculous deeps as punished. Roof walks himself out there. M3 get a pick. They're going straight to Dragon. Maybe make it too long. Good juke of the hook there as he gets out from under the death sentence. But Condi, relentless in his chasing, finds Amy, gets the smite. Unborrow in there as well. And Evelyn, not enough defensive stats here with all this damage. Looper dives in. SMLZ really wanted to steal that. They group here to huddle for that culling to protect their carry. Take the red buff away as well, and M3 just unleashed in this game.
You know what champion would work fantastically for unlimited potential?
Which champion?
Janna.
Why?
Because they need the reset. So unfortunately, they don't have any wave clear, they don't have any disengage. They have a lot of mobility, so yeah, they can all kind of advance in the opposite direction together with Relentless Pursuit, Rift Walk, things like that. But what they really need is they need a way to push Sivir away from them, because the on the hunt is just so punishing.
Yeah, you can see Condi got the Dragon there as well, and I agree. Kind of an awkward Janna ban there. I know it's a champion that Hart plays here as Long executing himself, I guess. Kind of smart play, actually. Long will die and not give up any gold as he very majestically collapses under the turret.
Majestic.
Hey, you got a free recall. That's value there. It's for Long. 35 seconds left. Should be back in time as M3 may be considering Baron with Long getting himself picked off there, but Dade's busy farming. He'll go back and shop. Everyone's getting stronger here in M3. We look back up, almost 10,000 gold ahead in this game. 3 Dragons up, double buffs for SMLZ. It's go time for M3.
It was relatively, what's what I'm looking for? Advantageous, the fact, or for unlimited potential, the fact that Long decided to execute himself there, that M3 weren't in position to look towards securing an objective. And likewise, unlimited potential did the good thing. They walked over into the Baron pit and they made sure that they put down their vision.
Amy as well, again trying to find some space. Looks like Skat's going to go back and get finally his 2 items, but SMLZ working towards a Bloodthirster and almost completed it as Phantom Dance is actually the choice for Scat. I like it. He needs damage. He knows that if we're going to win this game, it's going to go late, so I'm just going to set my item build there. But we said already, that static shift great for wave clear that UP are sorely lacking.
Well, he's also not the big damage that it's really Dade at this point, so by adding more just flat AD, he's there for pushing down towers.
Oh, SMLZ is absolutely, but Sketch is kind of like,
yeah, that guy.
I need damage to team, or my team eventually gets to a point where we can win as Dade 4 levels above Heart finds Long there as well. Condi's also into the mix as Love City's flanking around. SMLZ's popped his ulti. Dade's actually dead. Sketch getting good damage and a nice collapse here for UB. Gives Long a double. SMLZ now caught out of position. That's a flash forward as Looper going to try and save his carries once again. But Heart, he's diving in aggressive. SMLZ not quite dead yet. Kites around, but he can't get it done. Looper tried so hard to make it work. Actually kills Sketch and keeps going through. Condi and Looper, the Bash Bros once again. UP can't do anything. They're just too tanky. Long dives back in. He's going to go down. That's a double kill for Rek'Sai. They can see Amy with the borrowed Rek'Sai there as well. Punished. Not enough damage to clean it up. Looper finds a sapling. Amy will just live. And somehow we trade 3 for 3.
I feel like I've seen this exact same thing before as Condi Still looking for it.
Yeah, good block from Punish actually on the pre-seeker. That might have just killed Amy, given how squishy that Evelyn is. But yeah, I remember Game 1. I think I've seen this movie as well. And the sequel is not good for Unlimited Potential.
Unlimited Potential, again, they find Master 3. They saw that Looper was on the opposite side of the map, so they decide to commit to it. Unfortunately, they burn everything, all of their resources in a numbers disadvantage, or I guess a numbers advantage for themselves. And then when Looper and Condi show up, there's nothing left to take down this tree.
I mean, a gold lead once again. If that had been a closer fight, Looper is not that tanky and actually wouldn't have been able to do that. But the lead that M3 have already built for themselves mean that maybe a misstep or two there in that team fight doesn't cost them too much. In fact, they somehow get a trade.
The Bash brothers.
That's why I'm in Condi, this massively tanky Rek'Sai and Looper on a big tanky tree. Even has a locket actually for himself to try and shake off some of the Evelyn and Kassadin damage. Double locket actually completed for M3.
Hopefully M3 don't make a positional error like that again, because that could have spelled disaster if that had gone well.
Oh, Hart getting picked off instead. Speaking of positional errors,
I was just going to say.
Gets himself a kill.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately for Unlimited Potential, it wasn't a massive member of their fight. They still have their wave clear available in the Coaling because Skatch is still alive. Likewise, their jungler didn't get picked off, so can't immediately transition that into the Baron.
Not just yet, but they're thinking about it by the looks of things. Have good Baron damage again. Dade's current champion pool really does encourage them to have good, fast Baron damage. So not pulling the trigger just yet. Death timer maybe not quite as long as they would have liked, but Dade, he is mowing down waves. Defensive wave clip, maybe not so much, but if he's pushing aggressively, the Abyssal Scepter especially, and the Sork Shoes, means that Dade with that 4-stack Tides of Bloods rips through minion waves, and so does Sivir.
Well, what Unlimited Potential are doing here is they see the resources that M3 have committed to the top lane, so they're trying to trade 1-for-1 even for this mid lane tower. It's still superior for Masters 3 because it's a second-tier tower versus a first-tier tower, possibly more.
Yeah, looks like more actually, as Hart going to try and run off SMLZ, but Looper's down here. Condi getting stunned. He's tanking the turret. Ulti's not bad, but Hart actually going to get aggressed on. Looper dives in. Hart's going to die again by the looks of things. Almost gets taken out by Ricochet as Conde takes him out. And he's tanking so much turret damage. Punish gets grabbed and taken out. Amy's around the side. Finally gets the kill and a shutdown, I believe. But Looper gets another with the Twisted Advance. Dade's hanging out saying, hey guys, what's going on? And it turns out M3 4-for-1 and a broken base.
And all you really need to look at is the fact that Hecarim wasn't there for that team fight. The Onslaught of Shadows is still up. Long kind of looked at the side of that fight. He's like, maybe, never mind.
No, and M3 actually might find themselves just trying to win this game. Long gonna dive back in. Looper's gonna find him, knocks him back with the Arcane Smash. Dade's taking up the turrets, uses his ulti finally, but SMLZ comes in. Looper locks him down again. Damage is there as Dade claims his kill. Goes into pool. Hart's back as well. Seen this before as Hart's like, yeah, don't really fancy it. Gonna try and peel them off the Nexus, but M3 get the much needed 2-0.
And the question was, who is going to be the consistent backbone of Masters 3, because they had so many different threats across the team on the roster. And Looper, back-to-back, comes up huge.
Yeah, it comes up absolutely massive there. And I mean, he was very tanky in those games. 2 different times where him and Condi teamed up, the Bash brothers, and just ran UP around and around in circles. But we talk about consistency. That was about as consistent as M3 has looked, at least recently, and those 3 points are precious early on in the season.
It's like he's a world champion or something
like
that.
I know. Where's this Looper been? This is the same Looper that only a week ago dived a Gnar as a Hecarim and got himself killed in the tower dive, coining the full Looper. But he's back to form, at least for that series, and he looked wonderful.
And Masters 3 are looking more cohesive as a team in general. Love CD with some impressive flash plays, playmaking there. Of course, Looper always finish it up on the back half, but they've had a bit of a disjointed roster. Like you said, there's been a rotating door in the AD carry position. They had Candy formerly. They changed it over to SMLZ. And yeah, SMLZ had a better performance that last game, but it's more just the cohesion of finding themselves in their 5v5s and their macro shot calling.
Yeah, the shot calling actually has been one of their better looking things in a lot of their wins, and I think it shows in that series as well. And even SMLZ, again, we want to talk about consistency. A surprisingly consistent AD carry. I like him. I mean, SMLZ's look great. He's not going to hard carry a game. He's not Uzi, but if he needs to get the job done and Dade and Looper are actually playing well, all he needs to do is his job.
Well, you would think when you have Dade on a team that all you need to be is a janitorial ADC, and SMLZ has been fitting that.
He has been great in a Looper. Massive game there. Dade not bad as well, and M3 get a much needed 2-0 there, but don't go too far away. When we return, we'll have our next series as Vici Gaming take on King.
swear to God, I will hold you in my
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Timecard. Joining with me is Ryan FLICKR and more. We just finished our series where M3 finally get themselves another 2-0.
And the big thing was consistency. We said it before, we're going to say it again. They have so many threats across the roster, but no one has stepped up back-to-back, and finally they found it in the top lane with Looper looking formally like his World Championship self.
He did. He looked a lot better, and everyone else was sort of keeping the boat steady there. I mean, I think M3 maybe dawdled around a little bit here, but we looked through the recap of the last game here as well, and a very similar story to the last one, just in complete control for M3.
And they pretty much reversed the composition on Unlimited Potential, took the Sivir away, went for that hard engage, and Condi.
Yep, Condi going to be our MVP. I mean, we're certainly the other part of the tandem attack that Looper and Condi
The Bash Brothers.
Yeah, the Bash Brothers that were assaulting the last game here. Condi actually had a really good series, I'd say, in tandem with Looper, and Looper certainly was the star of game number 1, but I can see where Condi might have really come up massive here in this game, as we'll just see. Watch Looper and Condi just in this general game, because Condi seems to have really found his footing on a champion like Rek'Sai.
Well, it was really concerning because Unlimited Potential, they had blue side first pick, and we said Rek'Sai needs to be the priority pickup for there. It fits very well into Amy's style, and really a big difference between Amy and Condi. He got that champion back-to-back, performed perfectly on it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. Looked great. Certainly a good transition from what was once a very good Lee Sin player to now a Cinderhawk champion. And that's the problem with Amy that we saw. Just hasn't made that transition yet. Still finding his feet on those champions. But enough about our last matchup there. Good work on the MVP there for Condi and Looper in their series. But a very fun matchup once again. King, a revitalized King, are taking on, honestly, a bit of a wounded Vici Gaming.
Pastry time, we get to cast Dandy and Insec in the top lane.
Hopefully. That is, from what we understand, that is the matchup that we could be seeing. We'll wait to see some of the lineups. But maybe let's just talk about King to start with. Insec and Zero finally back into the team, and the results are astonishing.
Yeah, they finally are on the board. So Insec has 1 point. King has 1 point in the standings to their name, and that's because they finally got their victory. So first week, they didn't even play Name. They played all subs across the board against EDG, got pretty much stomped. From the previous weeks then, it's been Name and Sync Dream, and they've just been really floundering everywhere. Cola wasn't having a great performance, which is curious because he looked so good in the early split, or the early part of the last split, and just hasn't been able to connect the dots. Now Insect taking over for him the top lane, Huey is still remaining in the jungle, and Zero back in form taking over for Sync Dream, and this is the 2v2 that I dreamed about, Name and Zero.
And they've looked fantastic, honestly. It's one of the best positional-based carries to ever play the game in Name, with one of the best pill supports. And finally, they didn't get to play very much together in the last season, but together finally back in spring.
And got immediate results against Xiaogu, so that's a tough team to take down, and they split 1-1.
It was, and honestly, could have been a 2-0 there. The first game looked absolutely dominant for King, and the second, they certainly floundered a bit. Insect looked a little out of place potentially on Maokai versus the Nile, who looked much better on, but we'll start with Vici instead, because again, lots of surprises in store. We can confirm fairly soon that something very fun's happening with Vici. Things have been different across the board for them. We start here in the top side. That's not an error. That is Dandy playing top lane.
Yeah, so we have the, again, it's been so many season champions. We have Dandy now moving from the jungle into the top side. Carry has been sick, so Dandy's been taking over for him. But this is kind of the big story that I wanted to talk about. The jungler that's taking over for Dandy, a guy named World 6, came out of nowhere yesterday, had a great game on Gragas, didn't quite pick it up on Sejuani, which is why they split their series.
Pretty hard to take over for someone like Dandy, but certainly off to a decent start as Hetong back in the mid lane where he belongs. We saw the jungle experiment there when Dandy was moved into the top lane with Carry being sick, and Endless has been that consistent 80 carry as well. And everyone's sort of asking, Endless, you're okay, but where's Vasily?
And the vote's still out on whether who is better for the position. They feel very similar roles, especially alongside Mata. And Mata can really win a lane by himself, so it's Endless and Vasily to just kind of pick up a janitorial role.
Yeah, and Mata's look great as well. I mean, it's interesting to see probably the two biggest points of power in Vici. One of them at least being shifted roles with Dandy, of course, going from jungle to top side. I think World 6 a nice addition to the jungle roster, sort of bolster the lineup a little bit more. But if Vici have to continue playing with people moving between the teams, shifting between roles, that's a tough thing to do. And I guess it's good they're doing it now, because if this had happened midway or late into this season, it would have been almost disastrous for a team that at the end of last season, and even in playoffs in some places, looked really together.
Vici do one thing incredibly well, and it's rotate. They're a very Korean-esque style of team before we get into the lineup of King. But with bringing on World 6, with moving Dandy to the top side, it's kind of disjointed that. And we've seen a little bit of an evolution into making more pick-based rotations versus just random running around.
And as we move into King now as well, not not too much good stuff to say, at least recently, but finally picking up a win, and this team looks a whole lot better, and that is Insec again. Don't be fooled. Junglers have been moving to the top lane all series long, apparently, and Insec's back where he used to be, in the top lane.
I want to see the Zac.
Yeah, I want to see the Zac too. I want to see Dandy's Rumble. This whole time I tried to build it up as Huey. Been solid, honestly, in the jungle. Certainly, I think has stronger lanes to support now, maybe, as Korn surprisingly consistent. His Rise especially has looked deadly in the mid lane.
And that was a big pick for him in 2014 for the mid lane, so nice to see him returning on that, especially because of the changes for Rise, so Korn's only going to get better.
Yeah, speaking of 2014 powerhouses, Name, probably the best performing Chinese player of that year. Looked good on Jinx, looked not as good on his old trusty Lucian, but still a force to be reckoned with, and so is this guy.
Joining him in the bot lane, it is going to be Zero. You are correct, that is a Bard Alistar.
Yep.
Bard didn't quite pay off as much, but Zero still looks fantastic.
He does, and he can play just about anything. It's actually a great support matchup in a lot of ways in this series, because both Zero and Mata, fairly similar styles, good playmaking, good warding, deep champion pools. They're really great supports to watch. Zero, and actually they both like to have a bit of fun as well. They're pretty...
That's a light way of saying it.
Yeah, they're characters, we can put it that way. Certainly Zero and Mata have had their fair share of antics, shall we say, both on and off the rift here. But again, King, with their Koreans rejoining the lineup finally in week 3, they've looked a whole lot better. And for me, the question is, with Vici especially having some things shuffled around and maybe sort of putting together a roster with their top laner being sick, with things being a little shaken up, how well can King do here? Because a win against QG is great, but you have to think they come in maybe even favored against Vici in this matchup, which is crazy to think.
It's really interesting because I feel like for the entire year so far, it's been, can King get their actual roster lined up? Can they get the starting positions? You have to think, last split, Nami didn't get to join until week 9, and then immediately Insec was put onto the bench due to injury. This time around, we didn't see head or tail of Insec and Zero for the first 2 weeks, finally get them on the roster, and immediately results start happening. So it's hard to gauge where King's skill ceiling is because we haven't seen the full roster in effect.
No, and again, they've looked good in moments. Even the split against QG, both games the team looked much better, but can they continue that form here in Vici? What do they got for us here? Because Dandy's top lane, it was not bad at all in the series we first saw him.
And Dandy has been taking the teleport smite pretty much every single time, and I said it before when I cast him yesterday, it's like he's playing 2 roles. Not that World 6 didn't look fantastic on the Gragas, but Dandy has been there consistently with the smite, and you are correct. He's a very mechanically skilled player, so he looks good into the top lane. The thing about Vici Gaming is they have, again, one style. It's a very rotation-esque style. They don't thrive in the 5v5 team fight or even in the skirmishes. So they win the game that they play the rotation, and then it's almost like immediately in the second game they decide to play a 5v5 composition and everything falls apart.
It seems like King probably play the opposite, much more like a classic Chinese team. So could be fun here in this series. We'll start with our game 1 draft. Vici versus King. Vici on the blue side for game number 1. King over on the red. Alistar, Rek'Sai the first 2 bans for Vici, and Kalista is the first ban away from King.
Not surprised to see that, although I'm a little bit shocked to see Rek'Sai banned away from blue side, so maybe World 6 again prioritizing that Gragas. We haven't seen him on a large champion pool. We've only seen him on Sejuani and Gragas. Like I said, Gragas was amazing. Sejuani, not so much.
Yeah, Gragas and Rek'Sai, just 2 great strong pressure junglers, and I love this ban a lot from King. The Sivir pick away there from Nami. Nami not really a Sivir player, so he says, you know what, let's fight each other man to man.
No, I completely agree. I love that teams are starting to ban Sivir away from these LPL teams just because she has an absurd win record, an absurd play record, and you are absolutely correct. Nami plays Jinx.
Yeah, fires back there as Vici said, okay, you're going to ban 1 AD, we'll ban your AD, Nami, and going to take that Jinx away. So that matchup gets taken off the board for now as King consider their final ban.
Lucian's going to be the big priority pick here. Kalista, Sivir, and Jinx all taken away. That pretty much leaves Lucian and Corki. We have seen Uzi start to shift over into the Corki train.
Yeah, but it's a different thing. That's, you know, playing more as a team, playing to rotate more, you know, a bit more like EDG were doing at the start of spring this year. So Gragas actually the final ban for King. Love that ban here as well. And all of a sudden, we have a very open format as Vici look for their first pick here.
The Fizz is still available, as is the Hecarim, and Dandy has shown both. So
both in the jungle and in the top lane, actually, at least in his career. So I like them both for him. I actually think, honestly, if I'm going to take a pick of those 2, I think I actually prefer Fizz.
Fizz has been doing really well. Dandy did show the Cinderhulk build versus the Flandre Trinity Force build, and we've talked about this multiple times. It's the fact that you're building the CDR that the Bomby Cinder is going to continue to burn while you're in the air, but we talked about also how Lucian was the big priority now that so many 80 carries have been taken off the board, and that's what they prioritize.
Smart pick away there for Vici as well, but these are great picks for King. We talked about top laners. King just taking them both. Korn's a big Fizz player. Insect certainly loves his Hecarim. Heckram Fizz are their first 2 picks.
That means, though, that the Rumble is still available. Your dream
Whoa.
can still come true, Pete.
The Dandy Rumble. It could potentially be here as junglers as well been taken away. 2 of them, in fact, were banned out here in this draft, so World 6 going to flash Nunu at least for now. Huey certainly looked better on the more aggressive style champion, so more Gragas Rek'Sai, less of the Sejuani, so I think you might prefer Nunu as a pick, but we'll see what Vici want to take away for themselves here. They can kind of do whatever they want with the first pick Lucian.
My question, though, is that since they prioritized, or King went for the over-denial, taking both Hecarim and Fizz away from Dandy, that it then leaves the immediate second rotation for Vici to pick up Nautilus. So again, Alistar's banned, Nautilus is the next go-to. Zero has performed really well on Thresh, but you're giving Nautilus to Mata.
Yeah, I mean, Mata's just an incredible playmaker, and along with the Sejuani, good engage there for the Vici side, so strong 3 picks there to kick things off. King, though, considering their next USL Nami, having a bit of fun flashing the Ashe there, proper for some fans as well. Nunu's interesting in this comp because we normally see it paired with that Jinx, of course, but not an option here for King. Might be lining up for a hyper carry late here for Nami, and if they're going to sit with these picks, that would be my guess here. Nunu, Thresh seem to be the picks away for King, so that immediately screams to me that, hey, I want to play Kog'Maw.
Last pick, AD carry to Name.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about teams on the red side giving their strongest players the counter pick. Nami, arguably one of their strongest players, they're going to give him last pick AD carry.
Now, Korn is very well known for his Fizz. In 2014, when he was really picked up for Starhome World Club, it was almost consistently banned away from him. And as I say that, it's really unfortunate because every single time we've seen his Fizz on the international stage, both at Worlds and then also in recent LPL seasons, it's been fairly lackluster. So going back to it again, especially because it is very flavor of the month, it acts as a double denial against Dandy in that top lane who showed it. See if Korn can finally make it connect, because right now Ryze has really only been the backbone for him.
You can see Hatong going to take the skill matchup here, but it's not slightly unfavored, honestly, for Cassiopeia. That's the pick, though. Again, what looks like the Fizz that should be coming through to the mid lane. Now, though, for Dandy, actually not going to be a smite top laner, interestingly enough, so we'll deny the option away from himself. But King, we talked about it. They've lined up all their eggs in the basket here for Nami's AD carry. He flashes it, but we'll see if King want to lock it in.
We can quickly touch about Dandy, though, because it is important the fact that he isn't taking that smite. We said it before here. He's kind of been playing 2 different roles, both jungle and top laner from the top lane position. This time around, World 6, again, taking that Sejuani, had a lackluster showing on it previously, so round 2, but Gnar into Hecarim, pretty favorable matchup to Gnar, especially if he chooses to itemize the Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting. I like the top lane matchup for Vici, but maybe not so much in the mid lane matchup. So there's some give and take there from Vici with their last few picks, but Name does take away the Kog'Maw. It's almost like I've seen him play before, but that Nunu pick really telegraphed what they were doing. So I think Vici must have known that coming into the final stages of that draft. And as it turns out, I like both the team comps here. They're going to bash through the lineups. Dandy versus Insect. What a matchup here. Gnar versus Hecarim.
Did you ever think that we'd come to this point where it's Dandy versus Insect in the top lane?
No, I did not. But World 6, the sub-jungler on Sedge versus Huey's Nunu. It'll be interesting to see how Huey's able to play a bit more of a passive champion. And Hatong here, if Korn can perform in this Fizz, Hatong's life is going to be miserable.
Also very important to point out that Hatong did amazing on Cassie yesterday, 10-1 and 10.
He's looked quite good on the Shuma champions, actually, with the Azir in there as well. Lucian versus Kog'Maw, as we just zip by them, and Mata versus Zero. 2 very flashy Korean support players. Could be some fireworks there in the bottom lane.
I'm super excited if this turns out to be a 2v2. That said, it's a Lucian Nautilus, possibly the strongest 2v2 lane. Against Little Thresh Kog'Maw, I expect that King will look for a lane swap.
Yeah, I mean, Nami does need to get going on the Kog'Maw, get his farm going, but again, we talk about 2014 players. There's a lot of them on both these lineups. It was one of Nami's strongest picks back then. We'll see if he can do it here.
And we can really start talking about what these team comps want to do. Specifically, I want to talk to King because I think it's the less obvious one. So it's effectively a protect the ADC composition. You have the Lantern displacement for Nami as well as the Nunu.
Yep, we'll find a little more in a second as they're going to jump straight onto the Rift. And welcome back for our second match of the evening. Vici versus King take to the Rift for their first game here, and it's comfort picks across the board, honestly, for a lot of these players. As Korn's back on Fizz, Name's back on Kog'Maw, and Insect's in the top lane.
And Insect's in the top lane. Cute. And that's the thing that I really wanted to talk about is King are pulling a little bit of a cheeky level 1 here.
They are actually
Got
forcing a flash, yeah. Value there coming through. Dandy actually not going to have his summoner. We can see the vision going to come down.
I love with kind of protect the ADC comp so that this isn't as hard as it could be. It's not like it's a Lulu in the top lane, that people are taking assassins into the mid lane as opposed to Orianna, just because it then allows all of the peel to be used for this Kog'Maw, to be used for Name, because Fizz is so self-sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of give your team an additional diver here. One of the best ways to set up for a hyper carry is just like basically lock up the enemy either by diving them or using something like a Hecarim multi. We used to see a long time ago when a Mumu was a very popular jungler. You take your hyper carries in there. Think of Vayne, think of Kog'Maw back in the day. You lock them up and it doesn't matter. You don't need protection because the enemy team can't do anything while you just shoot them.
Cloud Templar stopped what he was doing somewhere and he's like, someone has calling me.
As King going to rotate back into their own jungle. Might be looking for that lane swap that you mentioned, but we'll start with the expected mid lane matchup. And this is the skill of skill matchups as far as current flavor of the month goes.
I do want to kind of talk about this 2v2 because Name and Zero are moving to the bottom side to avoid that. So what they did is King invaded, they set down their lane swap wards, making sure that they got a ward behind the tower so they could see who's coming up there. Now, Vici tried to match that, but Name and Zero lose a little bit of CS and creep control time, but making sure that they're not facing against Lucian Nautilus.
And the other nice thing, and this is actually kind of what the Sivverman sets up, the one thing you don't want to have happen is get horrifically fast pushed in when you want to freeze lane and get farm. Lucian Nautilus is still quite good at pushing, so it's not the best news for King, but they probably buy as much time as possible in this situation by banning away Sivver.
And people don't necessarily think, again, of Lucian as like a sieging champion, but he's actually quite good at burning through towers because, again, being able to proc that passive on the double tap and just slowly chip away at them.
Yeah, and Nautilus didn't used to be, but that change to Riptide means that he just spams it on cooldown in a 2v0, and then Meaning Waves melt here. So you see Korn doing a nice job, actually skilled up the E first here, so again, really has to outplay Atong, but you'll see Fizz, especially once he hits level 6, if Atong makes one wrong move, he will get melted by Fizz.
And this is kind of the rise of Fizz. People are always asking, you know, what's happening with the Cinderhulk? Obviously, this is a mid lane Fizz, but in a meta where it's so stacked with so many tanks, Cinderhulk, and so much peel available to these AD carries, Fizz is so sticky. It's impossible to get him off of that back line.
Yeah, I think about him a lot like sort of old Cassidy, but he just peaks a little bit earlier, has a bit of a smoother item build path, because you said it, he's sticky. You don't get him off your carries. As Dandy gets hooked here by Zero, Name's going to go aggressive. Huey coming in as well. Zero's going to get off the turret. Dandy's dead there as Thresh gets executed, but the first blood's going to go to Huey.
And the execution of Nami, of course, burning his flash, so he isn't going to fall to the tower and trade the kill, but meanwhile, because of that, Hatong gets to go aggressive in the mid lane, knowing that resources are expended in the bottom side.
You can see Flask Child is being consumed there by Korn. That's the other part of the matchup. When you don't have your pole up and you eat poison, Cassiopeia almost always going to win some trades. Insect might be in trouble here.
A little bit scarier to dive, especially because Zero is making the call back and rotating towards the top side. That said, he's now going towards
somewhere.
Mid lane. I think he's going to ward.
He's on an adventure. Yeah, Matra actually warding as well. It's funny to see both these supports sort of mimicking each other as far as early rotations go. Korn again eats a bit of poison, but respects the ranges. Huey just trying to keep track of something. Hatong seems to be a target for this mid lane. Thresh not quite able to land a hook. He's trying. Zero, level 2. He's roamed very early on here.
Well, they're very dependent on Zero to get involved if they were going to set up for a gank here, simply because the flash snowball really isn't going to make the difference there.
No, Kakao tried that one a couple weeks ago. Not what you actually against Beachy, hilariously enough. Not what you want there as far as aggressive junglers go, but everyone's going to back off. Korn will respect the damage from Hatong, and Cassiopeia comes out to a decent early lead, but don't be fooled, this matchup will eventually turn itself back around.
It's pretty cute that Zero, I like to call it the Mata. So Mata made it or popularized the fact that you get 800 gold early as the support and you transition it not into a Sightstone, but into Mobies and a couple of wards. Zero picking up the first boots, had a green ward, and using his extra mobility to try to set up that gank.
That was a sick hook though. Mata going to get flayed back into the tower after the death sentence. Dandy going to try and make it happen. Good damage actually out onto Name, but Minina will end. Meganar will begin, and Name going to dodge it with a very nice play from Zero.
Max range, dredge line, that was pretty sick.
I mean, again, Mata versus Zero. You want to talk about Korean playmaking supports? These are arguably two of the best.
If only PYL was in this game, we would have the 3 top supports.
I don't quite know how that works. I don't know what...
I just want like 10 supports in a game.
Oh no, the support all-star game. That would be amusing, to say the least, as Hatong continues to push Korn in. Fizz, again, has to just pick his spots carefully and try and farm safely, but Flask keeping him healthy. CS not very healthy, unfortunately. Nice placement of that poison there by Hatong. And Korn, again, just kind of has to grit it bare for a little while longer.
And Hatong's able to play this far forward and to be this aggressive because he's facing a Nunu. Nunu's not known for his gank, so there's not a lot of jungle pressure. It's not like a Rek'Sai, which would have that threat. So he's able to consistently keep Korn pushed in and deny him that CS, as we're seeing a pretty big discrepancy, 42 to 27.
Yeah, Korn is behind there in the matchup, and Dandy and Mata, pretty funny Korean duo lane here, but making it work reasonably well. In fact, Name behind Endless on farm here as well. Hook lands though onto Mata this time. That's Zero landing that one in, but Name, again, a little bit behind, about 20 CS behind Lucian. And they kind of quickly put together duo lane here for Vici, doing a good job of trying to annoy this AD carry, because Endless, he is a free matchup 1v1 in the top side.
Here comes Huey.
Gonna try and make the gank happen. Insect, no ulti. Endless level 6. Gonna maybe keep himself safe, but the snowball's gonna keep coming through. Insect with good damage. Actually turns around and culling there. Will Endless just to peel them off. So no ultis mean no death, but even holding onto his flash, Lucian actually really fine in that exchange.
And likewise in CS as well, Endless has 51, about 10 CS over Name right now. And it's the nice thing about Gnar when he is in a 2v2 situation like that, the fact that he acts very much like an ADC, because with mini Gnar you do have the boomerang as well as the range threat.
Yeah, just so annoying here. And again, kind of a weird bottom lane, but doing just fine here for Vici as they cobble it together. Name gonna get a little bit more free time and take some CS, but you can see Lucian, BF sword already done, rotating immediately back to the bottom lane. There's Korn there as well, just kind of hanging out on the Fizz. Has his ulti ready to go, so can start to maybe outplay Hatong, but again, Huey, not the same amount of pressure, pulling Zero actually as well, as Danny and Insect have a bit of a battle.
The CDR is going to be big for Korn, though, able for him to spend more time airborne to farm safely. Safely.
As Danny and Insect again kind of going at it, but Mini now real good against his hack room as Insect going to try and punish Dandy, but every time he goes in for a trade, the boomerangs and the autos do too much work. Is in the mid lane, Hatong in trouble. Level 7, hasn't used his ulti, won't quite use it in time, and the kill will go to Zero.
And again, the fact that Zero's continually roaming and being part of these ganks that they're trying to set up in the mid lane, because again, it's a low-pressure jungler in the form of Nuna. You need the hard CC from Thresh.
Unfortunately, that does leave Nami a little bit out to dry here, as Endless and Mata in particular. This Cogwall on his own might actually just get dove here. Mata, thankfully for Nami, not level 6 yet.
Well, Nami's doing a good job. He's using the tower to dodge the dredge lane, because obviously the dredge lane won't go through the tower like Thresh Death Sentence. It'll just connect to it. So that's why you see him hugging that tower.
Smart stuff there, but he's got to clear out some wards quickly. Creep there will grab the next one, and Endless trying to get some poke down there as well. A phage being completed, but Name, his tower on the bottom side's low as Zero finally returns to meet him.
Got his upgraded rushed Moby, so applying pressure in the mid lane and quickly trying to get to the bot lane to help little Name.
I mean, Name does need a bit of help here, but if you can find some farm, what he's doing right now, he'll be okay. But Endless, about 20 up in the matchup so far, so Kog'Maw still needing to scale, but the rest of the team might be enough to try and carry them through what might be a rough mid-game here, especially if Marta's going to invade that blue buff.
He's got backup.
Quick comes in, actually lands onto the blue itself though, but Zero, they're going to get caught out by World 6, gets the Arctic Assault off, Endless going to get the kill, and it's too much here for King. They don't even need Dandy actually. Insect somewhere in the area is actually teleported down. But Vici going to maybe try for this dragon, and Dandy can join whenever he wants. He's Mega Gnar now. Yeah, going in onto Huey. Damage comes through. Korn's going to find someone, gets the ulti coming in. Insect going to try and line it up. Good snare there from Mata, but Insect finds the ulti. Nami doing decent damage, but Dandy comes in, takes out Huey and knars him away. Nami is forced to retreat as Huey goes down to Dandy. Insect and Korn. Actually a double there for the Fizz. Mata going to get low as well. Triple kill there coming through. Dandy might be the next target, and Korn gets a quadra kill.
Wow, okay, so let's talk about this. At first I was about to say there's zero reason for King to attempt to fight this just because Lucian has his BF sword complete and you had the Glacial Prism right there, but the Glacial Prism came out so early in that team fight, and just a fantastic elongated positioning from Insect, Zero, and Name. Oh, excuse me, not Zero, Korn.
Yeah, and I mean, Dandy used so many of his resources trying to kill the jungler and the AD carry that Fizz was the one with surprisingly persistent damage running around, getting his team, getting himself a bunch of kills, 4 to be exact, now sitting at 402. 1,700 gold or so to spend, already 1,000 gold ahead of Hatong right now. And most importantly, King, they get themselves a first dragon.
It's really just understanding where you can cut it off, but we will have the replay. So there's the Glacial Prism.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's just too early, and look what Korn's doing here.
Just the CDR, the fact that he went the Fiendish Codex, that he was able to just get into the back line so easily. We talked about how sticky Fizz is.
Yeah, and Endless is having problems here. I mean, despite the fact that they have a Nautilus and a Mega Gnar here, you actually can't peel this fish off anyone.
That should have gone so differently for King. Just Vici decided to overcommit. They should have taken the initial pick and just backed off. And unfortunately, when Dandy got there, it was almost kind of like fake cavalry gave them some hope when it really wasn't there for them.
Yeah, very aggressive teleport for Dandy, but doesn't quite give him as much as he maybe would like here. And he's actually going for a laning build here. Frozen Mallet appears to be his first item, so not quite all in on the aggression with the Black Cleaver, but certainly taking the more aggressive option into the Hecarim.
And I know Papa has some interesting ideas about, itemizing for the team fight and picking up your resistances versus for your lane and picking up the Frozen Mallet. I'm a huge fan of the Frozen Mallet just because I feel it gives Gnar so much power to walk down the Hecarim.
Ulti though coming in. Name gets the Lantern out though. Dandy Mega Gnar once again. Zero trying to block things off, but Boulder will come in for some damage, but not quite enough to get the kill. And the junglers with some good presence. Huey actually coming in, but that's basically just defensive. Hook lands onto Dandy. Snowball there as well. Not quite enough damage, unfortunately. World 6 going to get aggressed on as snowballs fly thick and fast. They're diving onto this turret. That's why, because Insect's back down here. Corn's coming through as well. Name gets one kill. Insect gets the other. Lantern out and King. Wonderful movement.
I also love how it was brilliant to transition the top lane, or excuse me, the bottom lane up into the top, knowing that Dragon was down, so moving their numbers advantage to an objective that they could easily collapse on.
And honestly, get people out of the matchups that they don't want to be in.
Nautilus and Lucian, get them away from them.
Exactly. Give Name the 2v1 against the Gnar, and let Insect just try and scrounge farm. He has Smite. Just go into the jungle and take things away, and you can see already King 2,000 gold up in this game. And that's mostly, honestly, on Corn.
And that's typically what we don't get to say.
No. I mean, the movement's been great. Again, when King were ahead in that series against QG in game number 1, their planned shot calling looked magnificent in that game. They steamrolled QG in that first game, but when behind, King look a little different. So short history should indicate this is a good position for King, and Corn really is poised to perform on this Fizz, which is great for him because he's a legacy Fizz player. If we get to this position in the second game, though, and King aren't ahead, I wonder how much differently the team plays and how much harder it is for them to actually get wins.
What's really curious for me is obviously you would think that, okay, it's the addition of Insect and Zero, so yeah, you are replacing Sync Gym as well as Cola, but what is happening in the shot calling? Because King look much more cohesive as a unit. Now, Name is technically the shot caller for King. He's never been a shot caller. He wasn't the shot caller for EDG. As I say that, there's a dive.
Mata coming through there. Dive moves in. The fish down onto Mata. Endless already dead here by the looks of things as Insect diving with impunity. Huey eats an ulti that fizzles there as Korn gets himself another kill. And it's just Dive City here for King. They're taking kills and they're getting towers.
Exact same play into the top side now on the bottom side. But again, it's the shot calling. They're so cohesive. They're working as a unit and as 5. And it just looks fantastic. But what is it? Insect does do secondary shot calling. But to my understanding, it's, go, 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 go.
Yeah, I mean, if that's all it is, he's doing a really good job of navigating the ping system or something, because whatever has changed here for King looks brilliant so far in their games. I mean, Vici going to try and take out the mid tower, but people are coming for them. Vici seems like, wow, they won't even get away with that.
Speaking of pings, look at the light show that's going on right now.
Mata here actually looking for a hook, finds a wall instead there as he's going to force Huey, Name, and Zero away. But Vici, the team that, again, has that one style, big rotation heavy, very objective focused, very classically Korean, and they're getting out-rotated by King of all teams.
Well, this was the other big thing. Dandy moving into the top lane away from the jungle. Now, the thing about Mata and Dandy is we talked to them about a pair because obviously they were the Samsung white jungle and support. They're so vision-focused. Dandy himself was a very intellectual jungler about kind of figuring out where the enemy was and playing around that, and that kind of really transitioned into Vici's style. It was figure out where the enemy is and then just rotate around them, take objectives for free as opposed to making picks. With the addition of World 6, it's been much more poke focus, but more importantly, separating Mata and Dandy. We did see them, like you said, kind of cobbled together in this like pseudo Gnar Nautilus bot lane, but they're so intertwined. Mata's warding stat is directly linked to Dandy's warding stat, and when Mata wards less, Dandy wards more. And so by separating them, by moving them to opposite ends of the map, I was curious how this was going to impact Vici's identity as a team, and they kind of look to be falling apart right now.
I mean, I think they're still finding it because, again, it's a pretty big upheaval of their roster as Name's actually got a Trinity Force already. We don't often talk about Kog'Maw as far as power spikes go because he doesn't see that much play, but surprisingly strong one-item power spike for a late-game carry.
And it's going to be curious where he's going to look from here. Typically, you would go more into attack speed, but Name has always been very creative in his builds. He could go for a flat AD.
I mean, he could do lots of different things. I mean, right now he's fairly strong. He's actually freezing the bottom wave by the looks of things, but I think the one big takeaway is that Korn is insanely strong. Insect also fairly strong at 207 and 502 for the top and mid laner respectively. Namo will add decent damage to any fight. So this late game comp that has some element to protect this Kog'Maw can fight right now and really punish Vici.
Something really to point out for Vici, though, is they're ahead in CS in every single position.
I mean, that just speaks to, again, the young players with these mechanics, or the old players that are looking strong there as well. I mean, the lanes went well for them, let's be honest. Even the lane swaps, they went well as well, but it doesn't matter when this is happening to you. 2-11 behind, second dragon being started for King. I mean, Vici can't even walk near Fizz, let alone the rest of the team.
And yeah, the lanes went well for Vici because they were able to sit there and kind of farm it out, but the rotations went so much more superior for King, rotating around, making consistent dives, and getting these dragons.
And Zero's playmaking, those early mobility boots have paid off really nicely for this Thresh. And I like that you highlighted the build before, because you can see Zero has been so proactive, even looks for the push there just in case someone was hiding out, but instead King doing a little bit, trying to get some turrets down, because they sort of realized that with blue buff Cassiopeia, it can't really take the mid tower. That's the only one they can't easily get.
And this was the style that Mata made famous, the mobility rush on the support and kind of roaming around, picking up your vision and moving it and covering flanks as you just kind of skirmish around the map.
And I mean, the fact that Zero's emulating it this well against Mate himself is a testament to
Salt in the
how
wound.
good. Yeah, a little bit, but testament to how great both of these players are. As Name going to keep getting some fun for himself. Zero, though, always ready for backup just in case he needs a lantern to safety. Insect starting to farm out. Everyone just sort of back into neutral, just getting their farm back in. King still have a decent lead, but haven't grown it in a little while. And I think it's the mid lane turret that they want to try and knock down.
Yes, I was just about to say, okay, time to reset, figure out what our King's priority is. It is going to be that mid-tier tower. Obviously, it's going to grant them the most passive vision and map control if they manage to take it down. And it's the last standing outer tower, which is why we see Name rotating into
Insect
it.
has his teleport as well, and they time that with their tongs back. So a very good rotation there for King. Just do get it. Minions there helping him out, able to make sure they fell the outer ring of turrets. And all of a sudden, King, decent gold lead again, 4,000 up. But most importantly, plenty of room opened up on this map now.
Okay, so now the question is, that was the obvious answer. Where did King go now? So Dragon is down, so they can now play to the top side of the map.
I think they just want to look for...
Ooh,
That
could have interrupted it.
That would have been really cool, but Mata, sorry, not quite getting there. As Zero able to lantern Name to safety. Kog'Maw does have to be a little bit careful, especially with the Sejuani or face checking him potentially, but Blood Boil's on, his Trinity Force is ready. Insects buying farm in the top lane, and Korn, just finishes on his Hourglass. If Vici want to fight King, I'm more than happy to fight them.
I feel like they actually should have fought right there. Name was over the side on a ward, and they didn't have vision on Insect because he wasn't yet quite into the top lane, but if World 6 had decided to just pull the trigger and Glacial ult, he would have gotten the 2 carries.
And this is something that, I mean, your question was, what did King do next? Again, whoever is making their shot call is doing a great job, because this is a brilliant rotation. Move Fizz into the bottom side, let him duel people or push in the waves, and then just bring your AD carry to wherever tower opens up itself.
You're a very big fan of this. I know we've had multiple conversations about moving your mid laner into the bottom side, especially when Dragon's down, so you can apply pressure to the mid lane and the top lane as far as your ADC, because right now in the meta, the ADCs effectively are there just to kill the towers, and the with the rise up of Cassiopeia, of Fizz, of Azir, it's more about getting those 3-item power spikes onto your mid laners who are going to hyperscale into late game.
Yeah, it's just the best teams in the LPL right now do exactly what King are doing, and that's impressive, again, given that this particular iteration of the team hasn't been together very long. I actually like the Merc treads there for Kog'Maw as well, sort of respecting the ultis that are coming in. That was a ridiculous playable trick, so it gets ulted by 2 different people. Korn might not have enough to get out. Flash is out there as well, but it's Fizz. Never mind, he's fine.
Perfectly fine, has the morale is complete, so again he has the Fiendish Codex CDR. So much power expended on trying to lock him down. That's a huge ultimate in the Glacial Prism down, and King, if they want to fight, now's the time.
I mean, they're buying time for Insect, who's only getting stronger. I see enough for a Phage there in his current component, so I wonder where he's going, if he's going to rush Trinity Force, or maybe goes tanky, goes for the Phage, maybe actually Trinity Force. That's half of a Sheen, potentially, but also half a Glacial Shroud, so no one really knows.
And it looks like Name is actually, speaking of itemization, he picked up the Vampiric Scepter, so I suspected that he would go for a Bork simply because he's looking across from a Gnar and a Sejuani, and you definitely need that Shred to deal with the big tanky resistances that are coming out of them.
And for me, Kog'Maw is the champion that, if you can make work, really suits this metagame right now, because kind of like Vayne, you have good tank shredding abilities, especially with your Blade of the Ruin King. But unlike Vayne, you can actually do it from a safe distance. It's just a matter of, can you support your Kog'Maw long enough to get to that point? I don't know if we have the answer this game, but looking good so far for Name.
Likewise, Kog'Maw is always Excuse me. Likewise, Kog'Maw is always also going to have siege potential, whereas Vayne, yeah, she can push down a tower relatively quickly because she's going to itemize into attack speed, but her range is just so short that it's very, very dangerous. Whereas Kog'Maw with his W can act more like Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu's obviously here to help as well, so a bit more of that Jinx flavor coming through just makes a bit more sense with this type of team comp. And King just trying to run Vici in circles around this map. Insec applying a lot of pressure down to the bottom. Everyone from Vici's down here by the looks of things, and Insec runs away, but his team just rotating through, trying to apply pressure, and Vici are busy moving through the jungle trying to clear out wards.
Little bit of a misplay from King right here. They lost some of their pressure and the momentum that they had going for them. We talked about how they were applying pressure on all 3 waves, trying to catch Vici on a rotation or just kind of chip away at these towers, but they sacrificed a lot to lay down some vision and to try to set up a pick. Although they will get the blue buff.
Ooh, Colin almost again getting hooked up. Huey actually maybe caught out of position. Blue buff will go to Name, but Huey, fairly tanky on the Nunu, has to run himself away. So no pick there for Vici. Dragging back up in 45 seconds, and Cassio without a blue buff. It is awfully hard for Hetong to get work done now.
Now the next big stage that's going to be coming up is going to be that Dragon in 37 seconds. We do have some sizable item power spikes coming out pretty much across the board. So it's just going to be really curious if World 6 is going to be able to make this Sejuani pick work from, hit a nice Glacial Prism, because this could be a very big turning point for Vici Gaming. They're not out of the game just yet. They do have the answers late game, like this Kog'Maw. They have Hetong on that Cassiopeia.
Oh yeah, they can do plenty of work here in this game, but King, if they get the 3rd Dragon especially, it feels like maybe the momentum is just a little too much. And you can see Marta scouting around the Dragon area, trying to get vision down. Insect's actually caught him out. Name's here as well. Depth charge lands in, but Marta's already dead by the looks of things. Huey takes him out. Tanks get ulted there by Cassiopeia, and Insect moving through. Dandy getting peeled off as Korn fishes that Mega Gnar, and now Endless might get dove on as well. He gets exhausted, but pops his on his Name, free hitting in the backlines. Endless taking so much damage, and Korn, he is unrelenting in his pressure, takes out Endless. Hetong's forced to flash away. Wonderful team fight for King.
And unfortunately, Monta just cut out warding right there, immediately deleted from the map. Did manage to hit a depth charge on both Name and Zero in the backline, but to what avail? Name did burn his flash. That's a very important summoner down for the next team fight, should Vici make use on that. But a great target selection, a great zoning potential from King.
Again, look like a different team. We said this when they played against QG in game number 1. Might be saying it again here as Name flash Arctic Assault from World 6. Going to make things a little tricky. Zero is very far away from his AD carry friend, and Name with no flash, like you mentioned, going to try and turn it around. But Hetong going to claim the kill.
So what Name was trying to do when he decided to walk into melee range, like obviously he knows that he's dead, but he's trying to gap close to make the most out of his Acathian surprise. So if he is constantly orb walking back and staying at max distance, he's going to have to run that much farther for it. So trying to turn that around at the last second to murder Hetong and trade 1-for-1 doesn't get it, because Hetong did a great job positioning himself, but just kind of the cute little Name things.
Yeah, again, Carry certainly known for his positioning. About a year ago, seems to be back in form, or at least playing himself back into form in his last few games. Bilgewater Cutlass done now as well. Rico Bow's been finished up, so Blade of the Ruined King is almost online, and Trinity Force almost there for Insect. These power spikes are coming thick and fast for King. Even Korn, of note, has Ionian Boots of Lucidity now completed, so that 40% CDI he's been looking for, bam, he's got it.
Now let's talk about Baron, in particular to Vici Gaming. Now Vici are behind, but obviously if they got the Baron, especially with Cassiopeia Shred, they could very easily walk back into this game. Baron is so important for Vici Gaming. They actually have the highest, when you look at their percentages of objective taken as far as their win rate, when they get a Baron, they have their highest chance of win rate over anything else. That was cute.
That was hilarious. If you missed it, Huey stole the Scuttle Crab with a snowball. That was not a smite. That was not a consume.
Is it the slowest moving projectile?
It's one of the slowest moving projectiles.
I think it's either Morgana Q, Anivia Q, or his snowball.
It's definitely up there, which is fitting for a move called Ice Blast, which slows you. But yeah, good steal there for King. We'll give them a bit more pressure around that Baron that you were just mentioning. Because as you said, it's important for both.
I mean, it's massively important for Vici. They've shown, because again, they're a rotational-based team, so obviously when they're able to use Baron, they're so good at sieging and manipulating with it. And it's just, like if you look when Vici get a first tower, it's 37% chance of winning. But when they get the Baron, it spikes up to 70% chance.
Wow. I mean, that's great news. But Vici, unfortunately, might be losing a Baron in fairly short order. King, very sneaky, trying to find a catch here. Mata might get caught warding once again. Korn? Fishing there.
He got the ward. It's cool.
Fortunately, that's not how that works. As Huey is going to get grabbed at. Mata, they're going to get shredded down by Name. Depth Charge lands in. Korn going to dive in to complete the kill. Zero's going to zone out World 6. Korn gets so low, but just survives. And Insect's here in time. Korn gets himself out of it. Endless is getting caught up by Insect. Hatong will fall down. Insect will die fairly soon as well, but Dandy's going to go. That's the front line dead. Korn dives into the back line, trying to take out the carry. Zero flays them back, and Name plays cleanup.
Name completely full health, untouched in the back of the fight. Now, not only did Korn make a fantastic escape, but the difference between this King and last King and why we're seeing an immediate upgrade in their performance is because Name has a front line. You had the tools there. You had the world-class AD carry, but unfortunately, if he doesn't have tanks in front of him, if he doesn't have that peel, he's not able to do anything. Name looks like a completely different animal with the strength of Huey and Insect standing in front of him and Zero behind him.
And the nice thing is, it's not like it's all on Name to do all the work. It's unfair to say that 2014 EDG was a Name's team. Kind of, if you look at it on the other side, like 2013 Royal Club, that was absolutely Uzi's team.
Oh, yes.
But Name was just the centerpiece of that team. He wasn't the whole team. I think this team, he even has significantly less impact as far as how many resources are filtered into him, and he's still a great AD carry if you set up for him. Like, if there was ever a team where Name was at his happiest, maybe back in the day on some of his old teams like Positive Energy, this might be his best fit.
I don't think anyone was ever happy on Positive Energy.
Name was he?
Except for Aluka.
LPL title winner, Aluka. Hey man, Aluka's great.
He's always happy.
He is.
I love it.
Very happy man. It's sorry, not Aluka. Name finished off his Blade of the Ruin King. Huey very tanky as well. Aegis and Frozen Heart completed to join that Sightstone, and Insect even starting to get tanky with that Spectre's Callan. Did go Trinity Force first because Insect thinks
I was going to say, of course, it's Insect.
So strong at this stage. 8,500 gold ahead. Consistently threatening this Baron, and Dragon's back up in a minute 50 as well. Vici Gaming, good luck. They're going to need it in this game. They are on struggle street right now. You can see King continue to clear out vision, threaten with the picks. They've got good tools for a variety of different scenarios. And little old Name on the Kog'Maw is just happily wave clearing.
Playing different pressure points, they just need to be very conscious that Vichy have full vision of Insect, so they could look for a hard engage.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Insect does not have his teleport, but you can see all of the pink ward vision that they've given themselves, and they've got plenty of vision down towards, cascading down from the Baron buff means that King feel very safe in this situation. Insect can run back fairly quickly to his teammates as well, and if anything goes wrong, they can actually just look him for a flank as the scrying up's thrown out. King know that the Baron, Vici know that King aren't starting the Baron, but King are going to be very patient here. Vici are not, apparently. Tower goes down. Mata gets fished by Korn. Tries to flash and misses the wall by the looks of things. Mata's already dead. Nami has to be careful as Dandy's going back in. Korn uses his Zhonya's. Dandy is already dead. Insect down here to kill Hatong, as that kill's going to go to Kog'Maw for the double. And King get another 3 kills once again, and they're going to go straight to Baron.
Beautiful zone control from Huey right there. Immediately the absolute Zero came down and pretty much perfectly put Nami in the back again, untouched. Nami did have a little bit of a preemptive flash. I think he expected Dandy to go into Meganar, and he was standing right against the wall, so a little bit of a wasted summoner right there, but a good pick means a free Baron for King.
Baron always good, and a nice fight for King. We'll give it to them. Nami and Zero having some fun. Zero going over to the minion wave, because why not? They're going to start pushing immediately. Dragon's up as well. You can see the pings down onto it. King maybe going to think better of this push and go back first.
I'm actually really surprised that Vici decided to pull the trigger like that. Mod had just rushing forward. They had kind of used their last chance on the scrying orb to make sure that the Baron wasn't going down. They had to step forward to put vision, but King, so patient. They have a lot of veterans on their roster, so it's nice to see that kind of reflect in their shot calling.
Let's see this again. Watch Korn as well. He had really clever positioning in this fight.
And they were just so patient. They saw Mata there for the longest time, and I feel like Mata's like, just go. But there's what I'm talking about. The absolute Zero was perfectly placed from Huey, completely splits the fight, make sure that Name's untouched again. This is the 3rd fight in the row where this guy is full health.
And that's good news for Name, as Dragon number 4 will go to King here. Name will go back to spend some gold. King still have their Baron buff as Korn returns back to the bottom lane to start pushing it out. And just a quick look over the gold there, and you can just see King are so far ahead. 10,000 gold up team-wide, and plenty of leads in their lanes.
But now it's about, can they break the inhibitor line with this Baron, or how much are they going to be able to climb ahead with this?
I mean, you got a perfectly good turret taker here in Kog'Maw. He's got his last Whisper finished, and even a spare dagger, just for a bit of extra power there as well. Korn is building in towards his Void Staff, actually goes Death Cap instead, and finishes it with his last little shop here. Insect has Spirit Visage, who's only getting tankier. Vici again scrounging for farm. They're going to have to weather quite the storm here for King, and even if they don't get it, Dragon number 5 is still on the way as well.
And King again rotating down towards the bottom side of the map simply because it is the last outer tower standing, which means that they can successfully get behind it should they want to look for a dive. Insec does have his teleport available, and if Vici actually die on this tower, there's a massive wave as well as Baron buff. It could mean the game.
Good grab actually in World 6. That's one W there from that Kog'Maw with the Trinity Force on, and that damage is pretty dumb.
And we saw the Insec actually back there as soon as Dandy met him in the top lane. Again, looking for the teleport home guard flank. Decides that once they take the tower and they're now on the inhibitor line, that he's just going to create multiple pressure points and runs to that mid lane.
And Insec, his split pushing has been brilliant all game long. He's just constantly been in the right place and, again, causing Vici to run around the map, and as soon as he's able to teleport in, that was amazing. I don't know if you saw that. But they used a Lantern and a Kog'Maw W to get one auto on the turret. Because you know what? It'll work if they get enough of them out.
Didn't work for Heart and Scatch last game.
No. Again, I mean, this is the difference here with a champion like Kog'Maw. Lantern goes down, autos come through, takes the Lantern away. Vici can't wait all day. King will eventually get this turret.
Likewise with Insec just bearing down into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, again, his pressure's been great here, and King might just go all in for the turret. Not quite yet. Good wave here from Vici. He's making it a bit annoying as World 6 gets grabbed out of an Arctic Assault, fished up as well. The front line is dead now for Vici. Dandy not even close to Mega now, and King going to keep applying pressure. It's a 4v4, by the way. Insect still on the top side. Huey going to turn it around. He's fairly tanky, but tanking quite a bit of damage as the culling comes through, and Insect just doing his own thing here, being Insect, going to take out a turret for himself.
And I love what Huey's doing. Now everyone's talking about Name's perfect positioning, Insect's pressure, Zero making the hooks, although Dandy going in.
Going in a little too deep. Flashes get burnt though. Insect's going to pull his way in. Huey still alive though. Dandy with a massive ulti, but he's far too low. Korn's going to dive back in. Atong's going to die. Good Zonya's there from the Fizz as well. Marta gets shredded. He should go down. Endless gets played by Zero, and they'll chase down onto him. Name gets a double, maybe make it a triple. Will indeed as King get almost an ace. World 6 comes back in just in time to see his base fall into ruins.
Dandy was looking to pull the trigger right there to get the knock into the wall and CC chain. Unfortunately, there was a brilliant play from Zero just to delay him trying to do his alley-oop into the team fight, and that gave King enough time to reposition themselves and just quickly clean up through everyone with their gold advantage.
And again, Insect, all that free time in the top side means he got the top inhibitor there as well, so we pop back up. 14,000 gold ahead for King. Massive items across the board here. 2 inhibitors down with only the mid one left standing. And no major buffs yet, but you know what? I don't think King are going to need them.
I'm going to talk about Huey. 4, 1, and 22. Correct my math. That's 100% kill participation.
No, your math is correct. That is, in fact, 100% kill participation. And we said, no, more of a Lee Sin player normally looked great on Rek'Sai Gragas. Let's just see this again, though.
Okay, so unfortunately, oh wait, Dandy's gonna go in. Nope. Okay, we missed it. I was gonna say it would started before the fillet came through, but effectively Dandy's trigger pulling into the team fight got delayed by a very nice play by Zero. He's just disgusting with these thrust mechanics, and this is just King's gold lead speaking for itself as they rip through Vici.
And Korn as well. The way he's played these fights, just weaving in and out, basically just adding additional damage to whatever target he needs to based on the texture of the team fight. His Fizz is great, and it's finally good to see it back, because this has been a strong Fizz game from him.
He's been kind of fumbling on his most recent Fizz games, but yeah, it was a signature champion for him, and for the longest time, it had to be banned against him. So it's excellent as the rise of Fizz comes through to see Korn kind of find his confidence again.
Smart drafting here for King. I love that they took away the Hecarim
Fizz
and the
and Hecarim.
Yeah, cool stuff there coming in. And Vici again, a team certainly that's a bit in tatters, Carry being sick. I mean, Dandy's been fine here, but Vici, it's just not the same team. And King, they're going to close the trap. The hook goes wide. Name's going to take the turret out. King have broken the base almost completely now. Vici do not have very many structures left to defend.
And we talk about how bizarre it is to see Dandy and Insect and Huey
channeling his ultimate. Zero going to dive in. Dandy gets denied there by the flame. Name's going to take his peel
all day
and just take out Dandy. Insect going to dive into the backline. Tatong's getting aggressed on.
Oh!
Korn gets ultied there, and Hecarim's going to go down. World 6 will live for now. Huey forced a flash out there as well, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and King still have the healthier members.
There's a better example of what I was talking about all day. Zero has just been denying that alley-oop. It's like someone goes to dunk and Zero just smacks him down.
Zero looking good here. Name shredding through some structures. King, we're going to close out this game. Vinci's Nexus very much exposed. Korn dives in to get himself a double to close out this game. And King, what a way to take game number 1 against Vinci.
What a way to introduce their starting roster. Again, the point that I was talking about before they decided to engage that team fight. Dandy versus Insec in the top lane. I mean, we were talking about 2 of the best junglers in the world, but let's not forget that Insec was a top laner at some point in his career when Kakao was on his team.
Yeah, I mean, Danny, unfortunately, not also a top laner, but a mechanically talented player nonetheless. And again, King, another game 1 against a fairly strong team. It was QG last time, it's Vici this time. And they looked unstoppable in that first game.
This was the question. We haven't actually seen the full King roster. When Name initially got sent over to Starhorn World Club, and now, of course, this is definitely not Starhorn World Club on King, pretty much the exact same roster, there was just so many different issues, injuries, bans, things like this, that we never got to see how well they could work together, where their skill potential would lead them. Finally get to see it in immediate results.
It is, but it's only 1 game. So the question is, can
Can
King
they
do it again? They're going to look for the second win here. As we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, game 2 between Vici and King will be upon us. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Pastry Time. Joining me for the last time this evening is FLICKR, and King versus Vici is delivered so far, and King rebossing with the new lineup. Another stunning game one.
That moment when Vici actually get out-rotated. So we talked about before how Vici kind of have two different win conditions, or excuse me, one win condition. It's their rotation playstyle versus their 5v5. And the question was, with King's new lineup, where were they going to seat themselves? And wow, Korn actually walking away with the MVP. Did a fantastic job on Fizz.
I think, honestly, almost anyone on that team was deserving of an MVP. They played so well together as a team. And like you said, out-rotating the rotation team. Very impressive stuff for King. But, again, points are very precious. King's start to this season of the LPL was horrible. There's no other way to put it here. So they look a lot better with their new roster. You can see Korn, though. Boy, did he do work in this game. Every team fight, he was just on the outskirts, kiting back in.
This team fight in particular was pretty much entirely Korn. We had a fantastic Glacial Prison. If Vici had just backed out earlier, it was really Dandy coming in on the back half that kind of gave them false hope. They pick up Huey, but Korn in the back line, unperturbed, has the Fiendish Codex at this point. The CDR just continually dishing out the damage and shredding through the tank line.
Casually picks up a quadra kill there in the mix
Casually.
as well. Yeah, and Korn just, that was the start to his game that he needed. He didn't have the best time in lane against Atong, got bullied a little bit early on by the Cassiopeia, but turned it on, had a really strong Fizz game, and King, again, they had a strong game across the board. So the only question is, can they do it again and get 3 points? Because with Vici sort of looking a little bit, shaken up, certainly in tatters as far as rosters go, and King looking revitalized with their new roster, much like the QG series, a split, it's great, well done. You get a clap for it, but you need to take the 2-0 and get your full 3 points.
And they need the full 3 points because, again, King right now sitting on the standings with 1 point to their name, and we're 3 weeks in. Oh, well, now because they split. Yeah. We're up to 2, boys. We did it.
I mean, there's a big difference between 2 and 4 points, which is effectively what they're trying to take away here, starting, I believe, their first 3 or 4 matches with no wins at all. So King is sort of desperate to start picking up points. It seems like they've got the roster that can do so, but they're already up a game against Vici. It was very convincing. I wonder where we're going to go for the draft because I think there's a lot of adaptations. You can certainly target certain parts of that last composition out. But King needs to put something together and find another win because 3 points is so valuable here.
Well, King looked great in the draft. We talk about how brilliant it was in second rotation that they took away both Hecarim and Fizz away from Dandy. Put him on Gnar, and he had a good performance. But I think kind of the big weak point, likewise, was the fact that Sejuani was the priority, Rek'Sai being taken off the board. And World 6, unless he's on that Gragas, just hasn't looked the same.
And he's not getting that Gragas, trust me. I mean, no jungler's really getting Gragas. The Sivabang was nice there as well. Like, there's a lot to like there about the draft from King. And again, can they do it again? Last game looked great. Insec on a big champion. The Gnar against QG. The Hecarim in this game had a nice game, was able to kind of bring more of that carry potential that he's known for. His Maokai was certainly left wanting in their second game against QG. And if King find themselves in another awkward draft here, could be against some problems here for Vici, but they have problems of their own here, do Vici. I think a split at this point for them would be a miracle.
I mean, that said, it's not too far out of the comfort zone so far as what they've shown for the LPL season so far. It's mostly been splits, and again, they play a really heavy rotation style, one game, and they completely dominate it. For a while, Vici had the shortest average game time, so when they win big. Again, they try to go back to that 5v5 or that 3v3 style, and they just kind of collapse in on themselves.
And again, it's hard because Dandy's move roles have got new players. Like, it feels like Dandy and Marta spent all this time sort of shaping, carrying Atong, and now carries sick. Atong maybe struggling without Dandy there from the jungle, but we'll see what happens here in this draft as King switch themselves over to the blue side, Vici hanging out on the red, and King immediately just say, you know what, no more Sivir, please.
And we talked about how Name isn't really a Sivir player. He can play it, but it's not a big champion in his repertoire, and you called it ahead of time, knowing that the Kog'Maw cannot. Name is a Jinx player, Lucian, and Kog'Maw. Those are going to be his big 3, so the fact that it gives them the power to ban away the Sivir, and then opens up added safety to these immobile ADCs, because obviously then a Sivir just can't run them down.
Yeah, I like it a lot here, and I like this ban for Vici as well. Take the Hecarim away from Insec. You saw they were willing to pick it early in the last game, and they're on the blue side this time. Wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to first pick it as well.
Other questions are going to be what Dandy's going to return to in the top lane. That was the first time that he had run without a smite.
And that is a Fizz ban.
Yep,
I'll start joining in there as well, but King,
from blue side.
that is a lot of respect for the champion if they're willing to ban it on blue side, but I guess they have something else, maybe Gragas in mind, but that is a curious ban. I think that tells you how much King value Fizz as a pick.
Well, they can now choose if it's Rek'Sai ban, they can then ban the, they can do the jungle ban and play that way, or they can start to look towards Corrin's Rise since Fizz is taken off the board.
Well, they will take Kalista out, so again, nobody gets to play Kalista, it feels like, in China. A very strong champion that is consistently banned out in the LPL, but Vici have to be thinking, do they want to ban Gragas? They do. I like this Zero Gragas ban that we've been seeing a lot more this week. And Insect's going to have some fun. Flashes Vladimir for a second. Might have misclicked on the champion, but
it should be Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai makes perfect sense to me. Again, take away the high-pressure junglers from World 6, and lo and behold, Rek'Sai first pick.
And again, that does leave open Nunu, Sejuani, or possibly Lee Sin if World 6 wants to go that direction. Other big picks on the board are going to be Nautilus because, again, Alistair's been banned, I think, permanently for the entire night.
Yeah, he's not seen very much play at all. Do still have some matches to play this evening, of course. A big one especially coming up later after this match, actually. But Alistar certainly starting to get a lot more respect again, up there with the Sivir, the likes of Fizz, even Gragas, these champions that been around for a little while and the teams are starting to get a hold of as far as, hey, probably shouldn't be letting these ones through. And Vici, I like the Thresh hover. Zero played a fantastic Thresh in the last game, and Mata, no slouch on the champion either. But they did trick me. Thresh, Maokai, their first two picks.
And that was the question that we have the answer is what is Jenny going to take up into that top side? And it's going to be the Maokai this time around. So again, leaving that smite behind, going more for a flash teleport style of top lane, which we haven't seen from him until this series.
Yeah, I mean, he played Gnar in the last game, I believe. It actually does leave Gnar open for Insec as well. And this is curious stuff from King again. We talk about King, I would say Nami focused, but not Nami centric as far as teams go. Korn and Insect actually both had excellent games as far as carry performance goes there as well, but might just be wanting to build around again. Nami's fairly shallow champion, but one of his few weaknesses as a player is that sometimes he only plays what he wants. Just why the Silver Band's so cool, but it is going to be Jinx, Gnar, and King really lining up for some big team fights now.
And that was the big champion that Vici denied in the first game, having that Name banned, having that Jinx banned out. So it's to pick up his signature champion, I'm going to call it.
Yeah, I'd call it a signature champion for sure here. He's, for a long time, was another undefeated Jinx player joining Deft. Unfortunately, that record has since been
tarnished.
Yes, tarnished. And Deft is the only one left, I believe, with a ridiculous Jinx record. But Vigi going to consider the next few here. I don't mind the Nunu takeaway, but there is a Rek'Sai already there. Again, King assembling pretty malleable team comp. They've got a lot of different things they can do between the Rek'Sai, Gnar, and the Jinx. Vici started off solo, but these picks are really going to identify where they want to go. And apparently they want to match carry for carry. Nunu, Tristana are their next two picks.
All eyes are on Endless right here, and we had the question posed, like, who is better, Vasily or Endless? And right now it was kind of like a wash. The jury was still out on who was going to have the defender spot. Of course, Endless has been the primary player so far in the LPL, and this is all about him. This is a space-creating composition. Of course, you have the Blood Boil on Tristana. She's going to have scaling into the late game as well as decent tower pressure because her satchel can apply to the towers and burn them down with extra damage. Maokai and Thresh alongside the Nunu.
Yeah, lots of protection here and a good counter pick for Hatong here as well. Cassio and Azir still open. They'd be great champions to protect this Tristana also. So Vici have good options here, but I like what Korn's doing. It's a blind pick mid lane matchup. He's going to take Orianna, and Zero's going to take Janna as his last pick. So King, they are fairly all in on protecting this Jinx.
To protect the ADC compositions, Name versus Endless, Jinx versus Tristana.
And again, Hetong's got his choice. I mean, the mid laners here are going to be fairly good as far as secondary carries go, but it is certainly going to be about the ADs. We've seen Korn go off on Fizz last game. He's definitely a seasoned Orianna player there as well. And Hetong's best looking games have been on the likes of Azir and Cassiopeia. So if there's going to be fireworks, if we're going to have two threat comps go at each other here, both teams have already lined up, and that is the Azir lock-in for Hetong.
And I like the Azir versus the Kassadin or the Cassiopeia pickup simply because, again, this is a space-creating composition. You have the absolute Zero to slow the team from collapsing on Tristana. She has her own self-sustained mobility with the rocket jump and buster shot?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll get it
Nailed
one
it.
day. Nailed it. And then with the Emperor's Divide. So it's Cassiopeia. You need to provide some peel to her simply because she's very immobile. But Azir, you set up that Emperor's Divide. You set up all these space tools for Tristana and let her run away with the game.
Yeah, we look at the matchups as well. Insect versus Dandy once more. Gnar versus Maokai this time around. Lots of skill there in that matchup. And Huey back on his trademark champion in some ways, Rek'Sai versus World. Suki's going to take the Nunu for himself.
Huey's anime pose with the glasses. In the mid lane, though, it's going to be Korn taking his signature champion Orianna, and Hatong found a lot of success on Azir in the past. See if he finds it this time.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Name, signature champions across the board, it feels like, for these teams. Jinx versus Tristana, hyper carry central once we get towards the mid and late stages, and kind of fun to see this one. Marta going to take Zero's thresh away from him, but Zero sort of teasing him there with, hey, I got your famous Janna.
It's so lovely about these supports players, Mata and Zero, because they do have a very large overlapping champion pool, and they're very similar in play style. Now, Thresh is typically the direct counter to Janna just because you lock her down, but very cheeky.
Very cheeky indeed, and certainly provides a lot for this team. We've been asking, as well as hard engage, where's the Janna? Zero's going to say, hey, Janna's still good.
Especially on that Jinx. Taking down towers, you cannot leave a Janna, a Jinx, unattended in a tower. Jinx's attack speed on that minigun, she'll take it 5 times faster than any other AD carry.
And this is what we've seen from a lot of Name's Jinx, honestly, is that heavy rotations, get down the towers, try and snowball early. We'll see if they can do it again. We're about to get into game number 2. And welcome back here for game number 2 between King and Vici Gaming. King find themselves with another great game 1 performance to lead the series 1-0, but Vici looking for a point here while King are looking for 3. An important game for both sides now.
King need these 3 points.
They really do.
They are so far behind. They finally had their first win this weekend, so this would be a massive swing of momentum for them.
You can see again another 4 or 5 man stack coming through for King. Getting wards down, almost took out that trinket ward as well as Korn. Slightly lagging behind, but King going to get some vision down. Might be looking at a lane swap. We talked about it already. Jinx pretty good in fast pushes, so you leave her alone and she'll do work.
And last game, this is exactly what King did, and they did do the lane swap, but they kind of hid in mid lane, waited until they saw exactly what lanes were going where, and then motion towards the correct matchup that they wanted.
I think the nice thing is that if you do get to your lane late, which, you know, you at least get the lane that you want, but you deny yourself the opportunity to freeze the lane. If people are just going to start fast pushing in the lane swaps anyway, it doesn't matter that you didn't get the lane free. It's actually better that you didn't.
Yeah, it was fine because it was Cogma. They knew that they were going to freeze anyway.
Yeah, and Tong, you can see, kind of hanging out in the mid lane, trying to scout whatever he can. But Vici, bit of a juke perhaps there. We've got the dual lane rotating down to the bottom side, and Zero and Name are on the same side. That's a great ward there. It's a Huey's red buff to spot off the dual lane there as well. So we're going to have some fun now in the 2v2 situation. Standard lanes for our first game of this series.
It's also really important that these ward placements do kind of have a reputation of, oh, these are the lane swap wards. It means that we're about to see a lane swap. But in general, this is just to make sure that everyone knows what kind of matchup they're facing across the board, to make sure that everyone finds the lanes that they want.
You just get some information, which is very important at level 1 as Korn going to get pushed in slightly by Azir, but actually hold the minion wave here just to keep it safe. Endless, though, gets the explosive charge down as well. And this is a matchup we haven't seen in quite a while. Tristana especially is a very different champion.
I think Kid played her. I think he's the
Yes.
only one who's really played her this season so far.
Had a couple. I think Crystal might have a game from Spring
I
there
forgot
as
about
well.
Crystal.
I mean, Crystal's crazy. He's almost
yeah.
as crazy as Imp as far as AD carry choices go. Korn getting really bullied on the early stages. Orianna not having very much fun against the Cassio Azirs of the world. Oh god, down to the bottom side. Zero getting a charge there as well. Flashes away, but dies to the charge. Name trying to get the kill, but he can't quite get it. Mata getting the hook there as well. And level 2 all-in goes to Vici.
We didn't get to see the front part of that. I'm curious how it started, but beautiful play from Endless right there to make sure that they do not trade 1 for 1 and take the first blood, and even especially because it ends up on Tristana as opposed to Mata.
And jump reset plus dangerous game keeps Endless safe there. Name, we've seen a lot of level 2 Jinx all-ins especially. They're no strangers to it, but they lose that one. First blood to Vici, and Korn still struggling in this matchup.
Goes back immediately and picks up the double Thorn. So again, sinking 800 gold because he wants to be in complete control of this lane.
Oh, World 6, this is a wonderful gank.
Oh!
Name that gets the flash hook onto him as Mata lines it up perfectly. Mame knows he's dead, and he's going to give the kill over to Nunu.
What a beautiful hook from Mata on the prediction of the flash. Oh, so
Yeah.
good.
And we talk about it. Both Mata and Zero, fantastic Thresh players. And Mata, again, saw Zero's Thresh in the last game. It's like, whatever you can do, don't worry, I can still do it better. In second, the top side as well. Going to clear out a couple minions for himself. Pretty healthy in the matchup so far against Standy. Lovely little hop there to clean out the minion from under the turret. And Korn continues to get bullied in, but keeping the CS competitive. So really, it's just this bottom lane right now that's starting to struggle, and you can see they really want to kill each other. It is double Dorans across the board.
But when you beat King, it's because you dive Name. At least that's how it was with the previous roster. Of course, Insec and Zero are the new additions to the current starting King lineup. So we'll see if Insec, the fact that he's not getting any of that pressure that Name is going to be able to carry King into a powerful late game. I wanted to say early mid game, but
I mean, we'll see. They can accelerate if they can get some turrets down, but Name going to probably have to play a bit further back. Endless starting to get things going. Huey actually on the top side. The Insect going to hop over Dandy, and now Dandy going to get locked up by the Unborrowed. That'll force the flash. Insect flashes immediately. Huey going to join him there as well, but Dandy's completely fine.
really overzealous right there to burn so many summoners.
That was an Insect tier flash.
Yeah, I'm going to give that one to Dandy. Trades one summoner for 2.
Very nice there. It's not, even with that longsword, couldn't do enough damage to try and kill the Maokai. As a decent CS lead though, does Insect Dandy might be forced back off the turret here if Mininar can continue to be annoying, but mid lane matchup starting to develop as well. Codex done for Hetong. Double Dorans now for Korn. And again, Korn had a great Fizz game last time, but fell a bit behind in the early stages of the lane. If he can keep himself up or ahead in this lane, Korn's the other person that really unlocks the late game of King.
And another signature champion from Korn. You talked about in Champion Select, of course he's well known for his Fizz, but his secondary pickup was always going to be that Orianna. So hopefully he was back to form on the Fizz. Maybe we'll see it on Ori.
Comfort seems important for this team in general, I think, for King, and it makes sense. Insec, sort of new to his role, is interestingly playing the meta champions, but I guess that's what he's been practicing. But Korn and Name, especially the team's 2 primary carries, I guess, have really been going back to just comfort picks, and they look great on them, to be honest with you, so it makes a lot of sense. As Huey finds World 6, Snowball's getting traded for a bit of autos, but nothing else really happening.
World 6 in a bit of trouble here.
That's a good tornado, actually. Lantern comes through. Mata will protect his jungle. That's a lot of people down the bottom side. Zero getting aggressed on there. Goes down to Mata. World 6 getting low, and Name trying to find a kill, and Korn and Hetong followed themselves in. Huey might go back in, and it's a bloodbath there, and only 1 kill onto Zero.
Zero kind of in the middle of a lot of people right there. Missed position. Good Lantern from Mata to get World 6 to safety, and a nice turn from Vici Gaming.
Great run from both mid laners, though, to keep the lane neutral at least. And sadly for either of them, they didn't have their ultimates there. If either Hetong or Korn, or God forbid, both of them had been ready with their ultis, that would have been quite a few more kills that you have to think. But Korn...
The big thing to point out, though, was the teleport discrepancy. So Insect's Gnar did use his teleport, whereas Dandy has still managed to hang on to his. So we'll see how Vici exploit that disadvantage, possibly in some dragon control.
Name and Zero back down to the bottom side, trying not to let the early grievance of the lane get them too far behind. Name is actually leading in CS against Endless's Tristana as they battle those Doran's blades back and forth. And you can see Mata has that Mata build, those quick Moby boots ready to go. But unfortunately for him, he's not been able to leave this lane because everybody's coming to him.
The interesting thing about Mata's lane phase and his Thresh, now again, he got the Samsung White Championship skin on Thresh, although...
In second, the top side, joining in onto Dandy. Huey here once again as the hop comes through. Dandy with his ulti ticking away. Might not be enough here. Dandy's so tanky. Insect throws the last boomerang, and Huey gets the kill.
Second time's the charm right there. They didn't even need their flashes that time around. So good pickup. That said, World 6 sees, hey, resources are using the top side of the map. Time to do a free dragon.
Yeah, Huey not even level 6, so can't go down to a tunnel. And Insect doesn't have his teleport, so might have to be a trade of the turret for the dragon. Ulti comes through, almost steals the dragon. But World 6 has got it under control.
That's pretty classic Name. He has sniped a few dragons as well as some barons in his lifetime.
I think recently, actually, as well on the Jinx. That's part of the
I think
reason
it was week 2.
People don't like giving him the champion. So doing okay so far on the Jinx. Mid lane again, sort of a wash with Hetong, having a little bit of a lead there on the top side. But Insec, you can tell he's calling Huey to the top side. They really want to keep Dandy down. And he started with a Hex Drinker, so at least on the way to starting to be a bully. And Insec, if there's ever a game for you to do something like go Frozen Mallet, I think it's this one. Do it. Go full Insec.
Yeah, he
Make
started the longsword too to immediately go into the Hex Drinker, which I actually thought was pretty clever.
Yeah, longsword is one of those. It's not quite the Doran's blade that we've seen from a couple Nars, but it sort of splits the difference on your early aggression. And Insec, if there's one thing we still know about him as a player, top lane or jungle, He is very aggressive.
Well, King have decided to give their resources to Insect. 2 back-to-back ganks did finally get the kill on Dandy, so now it's really on his back. So Name did get a little bit of camped. Not down and out, doing fairly well in the CS, but can Insect make the difference for Name and get him into that late game? And do King finally have multiple options for carry threats?
I think they do, but I guess we're going to learn a little bit more in this game as Vici, they are up a dragon. King couldn't answer that top lane turret, despite the fact they had 2 people in there and just killed Dandy. Dandy actually returns. Got some decent health pool here with the double Dorans plus the Ruby Crystal, but he'll be just okay. Again, Maokai tends to split most of his lanes, and Dandy doing nicely on CS here in the top lane.
And really, Dandy just needs to sit up here and continue to build his resistances and his tanky items. This is a space control composition. It's all going to be about endless, and they're just waiting in an elongated lane phase. Now that Dragon's taken off the board, there's no stage to fight over, so there's no reason to go super aggressive. Everyone's just going to sit in their lanes, farm this one out, and wait for Tristana.
I think as far as lanes go, the bottom lane has been very active. Tristana's gone back, got her BF sword, but Name goes back and purchases the same as Insect. Gets dove on by Dandy. No jungle pressure here. Just some good aggression onto the mini now. And Insect, he's forced away as Mata's come to the top lane, but just plops down a pink ward and walks away. Now he's finally able to roam.
Mata with his Moby boots, doing Mata things, and it's not Dandy with him this time. It's World 6 as they go in, invade the jungle, place down some deep
If
wards.
you're going to learn how to play like Dandy from anyone else, it's probably going to be from Dandy on your team. World 6 teaming up with Mata to sort of reform that duo in a bit of a different way here. You can see Cinderhawk done though for Huey. He's quite tanky. Of course, World 6 on the Nunu going to go for a bit of a quicker Sightstone before moving into his balmy Cinder. But apart from that, it's kind of even here. Vici find themselves up about 1,000 gold or so and up a dragon, but an early lead's not too bad here for King as both teams sort of look for their next point of power.
And really, it's just an item power sprigs at this point. Both of them are going to want to fight over the similar things, and I like the fact that it is to protect the ADC compositions, although I think that there's more threat, technically, from the side of King.
You can see Endless diving in. Good chompers there from Name. Going to try and make this trade worthwhile. Zero coming back down. Actually might be joined by a jungler here, so a gank potentially coming through. Mata in trouble, maybe gets Chilling Smote up. Play back there is not enough. The flash on Burrow after the tornado comes through. Name pops in the ultimate. Mata goes down to Huey, and Endless has to run away.
Brilliant rocket right there. That said, it is Huey who ends up taking the kill, and kind of not where you want your gold to do. You want it to keep in the lane, so now it's about Huey. Now the fact that he has these 2 kills, he has his advantage. Can he impact the map and make the most of this gold that he's been given?
I think he's going Sightstone potentially as well. I mean, not far enough ahead to go Black Cleaver, which would be super crazy if we wanted to see it, but we'll look through some of the other items as well as Huey tracking some people here. Actually, good ward there. Can see World 6 at the Grump as Name and Zero try and get some turrets down, and that's maybe been the biggest blocker here for King's early game. All that fast pushing they want to do with Jinx, they've been constantly denied by all of the bottom lane pressure.
Huey in a bit of trouble.
Yep, find her tongue there. Emperor's Divide, though, just going to let Rek'Sai tunnel away to safety. Dragon not up for a couple minutes, so a little too early maybe as Insect and Dandy going at it once more, but Dandy getting the better of Insect. He's forced to hop away. Dandy has his flash, but won't go all in for Insect, who's starting to struggle in the matchup, it looks like.
Dandy's doing a good job recognizing that Insect doesn't have his Mega Gnar form available and deciding to go hard in these moments, in these windows of opportunity where he knows that Insect can't jump on him and look for the hard CC.
I mean, look, Dandy, as far as we're aware, is a Rumble main, so we'll definitely understand windows of opportunity on that champion. Insecto now Mega Gnar could maybe turn it around. Going to go aggressive into the top side, but instead Korn and Zero going to clear out a couple wards, and Dandy's getting low there in the top side of the map. Doesn't quite go down to Insect though, as the boulder will miss, and it's all in for all in as Insect now pressures Dandy out.
Again, the window closing on the opportunity to go aggressive there. Dandy will wait that one out, but he understands exactly when he needs to pull the trigger. The thing that I wanted to talk about with these compositions as Name possibly going to be dope. Nope, Zero's there.
Very nice positioning. Chompers will block them off as well. Hetong's also coming down. Teleports are coming in as well for Dandy. This is a big dive here as Insect's going to come down, but he's got no health left. Zero coming in, the shield onto the turret. Huey's down as well. Insect kiting away. Name trying to do his best. He flashes out of the absolute Zero, but Zero's far too low. Goes down to Dandy in the ulti. Huey diving in, but Name's already dead. Korn arrives very, very late, and Vici get 3 free kills.
Absolute disaster for King right there, and the biggest thing was the fact that Insect got there at 25% HP while Dandy was full health. That's going to be a free tower as well as multiple kills across the board for Vici, looking much stronger this time around.
And I think it's funny to compare these late game carries as well, because they're both really good at pushing down turrets when they get free time. You saw Nami and Zero's turret was so low from just the early pressure that Endless was able to put out, and Berserker Greaves are not here now finished for Nami. Endless is quite strong in this situation, and Dragon is just coming back up.
Well, the thing that I wanted to talk about is we've talked about how both these compositions are very similar and that they're essentially protect the ADC compositions, but I wanted to talk about how they're different. And primarily it's through the damage threats across the board for King, the fact that they have kind of a, I'm going to call it a quadruple damage threat composition. Rek'Sai is going to do a bit more than Nunu. Likewise, Gnar in the late game. We saw Looper previously on that champion just do some ridiculous stats, although he did play Maokai the second game around. But it's very interesting that it's all in on creating zone and space versus having multiple damage threats and threats to that back line in the form of Rek'Sai and Gnar.
And again, we talked about Nami last game. It's not all in. It's just a team centered around him, but not dedicated to him like maybe some of his older teams here. Atong actually caught Huey there as well as Mata looks for a hook but doesn't quite find it. Vici, though, on top of their next dragon. Endless and World 6, plenty of neutral damage to their name. And King are just trying to cobble together a couple of items. World 6 hanging out, takes the dragon. Apparently didn't have a cooldown, saves his smite for whatever reason, but Atong continuing to pressure this mid side as well. Zero's forced to charge in to try and defend it, and Vici rotations are back on him now that they've found themselves a lead.
The rotation that I would like to see them make is to move Endless from that bottom side into the mid and help push down that mid-tier tower and move Hatong into the bottom side.
Second Dandy actually having a bit of a fight, but Meganar runs out. Insec uses his ulti, but doesn't have enough pressure onto the Maokai. World 6 comes in, clears away the red buff by the looks of things, and Endless has some decent levels and an Infinity Edge completed now. Morellonomicon's done for these AD carries, but everyone else sort of falling behind. Insec especially, he's not going to be team fight ready. He is going for the Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest kind of discrepancies in this build path is that you don't have your resistances. And at this point in the game, 15 minutes, and because so many team fights are happening because Vici are accelerating the game by pushing down these towers, it's going to be a big difference in just the front line of control that Dandy's going to offer his team versus Insec with that pickaxe and Giant's build.
And look, if Insec can get the Frozen Mallet fairly soon, have maybe 5 to 10 minutes of landing phase on top of that, probably more realistically 5, he'll get a lot of purchase out of bullying Dandy around and being a split push threat like he was on Hecarim last game.
But he's not going to get it.
No, exactly. It's just a little too much time. Vici again, pressing the pace of the game, playing much more like old Vici. His corner was going to go down here. Wave clear's just there to protect that turret, but it is on such little health.
Still relatively difficult to siege into an Orianna with a blue buff, but Azir is so oppressive right now with the reach of his Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, Nami coming back down as well. Zero even here just to land a couple shields. Do it corner again. We'll keep it safe. But Vici, you have to think that just a couple movements here and there from really knocking down turrets and projecting what is already a fairly large gold lead of 3,000 gold up towards the 5, 6, 7,000 gold mark.
And here we go. They finally pulled Endless out of the bot lane after he shoved his wave into the enemy tower. Rotating him actually to the top side. A lot of pings going down for Vici. Maybe setting up a bit of a trap here for an Insec as Mata has moved behind the tower.
Smart here from Vici to pressure multiple lanes because Nami is especially hanging out on the bottom side with unspent gold trying to get some farm done. Patong does back himself away to the top side though, but Insect's forced to concede the top lane, even with Zero there to maybe help him with the turret. King are just getting out-rotated once again, although Insect bounding back in. Does he have his promo as Mata coming back through? Hatong's around the side. Insect gets the first kill, but that's a great ulti there from Hatong. Zero's already dead. Insect's going to join as well. And bait was set and the trap was sprung.
I was just about to comment on that. Vici set that up well in advance, and I feel like King actually knew because they had a ward and they had vision, just kind of a miscommunication on their damage. Bite for it anyway and get punished.
I mean, Endless, you can see now as well, kind of been the unsung hero of this game, but 4-0-2 already on the Tristana. Infinity Edge and Berserker Greaves completed along with those double throws, and Nami just goes back and he hasn't even got his Infinity Edge completed to join his Berserker Greaves yet. So fairly far behind as far as AD carries go, despite the competitive CS. And it's just all the kills and aggression that Vici have allowed Endless to be a part of.
At this point in the game, King need to ward up their flanks and just continue to farm to their item power spikes and try to meet Vici into the late game, or at least later on into this mid game, because right now they're too far behind.
Oh, actually good Umbaro there coming in. Hatong will not dodge the Umbaro. Ulti there for Nami gives Huey another kill, and again that gold distribution not quite going to the carries.
I say that as they find a perfect pick into the mid lane, but I mean, Hatong, where are your flanking wards?
I don't know. Nami going to push in. They're going to try and get a turret by the looks of things. Dandy in the bottom side, but does have his teleport. Tornado's in there as well. Mata going to be aggressed on. Nami's actually tanking the turret with a Janna shield on him, and they're fairly safe in this situation. No ulti from Korn might make it a little tricky to push them off the turret, but King know they need to make some space. They must get this mid turret.
Well, the big thing is the fact that Azir's down
Yep.
and he's going to be their primary wave. They're not that Endless can't do it, but again, the oppression and the reach of the Sand Soldiers.
I mean, King looks like they're actually backing off here, and that's bad news for them, unfortunately. They did need to try and clear out some space. They still don't have a single turret in this game. That mid turret that they've got's not going to last very long either, given its current health status. Dragons back up in a minute 45, and Vici are looking to continue their aggression.
Insec, don't know if he's going to commit. Nope, he's going to go ahead and back. I was going to say they could try to commit for the top tier tower, but Insec's going to go ahead and back, and we should start to see both the teams set up around that dragon pit.
Endless going to rotating and clear out a good chunk of farm for himself. Tristana still pretty good as far as that wave clear and the pushing especially goes. So Endless gets himself some more CS, continues growing the gold. Hatong finally takes out the mid turret with Korn off, and probably even more annoyingly just sets up a sun turret. This is a funny champion. Endless going to go back now as well. Minute 10 to this dragon, so both teams looking to set up, but Name still scrounging for farm. Hatong continuing to push the mending waves back in there as well. And again, we've talked about Hatong's Azir. Korn, his team fighting's been great on the Fizz last game, but he definitely fell behind in lane. I feel like the story's a bit similar here for Korn now on the Orianna.
Well, they really haven't had a true 5v5 to give Korn the stage to look for that massive shockwave that could turn a game. So Dragon is going to be spawning in 48 seconds. We'll see if Korn can maybe find something there. But this is a very scary fight for King to approach for how far behind in itemization they are. That's a completed Infinity Edge and a Zeal versus just a BF Sword pickaxe and a Zeal.
Yeah, I mean, Endless almost has his Phantom netted on, and Name's sort of getting a couple items matched together because he knows he needs the most cost-efficient power he can get. Lots of thrift shopping here. We talk about it a lot with Name, but no completed items at 20 minutes is bad news, and King, a stroke of luck, may just get them this turret here. Azir is coming back, and King can't even get that.
Oh, flash forward.
Yeah, well, the Zig's actually coming through. Name might be able to peel him off. Huey coming through, but there's not enough damage by the looks of things. Flank might be coming through. Dandy's actually around the side, jumping in onto him. That's the flash away, sorry. Puts Dandy under the turret. Shockwave whiffs there for Korn, and Huey gets hooked back by Marta. Dandy is low, but not dead. Hatong finds in. Ulti is massive, but the kill comes in, and that's a trade back and forth. Azir, though, will go down to Intake. Name trying to get excited, needs another kill, and a very crazy fight gives somehow a 1-for-1 trade.
Completely split apart right there. It was just great target priority from Insec and Name. Yes, the shockwave completely whiffed, but those two were together, the front line and the AD carry, making sure that they could evenly trade that time.
And our question last game was, when King are ahead, they look fantastic as a team, very crisp and very strong. But playing from behind so far, even with their even in spring when they had this roster assembled for a short while, just didn't look good when they fell behind. So can they get themselves back up here? They've got tools, they've got the scaling to potentially do it, and they're starting to claw back some of that gold deficit. But Vici might be looking for another dragon, although apparently they're trying to find a pick here.
But this is an even larger issue also with Vici Gaming. We talked about how their team fighting is so lackluster, and that was pretty much exactly what we were talking about. They have a gold surplus. They're 5k up. They got into a full 5v5, and just cohesively as a unit, they're not there yet.
I mean, there were more than 5k up before that started, actually. The trade just sort of left it a little more even as Vici will start themselves a dragon. Again, a strong objective-focused team of Vici, so this is the sort of thing they can do well. Baron is up as well now, of course, so might be looking for that at some point in the near future. And King continuing to hold on as Vici try and find more aggression points, but they just need them around objectives.
And because Vici, I'm glad that you brought up their objectives, because Vici can't really do the 5v5, or they're just not there yet as a team, they really have their win conditions entirely focused around the Baron, around the 5th dragon to look to win the game.
You can see King actually some curious itemization coming through. I mean, we talked about Name still thrift shopping, but now has his Infinity Edge, so a good little spike there. Korn's actually going for very cost-efficient builds as well. He didn't get 4 kills like a massive Fizz Quadra like in the last game, so he's keeping his build nice and cheap. Morellonomicon, Homeguard Sork Shoes, and actually Void Staff second coming through.
And he really needs it at this point to do any damage just because Dandy got so far ahead early and has his resistances. And as I say that, he has the armor. But that's the idea that if you get a Void Staff into the mid-game, it's because you're just trying to output your damage. You don't have the time to look for the Death Cap.
And that's hard for Orianna. Death Cap is such a key item, but Korn will keep his farm going, will at least try and be relevant earlier, but sooner rather than later, because King know they need to pick fights here against Vici. And Vici, again, you can see the objective control still coming through strong. Name is getting as much farm as he can in the bottom side of the map, so he's collecting quite a bit of gold. He's actually ahead of Endless, at least in farm right now. But that means King have to play very safe and very careful. And if Vici ever catch someone out of position, that Baron's going to drop instantly.
And Vici have one of the earliest average Baron times of any of the LPL teams. This is a huge objective for them. We've talked about it before. They're very rotation focused, especially as they do some sneaky Baron shredding over the back of the wall with the Azir Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, World6 actually using his ultimate to try and clear it out quickly. Scrying off, finds him. Ulti might fly in. Can't steal it though. Hatong actually takes it out, and Mata finds Huey as Insect's trying to go Mega now. Does transform now as Korn actually caught out by Dandy. Zero getting chunked out there by Endless actually goes down. Name gets the kill out onto Thresh, but Insect, he's not that tanky, and Endless is outputting so much damage. Huey might get caught out, tunnels his way to safety. Dandy chasing people out, and another 1-4 on Trey, but Vici, they already got what they wanted. They got the Baron.
Beautiful sneaky Baron, and they might find more here.
Good twisted advance onto Huey. Damage comes through, knock up in there. Snowball's joining through. Huey gets one on Burrow, but Name can't do quite enough damage. Almost gets a reset, but it's not quite enough.
Steps forward into 3 Sand Soldiers, and it is going to be a 4 Baroned up team for Vici Gaming. Baron is so important for them. Again, they're not a 5v5 style team. They're a rotation-based team. This just empowers their siege and their ability to rotate and shred through these towers even more.
7,000 gold. They head up now as well. Endless almost with the last whisper coming through as well. Hatong actually going for a quick blue elixir, so really wants to press the advantage while they have it. World6 getting tankier as well. Sightstone and Aranduin's almost completed. Dandy really gunning for Name, it feels like. He's got a chain vest now win as well. Reminds me of Flandre's anti-Uzi Jarvan top build from Spring, where he literally just built armor and dived Uzi every fight. You know what, Dandy? That's probably not the worst plan you could have come up with.
And, I mean, to be frank, Name is really the big carry here alongside Insect. Korn has been very lackluster with the shockwaves.
I mean, yeah, he has, and it's the champion he's known for. Doesn't even have the Void stuff done yet as Insect. Found a few too many friends in the top lane. Endless's damage is disgusting, and he'll get himself his 8th kill of the game.
No reason for Insect to be that far forward extended, especially not without any protective wards right there.
Blue buff looking for it, but Vici is going to say thank you very much as Hatong going to pick that up for himself. Huey tried to steal it with a Price Eager, but couldn't find it. Has to tunnel down instead to try and protect the top tower, but it's already dead. Tristana again does not mess about with these items when it comes to taking structures.
Vici Gaming are so efficient in how they play their pressure points around the map and just make the most of their Baron. They probably, like EDG, get more out of their Baron than any other team.
Well, King to do something now. Mata flash forwards, finds Korn with a hook. Massive ulti channel by Nunu. Huey's going to die as well. Korn's already dead. That's another kill as Nunu, of all people, gets himself a double. But Vici have found the way into the base, completely broken it apart. 10,000 gold ahead and looking to close it out.
Vici put all of their resources in the bot lane. We saw gank after gank on Name, and it's completely played off. Endless is huge, and with this protect the AD carry, space zone control comp, he's just tearing through them.
Somehow kills Hatong. Endless
Wow.
almost gets sniped there by Nami. He wants to get the reset, but he can't get the last auto. Dandy locks him up to get the kill, and Vici, plenty of damage left on Endless, might be able to finish the game.
Are going to back out just at the very end, though, so a single tower standing, but it should be a systematic closeout for Vici Gaming. Hard to see if they'll throw it from this position.
I mean, you've talked about it before. Vici's so efficient when it comes to winning the games when they are ahead. And honestly, we could have maybe said that about King in the last game as well. I guess my question might be answered. Can they play well from behind? Unfortunately, against a team like Vici, not so much.
They have the tools to do so, however. Again, you have hyperscaling potential in both of their carries, Orianna and Jinx, as well as you have the hard reset. So if they can stall this out for maybe another 15 minutes, hope can be alive for King. They have the resources to do so, but Vici are just so oppressive when they're ahead and making the smartest and cleanest rotation.
And they also, again, don't want to give you that team fight, which is the one thing King can maybe hold over Vici in this particular series. And instead, they'll roam through, they'll keep taking buffs. Dragon's up in 35 seconds as well. Again, you said it already. I think the best word to describe Vici is crisp, and this map is just completely in their control.
Systematic, clinical, Korean.
Yeah, very Korean here is Endless. I mean, you know, a good role player here on the Tristana. Had a very strong game at 9-0-6, but he has one job: take towers and set up, be in the fights that Vici set up for you, and he's doing a marvelous job of that so far. In part to some really strong ganks just in general, and Dandy's teleport plays on this Maokai. He has some ridiculous amount of armor right now, and Zero's going to try and shield up the turrets as best he can, but Dragon's up soon, and Vici, they know where their calling is. They're going to go clear some wards and probably take the objective.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Their win conditions are not in the 5v5, not in the protect the ADC comp, although it is working for them. It's in the objectives and setting up vision and making picks around the Baron and looking for that 5th dragon and using that as a stage. I love that Endless is doing well, because before we had the question, who is really the superior ADC or who deserves to have the starting spot? Is it Vasily? Is it Endless? And it was kind of like, they're doing the same thing. We haven't seen one really stand out, but Endless finally getting all of the resources from VG Gaming and showing up huge.
He is. I mean, Tristana, again, sort of similar functions to Jinx as far as like, hey, I want to take some towers and rotate, but that's fine. That's a lot of what Vasily did for that team was
Yeah, to be
play
fair.
Graves, play Lucian, rotate with his team, listen to Mata and Dandy, and he had some moments of his own there as well. But Endless has certainly had his in this game as well, so no discredit to the young AD carry player. It's nice to see him have such a massive game. But again, when you look at Vici, you look at this team, even with Dandy in the top lane instead of the jungle, they certainly lead this team, and you can tell with the way they play.
Still the same identity, the fact that Mata is the shot caller.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Mata's the shot caller of this team. As Zero, Huey, and Korn trying to defend the mid lane assault, but Vici, there's so much turret damage. Look at Endless. He is going to wreck through that turret. In fact, has to respect the ball positioning. Smart stuff there, but it won't take very much more of this for Vici to take this turret.
And yesterday against World Elite, we called their game death by 1,000 paper cuts. They're just so controlled and very patient, whittling away at the objectives that they find.
I mean, the nice thing is when they see an opening, they go straight forward as well. You can see Endless and Mata moving around, getting some wards down. Mata trying to create space and get some picks for his team. Dandy creating space, doesn't even have his teleport. He's just confident in his team's ability to play safe and to continually apply pressure appropriately. Vici again, now all moving down to the bottom side. You said it already, they play very Korean. It's looking real good so far as Endless going to chunk out this turret. In sec, he's trying to make it happen. Endless actually gets caught by Huey. Ulti doesn't hit him though. Hatong gets out Huey with the Emperor's Divide. Ulti lands onto World 6 there from Jinx. Shockwave there onto Mata and Nunu, but it's not quite enough as Dandy diving into the backlines. Endless though gonna go up massive there to take out Nami. Gets the resets, goes off completely. And Endless, the star of the last fight. Zero can't do anything to finish this game, and Vici will close it out.
And Endless has a fantastic front line before him, but the thing that I really want to point out in that last team fight was he had a beautiful, cute little sidestep where he just dodged the Orianna Shockwave and really allowed him to find the momentum in that team fight and to rocket jump forward in a very Vasily-esque fashion.
I mean, he's playing Tristana as well. Certainly a Vasily champion, so kind of funny to think that maybe the AD carries play a little similar to than we may have first perceived, but you can see the team shaking hands. King, again, I don't know how you play so differently between games, but you have an amazing game one, and not exactly fall to pieces in game two. They certainly showed some strength, but it seems that this team just can't get the 2-0s, and Vici are happy to take the point. They probably, again, they're learning with a new roster. They're very happy to collect points, given that they're still fixing things together. But when it feels like things finally came together for King and they couldn't get the 2-0, that's a worry for a team who has to play a very long season.
Well, both of these teams have been showing that they have growing pains. And yeah, King didn't find the 2-0 there, but Vici stayed true. Split 1-1, played a team fight composition, then played a rotational composition. Did fantastic in the rotations and still smoothing everything out.
Yeah, still smoothing everything out, but as it ends there, the result possibly expected one, a 1-1 split between the two teams. Don't go too far away though. Match 3 for the LPL will be up just after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I'm Dominic Sader-Romer, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi. Spawn, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm going well. It's been a pretty good day and some good League of Legends. King versus Vici, that was an extremely tense matchup going 1-1, and both teams seem to try to be finding their feet at the moment.
Yeah, it was very exciting to see that happen. And speaking of finding your feet, we're going to have IG versus Snake coming up for the next game, and immediately afterwards, we've got EDG versus RNG shortly afterwards. So should be a very exciting set of matches.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially this first one coming up. Invictus Gaming taking on Snake, and for me, we kind of have EDG and QG emerging as like the top two teams right now, and then OMG, IG, and Snake are kind of in this middle of the pack between third and fifth, trying to vie for one of those top positions, and I think that this game will tell us a lot about where the current standings are.
Yeah, it'll be really indicative to see how the actual standings are going to be at the end. Currently, Snake is first place in the point standings at 11 points, and IG is actually 9 points just behind them. Though, to be fair, Snake has played a lot more games than most of the other teams. I think EDG has played
8 games.
8 games.
Yeah, so Snake's played 2 more series than EDG, a series more than QG and IG. So they've certainly played a lot of League of Legends, and I think this is their third match in 3 days, and they've done okay so far this weekend. See whether they can close it out strong.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. And on the other side, it's IG who played yesterday, and it was actually really exciting to see them take to the Rift with some very exciting games. And I'm actually really looking forward to IG's draft phase. That's something that we've talked about before. They typically have an excellent draft phase.
Yeah, coming into the games, Invictus Gaming is one of the teams that tries to think out what their opponents want to do and take it away. They're a very reactive draft phase team and then very proactive once they hit the Rift. They kind of are a chameleon. You don't really know what kind of gameplay they're going to play. They actually were very infamous during the Spring Series playoffs where they were just playing everyone else's game and beating them until they ran into EDG, and that's kind of what we've seen at the start of this season. They've lost against QG and EDG so far, dropping both sets 2-0, but every other point, they just look to do what other teams are trying to do much better.
Yeah, and on top of that, this split, they've shown a much more distinct style. It's been all about playing IG's style this time around or losing. Yeah. And against a team like Snake, will they be able to keep up?
Yeah, I certainly think so. And, you know, Kakal's actually turned into a polarizing figure. Gone are the days where he's dominating people in the jungles, and a lot of IG's pressure is around Kakao. So when he gets ahead in the jungle matchup, which he can still consistently do, he looks fantastic. But junglers have started to really step up and try and figure out what Kakao's doing. Warding's been great against IG, and you're right. If they can't knock down the mid turret early, which is what IG is all about, then they don't open up the map. They can't get the map movement that they're looking for, and they tend to fall behind.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on how Snake managed to pull that out. On the other side, Snake, beast in the jungle, has been an absolute terror. He's been just ripping through most of these teams that we've been seeing lately.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for Beast because, you know, he was known for his Jarvan and Nunu, and then they kind of got banned away from him, or Jarvan copped a little bit of a nerf in there. And since then, people were very polarized about him. Cinderhulk seems to have treated him well, the Gragas, the Sejuani, but he's happy to also pick up things like Nidalee every now and again, and that is one player, coupled with you, that I've been pleasantly surprised with coming into the Snake lineup. They've been able to play around their jungle mid synergy in a very new matchup in a way that they weren't able to do with Baka when all of his champion pool got taken away.
Yeah, and following up on that mid synergy, Yu has been so fantastic for Snake. He left EDG last split and joined Snake this time around, and he has been quite a polarizing figure for them.
Yeah, I also need to apologize to him because I said that he's LeBlanc didn't look that great, and then he pulled it out and was an absolute terror on it. So, yeah, he's a guy that's stepping up in a lot of ways. Very good control mage, but he's playing assassins very well. His Cassiopeia is still ridiculously good. Plays it in a way a little bit more defensively. A lot of mid laners are using it as an aggressive pick. He still likes to peel very much with it, but Yu is going from strength to strength, and, you know, getting left out of EDG once Pawn was picked up, a fantastic mid laner in his own right. Yu's really out there to prove that he is the world-class mid laner.
Yeah, and he's going to be up against Rookie on the other side. And, you know, you talk about standard matchups, Cassiopeia versus Azir. If there were two single players that sort of embodied those champion, I would put Rookie on the Azir.
Yeah, I certainly would. And Rookie is, like, famous for, like, sub 10-minute turrets on that champion. People thought that Vladimir was a counter to Azir before Rookie showed it up. And, yeah, honestly, Rookie's one of the premier laning mid laners in the world. He's ridiculously good for the first 12 minutes of the game. Around team fights, if he's ahead, he still snowballs relatively well, but he is an incredibly aggressive mid laner. This is something that when you look at Zatai, Kakao, Rookie, their whole top half of the map is ridiculously aggressive, and they can overreach, and that's something that Rookie has been guilty for. He tried to single-handedly win Game 1 against EDG, and, you know, at times he was trying to do a little bit too much, and I think that is something that they can punish, especially with a mid laner like you, who is used to playing passively.
That's something that we're going to really have to keep an eye on for this next match, the communication when we start to get towards the mid and late game. Snake, a relatively new team, are team fighting powerhouses. They know how to team fight. They love doing it. IG, on the other hand, they are all individually skilled players. However, they might have to be careful if Rookie gets a little bit too ahead of himself.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And, you know, the last person I really want to take a look at is Zatai in the top lane, because Koro, he kind of went equal with, got a little bit ahead of Koro, actually, if we're going to be brutally honest. And then Amazing J came in, played his fizz that Zatai made popular, and completely dismantled his lineup. So a lot to prove right now. Flandre's also been playing it. I'm looking for Zatai, that man right there, to have a huge game.
Very, very happy look on that guy's face. You can see his recent picks on that Hecarim and Fizz. Very, very strong in the top lane. He's going to be up against Flandre, who's actually well known for his Fizz. So that should be a very exciting matchup. I really hope we don't get any lane swaps, though. It could entirely be possible. Crystal and Ella have shown that they're comfortable with doing that before.
Yeah, certainly having. You see Kakao there, we mentioned him. The Nocturne, that's when you feel like Kakao's trying to reach back into the past and pull out a win versus Samsung Blue-esque. His Nocturne's always been good. Didn't really come up big for him last time around, but the Nunu is a pick I want to look at because his Nunu is terrific. He invades very well, and when you couple it with something like LeBlanc like they were before, Rookie, as you check out his karaoke action, they play mid lane jungle synergy probably better than any team right now.
Yeah, and up next is going to be Kid and Kitties, who have been absolutely instrumental to some of IG's success. And you can't really talk about one without talking about the other. Here's Kid right now. You can see him grinning on those very position-reliant champions.
Yeah, and you see a lot of Sivir in there, but you also see the Ezreal, and this is something that Kid plays incredibly well. He ekes out every little bit of damage from that role, and, you know, Kitty's in there. He's been very consistent. Please throw away the last Nautilus game. I think something was wrong with his keyboard because he couldn't get anything done in that lane matchup. But honestly, a lot of Invictus Gaming was struggling against EDG in Game 2. And that is the one team that Invictus Gaming seem to not be able to get over right now. It's EDG. EDG have their number in so many of the games right now. But going up against Snake, these guys also gave them trouble last season. I think they were 1-3 with Invictus Gaming only being able to pick up the one win.
Yeah, Snake currently 3-1 against IG, and it's going to be pretty fun to see how that works out later. EDG is going to be in our second set today versus RNG, and it's surprising to see how these teams play in the middle of the pack. You know, both of these teams have lost to EDG, and Snake has actually not yet. Or no, both of these teams, yes, have lost to EDG. Snake has not yet fought QG. So if they end up losing to QG, then it would be an almost identical record between the two. And here we've got Snake on the screen right now. You can see Flandre. Yes, that is a Yasuo pick. I kind of want to talk about that. Snake have been getting a little experimental with some of their picks lately.
Yeah, they certainly have. They seem to, now that they've got more of a supportive mid laner, want to go towards aggressive top laners, and they're trying to juggle it. You'll see you there. He played the Orianna when they picked up the Yasuo, and it was a very cute combo that absolutely failed miserably. But I would not be surprised to see if they bring it out again. Yasuo very strong right now, and you see Crystal, he will be starting in there. He's played a little bit of Tristana, some Sivir coming up as well. Can never look past his Draven and Kalista, however, and couple him with Ella, who one of the few supports that still plays Janna in this meta. They're doing a lot of good things in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ella's Janna, however, is fantastic. You saw he also had the Nautilus, and I believe it was the Alistar down there as well, some champions that he's really known for with this. And Crystal, yes, that was in fact a Draven that you saw on his recently played. He's been bringing that out as well, so looking forward to see what this works out to. And again, this is a very exciting match for these two teams because we talked about the power of EDG and QG. Let's get back to the fact that OMG, IG, and Snake are all kind of tied for that third place spot.
Yeah, and you know they've been splitting games. Snake this weekend, Friday night, I believe, went 1-1 with OMG. When you look at the backside of it, Invictus Gaming haven't played them yet. And across the entirety of the board, Snake have got off to fantastic starts in both their splits so far. They're sitting first, as we said. However, when you look at what Invictus Gaming is doing, they seem to get better as the season goes on, and they've started in a reasonably good space as well. They started 6-0 last time around, but they were playing with a completely different lineup. Pokemon was running around on the Rift, playing a lot of tanky Maokai and Scion, and right now Invictus Gaming, they're trying to make a case through Demacia Cup, other tournaments, and now the LPL Summer split that they are one of the premier teams in the LPL.
Yeah, and that would be a really strong statement for IG if they are able to pull that off. We just saw some of their skill graphs up on the screen, and here we can see some of the players as they prepare for this. And we're going to be getting into game in just a moment. There's the pick and ban phase. Drafts coming out. Use Azir, interestingly being banned away, and Kids Callista.
Yes, so you mentioned the fact that Rookie is kind of synonymous with Azir right now. They actually ban it on Invictus Gaming's lineup, so might want to take that one away. Maybe looking for a Cassiopeia first pick, but we'll have to see exactly how it works out. The Callista, I'm not surprised at all. It's just a really snowbally AD carry, does a lot of damage, has a very cost-efficient 2-item spike, which is what you don't want right now, because if you play a scaling carry, put some kit on something like the Jinx, you don't want Crystal, who is an aggressive player in his own right, to beat him to that 2-item spike.
And we'll have to keep an eye on how that bottom lane ends up working out. If Crystal will be able to go for some sort of snowbally champion and really bully Kid out. Crystal has not been afraid to show his aggression in that bottom lane before, especially with the assistance from Ella. And there you can see that Janna banned away from Ella as well.
Yeah, so Gragas also being taken off the board. Cacao's just honestly played Gragas in the early game extremely potently, so you don't want him to get that. Ella, we mentioned the fact that he is one of the few disengaged supports left, plays a very good Thresh, plays a very good... Wow, they banned the Fizz.
They actually did target away. That is Flandre's Fizz ban.
I'm going to be honest with you, a little bit disappointed that they didn't take it in because, as we said, Amazing J really did do a number on Zatai with that pickup. I thought Zatai would have looked for some redemption, maybe let it fall through, but in the end, they take it completely off the board, so not an option for either top laner.
Yeah, they don't want to take a chance with that. We're getting down to the last ban. It's Zatai's Hecarim being knocked off the board. Instantly, he says, you know what? I could use a little Heimerdinger. Get some swagger walk onto the Rift. But yeah, he's just going to scroll through. Those are your bans on the bottom side of the screen. You can see IG looking awful happy with those picks. That's Zatai trying to make up his mind with what he wants. I don't think it's going to be a Sona. We haven't seen a lot of Sona. And yeah, there's the Sivir.
Yeah, so just the donkey whistle, the press R machine down in the bottom lane, make everyone run real quickly. Sona's just incredibly... Sivir is incredibly potent right now in the AD carry position, shoves in relatively well. Even the counter matchups, things like the Jinx, things like the Vayne, still struggle to push Sivir in, which gives her a lot of space during the laning phase.
Yeah, and you've got Ella insta-locking an Alistar. Beast going to be taking in that Rek'Sai as well. Some pretty standard picks coming out so far for Snake.
Yeah, and that's a really potent frontline because all of a sudden you've got double knockups. This is something that you have to look at. How much CC is going to be removable by Merc Treads, and right now, with Ella running around on Alistar as well as the knockup that's going to come through from Beast, none is. They're just going to be stuck in the air for a very long time with the alley-oop combo.
Yeah, it's going to be the bouncy house combo coming out of Snake, and that's setting up a lot of CC for Snake, and we can already start to hypothesize a little bit what they might be going for with all of this CC and the very strong front line. But before we get to that, IG locking in the CC. Okay, it's going to be Sejuani and Nautilus.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because that was an insta-lock Draven coming out of Crystal. And we mentioned the snowbally lane, but this is something that Crystal loves to do. He seems to pick Draven when there is as much point-click CC on the map as possible. Used to run into Vi a lot famously last split, but you know, Kitties is just going to grab him, hit the Nautilus ultimate. It's going to chase him around the map. Can't cleanse out of it. So that's a really brave pickup coming through there from Crystal, but we've seen time and time again that he is willing to take those gambles. And at the last second, Yu moves away from his LeBlanc. They lock in Flandre's Gnar up in the top lane. Yeah,
putting Flandre on that Gnar is very strong. He's shown that he's very good with it in the past and a very confident pick. I like how Snake are coming into this with a set strategy. They already knew that they had the high priority double knock-up CC, instantly followed it up with Draven. Now they've got Gnar for further peel and harass in the top lane. Really solid stuff out of Snake. IG, on the other hand, we've got last picks for Zatai and Rookie coming out. Could be a Maokai in the top as Rookie looking at that Orianna. That's something that we've seen before from Rookie, so it wouldn't be too surprising to see if he locks it in.
Yeah, I think he has about 4 games so far with Orianna this season coming in, and he's played it incredibly well. Had the hula hoop flash over the wall, instantly kill a Vayne play that made everyone gasp. But blind pick, Orianna is a very safe champion to take into these. does reasonably well against the LeBlanc, so you might still opt to take it, but there's very low kill threat, honestly, in that lane now that he's got the shield in there. Have to see what he goes for. I was looking at their team comp, got a little bit excited, thought it might be a Yasuo game with the amount of knockups coming through there, but they decide against it. It's something you always have to look at.
It just might be. Windwall does block Oriana's ball.
But
we'll have to see. We've got 7 seconds left for Yasuo, and we'll get some cheers going out if that is going to be the case. Seems like it's going to be Kassadin so far. And yeah, there's the Kassadin for you.
All right, so Kassadin is really interesting because it depends how you play Oriana. If you play Oriana Q-Max first, Kassadin's generally fine because you can trade relatively effectively. If you max Dissonance, which a lot of people don't do right now, you actually get through a lot of Kassadin's shield and you can start chunking him out of lane early. So it depends how you max your Oriana. Moving your ball very frequently is better for farming and is better for pressure. So that is why a lot of people do go for the Q-Max. Dissonance, as I said, is just more burst damage. So
yeah.
I expect Rookie to go with a Q-Max and try and farm up a Storm and just neutralize a wave early. But the option is always there if you want to try and bully the Kassadin around.
Yeah, and we all know how important it is to keep Kassadin down as much as possible. He does have that late game hyper-scaling and hyper-carry potential. Here you've got the matchups. It's Zatai versus Flandre on Maokai versus Gnar, Cow and Beast on Sejuani versus Rek'Sai. I'm really liking how Snake came into this with this prepared composition. They hovered the LeBlanc initially, then they said, you know what, LeBlanc doesn't have a lot of kill potential on Oriana, but you know who just might if we make it to the late game? That's going to be Kassadin.
Yeah, exactly right. And the reason is because there's 2 very clear threats, and Kassadin does one job very well, and that is remove a threat from the map. You stack up that Rift Walk, flash Rift Walk, W, EQ. Yeah. Everyone near him dies really quickly, just does a heck of a lot of damage. The reset potential that comes through, I know he is not Katarina, so please don't yell at me, but the fact that he gets all the mana back from Athene's in his W when he does get a kill, it's kind of like a pseudo reset because you use a lot of mana in your first combo. So just the way that we've seen Kassadin being played by the likes of Godby, by the likes of Pawn, is very anti-threat reliant.
Yeah, and on the other side, IG are going to be coming in with a very powerful team composition. We'll have to see how they work it in this next game as we load onto the Rift. Alrighty, everyone. It is Invictus Gaming versus Snake. We have loaded onto the Rift for our 5th game of the day on our 3rd match. You can already see the defensive lineups coming out just about everywhere. It doesn't look like we're going to get a lane swap so far as Kid and Kitties show themselves with Crystal and Ella, and both of the mid laners matching positions on the blue side of the jungle.
Yeah, so 5-point defense coming through from both teams. I'm not going to re-explain it if you missed it. Frostcurrent did it really well at the start of last series, so go watch that one.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, so that 5-point defense means that everybody's going to play nice and standard. We don't have Smite on either of our top laners, so it seems like they're going to want to start off in lane. That's actually in Maokai's favor because he will be able to start off with the Direwolf camp. Looks like he might actually be headed to a Raptor now.
Yeah, both top laners can honestly do a camp really quickly, so it depends how they want to go about it. Flandre, he's going to be completely fine if he wants to take out Krogs by himself. You can see that Flandre, he's prepped wolves, but then moved away from it. He's got 2 saplings there, and it doesn't look like they're going to take any of the experience from it. I want to see whether it kills the small wolves by itself as we have a pause.
Yeah, and I did speak too soon. That is, in fact, the lane swap we saw coming out of Kid and Kitties as they headed up to the top side of lane. Looks like they didn't want to face Crystal and Ella in the bottom.
Yeah, and it's just Draven. You never want to have to go head-to-head with a Draven, so I don't really blame them for dodging out on that lane, but this will be in Maokai's favor. Maokai is really good at jungle following at the start because he gets level 2 very quickly. He also has sustain built into his kit through the Sap Magic passive. Farms incredibly well if you max out saplings from distance. So he also, the thing that separates Maokai from a lot of people is he breaks freeze very well.
Yeah.
Which means that if Gnar gets caught in a lane, he struggles to break a freeze by himself. Becomes melee at times, but Maokai, he just throws saplings at it until the freeze is broken by itself. So I like the fact that they've looked for a lane swap here. Zatai, has been playing a lot of lane swaps. Teams were doing it notoriously on him as soon as he came onto the lineup because he was a mid laner. And I think that Invictus Gaming really did get the jump on them with the 5-point defense.
Yeah, it seems like things are working out pretty happy for Invictus. What does this do for them as a general team? Are they going to go to look to break the turret, set up a freeze, and farm it out?
Well, at the moment, we're seeing a lot of teams fast push.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing a lot of Jinx, Sivir, as well as Tristana as we get back onto the Rift. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did go for the hard shove strategy here. They've got Nautilus shoves incredibly well, has also got the Sivir up there, so they're going to be able to, I guess, bully the Naren very quickly.
So this was a conscious choice from IG. We'll have to keep an eye on how they end up playing it out. Deep Ward coming in from Kitties is going to spot that the red buff start from Beast happened, so not a lot of vertical jungling going to be happening because that red buff is already taken. However, there is the possibility for a dive because right now 4 members are setting up on that side of the map.
Yeah, but it's a race against time because the wave will meet the turret on the next one. They might be able to hold this minion wave. The next cannon creep, though, will crash in, and you can see straight away they skip the blue buff. 4 members are going to go top.
Yeah, and FLICKR has got a ward. I don't know if he saw Kitties over there. I'm sure he suspects there's going to be some shenanigans. Now he sees Zatai and Kakao. He's got to get out of there. There's 3 members there. The hook lands. FLICKR is slowed down. He's going down to about 200 health. Bounces. He already burned his flash. Slow catches him. It's first blood by IG.
Yeah, that was really sloppy coming through from FLICKR there. He had the ward. Knew that he was going to be dove, but still chose to stuck around. Didn't get any CS because he flashed away from the turret. Generally what happens if you see that many members coming up, you just give it up for broke and try and get some CS and a level, but he's not going to be able to burn his teleport, and already the fast push is well and truly underway.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming out from IG. They do still have that blue buff sitting up. Kid, you can already see that turret brought down to about half health from the minions and pressure of those 4 champions. And with Zatai and Kakao now roaming through the jungle, FLICKR has got to creep through step by step and make sure he's not going to get picked out. Here's Beast in the mid lane. Could be looking for a potential gank, but Rookie, smart enough, he's playing to his strong side of the map.
Yeah, and he shoved the wave very quickly, and then it reversed it around the level 4 mark. This is what we see a lot in the mid lane, and you can see he's just using his shield very effectively to trade with the Cassidy right now and just trying to farm up. Even though they're even on CS, Rookie has a much larger CS wave at his turret.
Yeah, it looks like Snake are a bit on the back foot seeing this late lane swap coming out as you've got Crystal and Ella on the bottom. Beast clearing out that Krug camp as well. As it looks like Snake are trying to match this fast push on the bottom side of the map. Beast trying to make that bottom red side of IG his own as he steals away now the Raptor camp. Don't think we're going to see a dive as he is there. Kakao and Zatai are going to be in the same position for backup, and FLICKR has been relegated to clearing out the jungle. Yeah,
so FLICKR, he is on a jungle clear right now. They haven't picked up the Dragon, which is what I really want to talk about. So generally when your top laner is getting dove, the automatic response is to start up Dragon. They didn't do that this time around, even though Rek'Sai takes Dragon relatively easily early game. So instead, it means that they didn't get anything. They didn't pick up a structure advantage. They weren't able to get any kills. They didn't even pick up the Dragon. So overall, Invictus Gaming are coming up pretty far ahead. 400 gold already in this early game.
Yeah, here's finally the Dragon. Snake finally meeting up with the rest of his team. FLICKR meeting up with the rest of Snake. And this Dragon's going to be cleared relatively quickly for the first one for Snake. Meanwhile, the rest of IG looking to crash through that top tier 1 turret as they have just owned that top side of the jungle.
Yeah, so finally, as you said, they got the Dragon, but it was a little bit later than you would have expected, around the 5-minute 30 mark coming in there. So it will be up at about 12.5 for the next one coming through. 11.5, sorry. And you see that now they're trying to get some work done on the bottom turret.
Could be a fair trade as a little harass goes down in the mid. Crystal shoving out on the bottom means that he should be able to get some more damage onto the turret. Potential gank set up by FLICKR as 4 members are sitting down there. However, IG are not sitting idly by. Zatai is on his way down there, and the combo of Kakao and Kitties are on that side of the jungle. They're actually taking the long way around.
Yeah, so they don't want to go anywhere near the 4-man potential dive. You see they've sent Zatai down there by himself, though, and he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, pretty scary situation for Zatai. He makes it under the turret, but Snake are executing this dive so cleanly. Crystal picks it up. He gets a kill, and he's actually chunked down relatively low, but with the rest of his team there, he should be pretty safe. He's walking right into Kakao. Great reflexes, is going to dodge it with the flash. The turret, however, is still alive. Is Snake going to be able to kill this turret?
Yeah, so you see they're trying to clear minions frantically. They will be able to do it. Teleport coming in.
Man. Teleport comes out. Ella's going to be the one who's hooked, turned right back around as Crystal dishing out a lot of damage with his auto. Zatai zoning straight for that Crystal in the back line. It's 4 versus 3, and the 4 are the ones retreating. Ella's caught once again, manages to get a really big knockup. Ignite ticking him down, but it seems like Snake are going to get out of there, and IG turn that shove around.
Yeah, so 700 gold was the adoration stacks coming through there for Crystal, able to pick up a kill, and that's always bad news. Although now they're coming around, they might go for a dive here on FLICKR. You see that the Kassadin, he's waiting for it though, might catch them out in the jungle. No, he backs away.
Yeah, IG playing so aggressively this game with that early pressure on the top and the fast movements around the map. They are going to secure that first top turret. Kid has been completely unharassed this entire time, and with that, it's going to be the first turret and first blood for IG. However, Snake do have that first dragon as well, and they seem to be feeling pretty comfortable as they get back into a regular laning phase. Crystal and Ella head to the top.
Yeah, they're feeling much better right now because the gold went onto their AD carry, so he's got a BF sword as well as the Vamp Scepter. About 600 gold up, as you can see from the gold totals, whereas Avarice Blade was purchased for Sivir. So, as we said, Sivir just wants to shove out the lane. Not expecting any fights up here now, just repetitive shove coming through, trying to defend turrets.
Yeah, you can see the gold right now. It was just on the bottom of the screen. Crystal had about a 600 gold lead from that Adoration Snacks, while you, on the other hand, was down about 400 gold from that laning phase, or 200 gold on the laning phase. Excuse me. The big difference is Beast and Cacao. That's a 600 gold difference between the junglers and another 900 under FLICKR and Zatai.
Yeah, so in the end, it really is only Crystal that's getting a little bit further ahead, and we'll have to see whether they can make that Draven pay for it or whether Snake can continue to snowball the lane. It is about 600 gold overall for IG right now, and as you see, Rookie, he's doing completely fine in this lane now. Orianna starting to bully the Kassadin around as the levels go into that attack command Q. Yeah, wow.
Command attack.
Command attack.
Yeah, so that is command attack for some more wave clear, and, you know, Snake, I feel like they're pretty confident that all that gold is on Crystal because they did insta-lock it after following up with the Alistar Nautilus, so it seems like it's there in their MO.
So that was a bold move, and you see Cacao, level 6, he's coming in.
Could be the shutdown. There's no turret to turn around to, but Crystal gets aggressive. He's looking to get the kill onto Kid, but CC locks him down, misses the ultimate at level 6 and ends up going down. It's Cacao who picks up the kill. Ella's now running for his life, but he's going to be caught. Kitties should certainly help him out, and it's Cacao who secures a double kill.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about the fact that trading resources onto the jungler not necessarily good early game, but Sejuani completely destroys that rule. She is so good with farm. The more HP you can get on, the earlier you can scale up. She's a one-man wrecking crew in the front line, does ridiculous amounts of damage late game. As Zatai steals the mini Krug coming through there, but Cacao, 3-0-0, looking very potent on Sejuani, who generally isn't as good early game as what Rek'Sai should be.
Yeah, well, you know, he did have an escort for the first 6 or 7 minutes of the game with Zatai following him every which way. And so far, it looks like IG are making a pretty strong statement for whether or not they should be the third place team in the LPL, the third best behind EDG and Xiaogu. We'll have to see if that is still the case. The Snake aren't out of this just yet. You've got the BF picked up on Crystal as he's actually going for what might be a Bloodthirster first.
Yeah, Crystal always goes this build. He goes Bloodthirster into generally Last Whisper. He did go Static Shiv the other day, which upset me a lot because then he does cool things like Yomu's Ghost Blades and Trinity Force coming through there as well on his Raven generally. All about less crit and more damage uptime as long as he's catching access. Wants to be able to abuse the steroid in the W every single time he gets a reset coming through and really just use those Qs to chunk people out.
Yeah, we did just hear the farm alarm from Beast as FLICKR gets aggressive onto Zatai on the bottom. He does have a pretty moderate CS lead, so he has made it out of that terrible trough of an early landing phase. He might be able to take this turret here. Yeah, Zatai doesn't want any piece of this, and FLICKR is finally going to be able to turn that around. You see the Draven ultimate coming across map. They dive, and Beast with the Chilling Smite picks up another kill for Snake.
Yeah, and you see how many members were heading down there to make sure that they secured that turret. FLICKR was able to get a lot of damage down beforehand. Dragon is back up available at about 11:30, as we said it would be, and now Snake, they started up again.
Yeah, Snake feigning the dive set up perfectly for the Dragon with Zetai dead. They engage. It's 4 versus 5. However, Zetai's back up, instantly teleporting in. Kakao with a huge Glacial Prison finds you on the backside. Crystal's dishing out damage. It is secured by Snake. That's their second Dragon. You and Crystal are still dealing damage on the back of the fight, but IG get in there. A huge shockwave turns it around. Crystal is being dived in the back. It's 5v1 onto Crystal. They remove him from the map. Ella has fallen as well. The remaining members of IG are running for their lives. Somehow FLICKR was able to complete his recall while that happened, and you gets out alive.
Yeah, so you able to survive, but in the end they pick up 2 kills in exchange for the Dragon. More gold going over to the side of Invictus Gaming. They'll try and shove in this bottom wave as well, and the more you can kill the Draven, reset that Adoration passive, the better off you're going to be in the mid game. So that's where all the prioritization was going.
Potential dive coming out from Kakao and Rookie, but they did see Beast coming out there. Lots of damage from Rookie. He's awful scary on that Orianna. Well, Kid and Kitty's put out Harass on the bottom.
Yeah, and you know the fact that Kid has gone this really greedy build, the investment banker picking up the Avarice Blade, just means that, as you takes even more damage coming through there, just means that it's not going to mean good things. You see, they set up for the Dragon very well, but they were able to get the ultimate from Nautilus straight onto Crystal, knock 3 people up in the process, and from there, Kitty flashes in with the ball. Very good communication, was able to pick up a kill, just missed Crystal, but it didn't really matter. On the back end, it was 1 versus 5, and they were able to take him out.
Yeah, really solid play from IG. Excellent coordination and team fight. And usually it's Snake that we're commending for having some excellent team fighting. And with the team fight-based composition, that's to be expected. But it's IG who ended up coming up really solid with that team fight. They didn't get the Dragon. They're feeling awful happy with getting those kills. Looks like Kid got one, and Zetai got the other.
Yeah, and you know, when all's said and done, right now they're 2 Dragons down, but they've got a 3,000 gold advantage.
Yeah.
In the early game, gold much more valuable coming through from the Dragon stats. It's only really when you've got 2-3 items that the extra percentage coming through from first Dragon really means a lot. So IG, they're exactly where they want to be at this part of the game, shoving in all the ways yet again, making sure they've got pressure up, and now it's only bottom lane that they're left to really knock down. And with a Sivir, as soon as Snake make another mistake, you figure that will go down in relatively short fashion.
Yeah, you can see we're finally back to some standard laning, as both Kid and Kitties were just on the bottom side of the map. Kid soaking up some farms. Zetai and FLICKR finally meeting in the top lane. FLICKR does have the experience and CS advantage. However, Zetai does have that tier 1 turret. 3-man dive squad from Snake looking like they might find Rookie, but they let him go. Yeah,
so in the end, there was support coming through there from Kitties. Don't really want to dive the Orianna at this point in the game. And yeah, let's just take a look at where Snake are currently winning the map. It is, wow. No, we're
still
not.
Getting really aggressive. He's actually dishing out some great damage onto Kid. Spinning axes really chunking through Kid's health bar.
Yeah, so able to get rid of Kid from the lane straight away, and that's one area that they're winning, but really the area that they're winning by a lot at the moment is top lane. FLICKR is continually bullying around Zetai, who is relegated to farming underneath his turret. When a very selfless build at the start of the game goes for the Righteous Glory instead of maybe something like a Frozen Heart to come through and help combat some of the harass, but that means that right now he's a sitting duck to the Gnar.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough position. You can see a roam coming around from Rookie, and it looks like Kitties is heading up there as well. FLICKR can smell that coming a mile away, but he still might go down here. Doesn't have Rage, as he did just blow Mega Gnar. There's going to be the depth charge. Hex Drinkers, Pop Snare, finds him. They even feed the kill to Rookie.
Yeah, so Rookie able to pick it up. More importantly, did not use Shockwave to get it. Just holding onto the cooldown. They only burnt Kitty's ultimate as well as the Righteous Glory, which will be back off cooldown by the time FLICKR is back in the lane. So really got to command Invictus Gaming. We said that FLICKR is starting to become a problem. Straight away, they shut him down.
Yeah, instantly taken care of right there. And we just saw Crystal using his ultimate to clear some minion waves on the bottom. And that's just buying time for Kid right now. He's continuing to farm, keep that bottom wave frozen. And
he's got an Avarice Blade.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not dying means that he's always going to come out ahead. I can't believe that he... Against a Draven, I understand the theory of going Avarice Blade, but in practice it should just mean that he can kill you over and over again because you can't fight him, but he's been able to just dodge the Draven, and good pathing from Kim Kao meant that Crystal never able to get aggressive.
Yeah, Kid has been sitting back super defensive this entire game, aside from that team fight and the early turret taken in the top. Now he finally looks like IG have got their sights set on the bottom side of the map. Dragon's up in a minute, and there are pings to set up some deep wards and start putting some pressure on that bottom tier 1 turret. How do Snake respond?
Yeah, so Snake, they're still relatively strong at this part of the game just because of the fact that Crystal peaks so much earlier than regular AD carries on the Draven, goes to Bloodthirster, has a pickaxe as well, so a lot of raw damage coming through. Flandre, he's still in a very good spot with those Merc Treads. He's nice and tanky at the early part of the game, especially against magic damage. So Snake, they really can fight if they are able to layer their abilities, but Invictus Gaming, they're starting to build a fairly substantial gold lead at only 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, IG with the very strong mind games, going for the deep wards and setting themselves up forward. Flandre gets snared under the turret, however. Zatai getting some free damage across. However, Flandre is continuing to dish out some harass to come back. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. IG are in front of the pit. Snake are grouped on their own side of the jungle. You can see gold graphs on the bottom. U is down 1,400. Beast down another 1,300. The gold lead is getting bigger and bigger for IG, but where it counts, it's pretty even, and Kid actually has a gold lead over Crystal.
Yeah, because he's just been sitting on an Avarice Blade for like 10 minutes right now. Kid able to make his build work at this part of the game. Dragon is back up, and you see Flandre already teleported in.
Oh yeah, it looks like he does want to start a fight. They see Zatai on the top. They're going to find Kid out of position. If they can remove him before the fight starts, that would be huge. A huge Glacial Prison is keeping him alive. He's still dishing out some auto attacks, but finally goes down. This is Snake chasing IG away. They find Kitties with the flash knockup. These auto attacks are going down. Yu's going to end up permaslowing him. It's Flandre who picks up the kill, and Snake get 2 kills for free.
And that's what we said. It's not like Snake are in a position where they can't fight right now. Their team comp peaked earlier, and they were able to catch Kid out of position, get the pick that they needed to start off their 3rd dragon. And this is danger territory for IG because, you know, 1, 2 dragons you can give up, but the 3rd, especially only at 18 minutes, means that you're going into danger.
Oh, and it's stolen! Cacao steals away that 3rd dragon by making it over the pit. However, Flandre and you are chasing. Oh, Flandre's got to be careful. He bounces out of that shockwave, but Yu's the one who's caught, and he gets out just fine. Zatai getting all of this damage on the top side of the map.
Yeah, danger territory gone. Cacao comes up with a great steal at the back end of that dragon pit. They even nab a turret for themselves, so while Snake picked up 2 kills, net gain went over to Invictus Gaming, and they're just getting outclassed around the map in the movements that Invictus Gaming are currently making.
Yeah, IG are just doing such a great job of counterplaying that everything is Snake in doing. It's sort of like watching a martial arts movie where you see the punch come at you and then it's deflected back into the guy's face. IG are looking so strong.
Yeah, so they're just taking all that aggression that is coming through from Snake right now, making sure that they have better positioning around the map, concentrating on the objectives that they want to pick up, and just trading really effectively. Objective trading is something that is incredibly hard to do in League of Legends because as Snakes start to accelerate the game, it becomes incredibly difficult to match what they want to do. But right now, IG doing it really well.
Yeah, it is IG's game right now, and while they are reacting to the plays that Snake are making, they're still in this very, very solid, confident lead as they're feeling very solid moving around the map. We're now 20 minutes into the game. Baron has just spawned. It's 1-2 in Dragons. IG did just steal that last one. But again, they're feeling very strong despite the insistent pressure. Here's a breakdown of that steal.
Yeah, so he just was able to get the Q and the W through from the Orianna. Just does a lot of burst damage as Zatai getting dove.
Yeah, Zatai is going to take some damage from Snake here. He's awful tanky, however. Beast tanking the turret. Kitty's joining the battle. Knockup is going to find Flandre. He makes it out of the turret. 4 members of Snake are doing this dive now, but Kid joins and it turns into a full team fight. Ella's still tanking the turret. He is finally going to fall. That's 2 kills onto Kid. The rest of IG are chasing forward. Yu's actually jumping out of the back of the fight. Flandre caught in the Glacial Prison. Heal burned by Crystal to try to keep him alive, and as Crystal flashes away, and Flandre are running for their lives. Shockwave flings him right back in. Crystal goes down. It's Rookie who gets the kill. Flandre is chased now by Cacao. They're turning for yet another kill, but IG took that dive and destroyed Snake.
Yeah, just once again, the hook just missing coming through from Kitty, sorry. They're just using all the aggression that Snake is trying to throw at them right now and just turning it right back on them. They go for an aggressive dive onto the tankiest member, Cacao. who now, Zatai, who now has some armor, able to get the flank coming through there. The Sivir ultimate was burnt to get people back into position, and Snake, they just need to slow the pace of the game a little bit. They're going crazy at the moment, and it's not working.
Yeah, I don't think Snake know what that means, to slow down the game. I think, to the best of my knowledge, all they know is a go button. Ella forced a flash out of Rookie, who is monstrous right now. 2-0-4. He's now completed his Luden's Echo, and he's got a pretty healthy amount of gold to help him out as well. You on the other side, not doing that hot. He's got his Rod of Ages and is looking for an Abyssal Scepter to try to equalize this difference, but he's falling so far behind.
Yu's not the problem right now. It's the rest of the team. As we take another look at this, Yu, he's coming up to the top lane. He's not the one calling dives, and Zatai lives for so long. The tanky members just weren't going anywhere. Kakao comes in with a beautiful flank, able to lock Flandre out for the longest of time, and by the time you got there, teamfight was already decided.
Yeah.
Rookie flashes after Crystal here, able to get him to burn his summoning spell, means that the shockwave that comes through just on the edge rips him back to the center, and he's able to pick up a kill off the back end of it. They just missed the hook onto Flandre as well, otherwise it would have been even worse. And, you know, 50 CS now, that's because Rookie was able to move around the map and affect everything else. You was doing completely fine before that. It really has been about Beast's crazy positioning, and Ella just wanting to go so aggressive.
Yeah, and so far that aggression has not been working out for Snake. And it seems like IG are finally the ones who are going to put a bit of aggression on the map. They've got deep wards in the red side jungle of Snake. Dragon has spawned, and they've got pink wards all over that pit.
Yeah, and because Kakao was able to steal the last one, no pressure really on IG right now to even start it up, because they can use it as a team fight area. Use being caught.
Ooh, you did take a hook to the face, Kid, dishing out some damage with that static Shiv IE that he's now got finished. Rookie and Kakao on the bottom side of the map to prep for that dragon, which will be up in a minute. Zatai has got his teleport as well. Snake look like they might be setting up for another dive in the exact same position once again, but IG find them, they see that, they read that, and they take this tier 2 turret.
Yeah, so what they were hoping to do, but they were about 50 seconds early, is trade top lane turret, a little bit of a gold objective for the second dragon to come across into Invictus Gaming. Problem, they just prepped it way too earlier, and IG were able to push straight up mid lane, take another turret for themselves, extend their gold lead even further, and it might be Baron time already. They're starting to clear out this area. And with how tanky Kakao is right now, they can start that up and he's not going to take any damage.
IG have got complete control of the pit. Yeah, they're starting the Baron right now. Kid dishing out some enormous damage with Rookie, and the big smite comes out. Teleport from Flandre. They know that this is happening. Beast is in the area. He can see over the wall now. Draven ultimate comes out a bit too soon. Flandre jumps in. He flashes, gets a huge double stun, but he just doesn't have any backup. He's shredded more by the Baron than IG, and he ends up going down. IG are continuing to burn through this Baron. They're going to secure it. Kid's actually the one who gets it. Kakao on the back of the pit. The shockwave finds Beast. He goes down. Yu gets a revenge kill, but he's forced to flash out. Kid with the chase is doing monstrous damage. Zatai and Kitties are removing systematically the members of Snake from the map. Ella, the sole survivor, is going to go down here. That's going to be an ace for IG and the Baron for 1 kill.
And look how good their target selection is. They peel away, they take Flandre off, pick up the Baron, change their attention to the members in the pit, then go over the pit, clean up the AD carry first, then take out the support last. Classic shot calling coming out of Snake, IG. Sorry, they've got a 10,000 gold lead. They're going to break the base at only 25 minutes in.
Yeah, they did take down that inhibitor. Beast actually is going to be immediately turned upon here. Rookie with the command attack doesn't quite find him, and Beast gets out with his life.
Yeah, that was an interesting life decision coming
through
there from Beast. Used the ultimate, wasn't able to get the flank. Zatai might go down though.
Andre finds him and instantly is able to dodge just about everything that flashes the wall. Zatai just styled on Flandre.
Yeah, able to get away there. It does burn a summoner spell for absolutely nothing, so you know Flandre is not going to be too mad, but Zatai able to, I guess, flaunt a little bit at this point in the game. He is incredibly far ahead now that the global objectives have started to roll in Invictus Gaming's favor, and 11,000 gold, 26 minutes in with a scaling composition. I don't know what Snake can really do to pull this one back. They need to look for picks, but everyone's just so tanky, and IG, they're just going to continue to push their advantage.
Yeah, Kakao now dashing forward. Zatai teleporting in from the backside, finds Crystal. He flashes the wall, but there's nowhere for him to run. Rookie picks up another kill. He's 4-0-8 right now, involved out of 12 of his team's 15 kills. The plays from IG are off the map. Early on, we talked about how IG would try to avoid that Crystal aggression onto Kid, and it seems like they've done that excellently. Kid is an absolute monster, 5-1-8. IG rushing down the mid lane, take the inhibitor, and Snake just aren't responding.
Yeah, just a little bit of a switcheroo in positions. They're trying to catch them on the way back, but they're not going to be able to. Bloodthirster was finished up on Kid. You looking for a pick maybe? Everyone does get away safely, and this has just been really crisp play out of IG. Let's take another look at the Baron fight. So Flandre jumps in. They all peel off Baron, turn around, deal with Flandre straight away. Then they start up the Baron again. Members come into the pit this time to try and stop them. Beast and Yu are in there. They kill the members in the pit with a really nice shockwave. And it's only after everyone is dead that they change targets to Crystal outside of the pit. They're able to pick him up once again with really good positioning. Ella, the support player, he's left to last because realistically, he's not in the pit, not going to cause any disruption. And that was just really good target prioritization.
Oh, flash. Shockwave finds Crystal. The auto attack comes out as well, but Rookie just went 1v2 and was able to scare Crystal away. Yu comes in from the backside, however, and he does get the kill. Beast with the 4-man flank. A little bit of bait from Crystal.
Yeah, so a little bit too aggressive coming out of Rookie. I think I mentioned this in the pregame that he likes to go, wow, they're going to fight.
Yeah, this is very scary. Yu now forced to run away from Kid as IG are going 3v4 here. Yu is destroyed by the tank line and Kid's previous harass. Ella now trying to buy time for the rest of his team. He goes down as Kid gets yet another kill. All in all, a 1-for-2 in favor of IG.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They're still looking for Beast off the back end of it. Kitty's going incredibly deep, looking for an expedition, using the wrong skin up there. Won't catch out Beast, so he will get away finally. But across the board, some aggression came out of Rookie. Was able to burn a lot of summoner spells on both Crystal and Ella. Wasn't able to pick up the kill, but set up the rest of the team fight to come through. And Kakao, 4 items already on Sejuani, 28 minutes in. He does so much damage and just is impossible to kill at this point in the game. Means that they're never really going to get a look in on these team fights.
Yeah, Kakao is absolutely monstrous this game. Despite the Baron buff breaking off, the rest of IG are able to get some damage onto the last tier 2 turret. Beast and Flandre coming in for a bit of harass.
Look, it's like hitting a brick wall.
Yeah, Kakao is not going to have any of this.
You're going to break your boomerang, Flandre. Just save it.
Some more damage coming across. That is another minion dying. Rookie running from the side, dodges that house as it flies by. The turret falls as IG continue with the pressure. Zatai shoving down now through that empty inhibitor opening to try to peel some members away from that second to last inhibitor turret, while the rest of IG siege onto it.
Yeah, well, he's nearly got his Spirit Visage. He's nice and tanky at this point in the game. He has very little care about what they're going to do to him. So he was just walking up through the base, making sure they responded to the creep waves. And look at the damage coming through onto the turret. This is the second base turret going down.
Yeah, the turret is removed from the map. There's On the Hunt. They turn it into a fight. Ella is getting a huge knockup.
Whoa.
There's a 4-man shockwave. IG are destroying Snake as they fall one after the other. Beast is on Rookie in the back line. Ella on the 4-man death squad goes down Kid with a double kill. And this is going to be IG taking this inhibitor. They could be looking to end the game.
Yeah, they're moving in. They've got a super creep there. Flashes go forward. You assume that is the surrender vote coming through, maybe? Yes,
yeah,
it
there's
is.
the surrender vote. And that's going to be IG taking game number 1, 30 minutes and 6 seconds in, 30-6.
That was an impressive play. So Invictus Gaming, they just understood exactly what Snake wanted to do and just made sure that they had the reactionary play. They dodged the crystal lane, made sure that Draven wasn't able to get going. Then they made sure that when Flandre was starting to bully, they went up, responded to his lane, was able to get Zatai back into it. Then Rookie just exploded along with Kakao. Some good counter gangs coming through at perfectly the right time. And it just meant that Snake, who wanted to stay aggressive, weren't able to get anything done.
Yeah, IG were managing the aggression of Snake all across the map. Kakao was everywhere all at once. And Zatai, despite not ever really having a lane until after the laning phase was over, still ended up becoming so tanky, even being down 30 CS against that Gnar.
Well, that's what happens when you take like 6 turrets. Like you get all this passive gold and you're able to buy items. Realistically, that was just really smart play to be able to get around the map and get farm because they had some losing lane matchups and they just were able to force exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Snake are going to be able to get some revenge for this game. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get into Game 2 of Snake versus IG right after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. You just saw some of Rookie's incredible shockwaves from our previous game of IG versus Snake. I'm Seda, this is Spawn, and we're about to get into game number 2. Will Snake be able to get some revenge for that first match?
They're going to be looking to, because game 1 went horribly wrong. You see the end of game statistics there, 19-6, 14,000 gold was the advantage in the end for Invictus Gaming. And, you know, they just traded gold objectives for dragons very effectively early. Then they were able to turn around a couple of turret dives, and from there, they were just that much stronger. Cacao was that fed that they could absorb all the damage. And, you know, we talked about running into brick walls and hurting yourself. That is literally what Snake just did for 20 minutes of that game. And they came out very bloody and battered.
Yeah, Cacao, an absolute monster that last game with the early roam and the empowered dive from that first blood. It all started from that lane swap. And that single catalyst was really the big factor in propelling IG further and further forward.
Yeah, it all started in a really bad decision from FLICKR to go to lane. He saw the fact that he was being caught out there. The general idea is that you recall, you go into a jungle follow, pick up an early first dragon, shove in really effectively because you have some wave pushing if you send Gnar down the bottom lane. But instead, he stuck around, and that meant that he got dove.
Yeah.
They circumvented the blue buff, which is really big credit to Invictus Gaming, because what FLICKR saw is that the wave was going to hit the turret on that one, not the next wave. Remember, there was a cannon creep coming down, and he thought, if they do blue buff, I know my timings as a top laner. They're not going to get here in time. But instead, they just went completely past that first objective, turned it into a very good dive. Cacao picked up the gold. And as a Sejuani, if you get experience in gold early game, it means that you accelerate into that mid-late game powerhouse, tanky jungler that we've seen time and time again. And that's all Cacao did.
Yeah, and you talked about how Zatai on Sejuani snowballs so effectively with gold. At the end of the game, he was tanking turrets, he was tanking Gnar, percent maximum health, and it still even seemed like it did reduce damage somehow.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the end, with Frozen Hearts across the board, a couple of Spirit Visage, a Locket coming through, just meant that they had a plethora of defensive items. They put all their gold onto Kid, who sat on an Avarice Blade for 14 minutes of that game and came out absolutely huge, was a risk man. Invest in stocks early, kids, and you will get somewhere in the future. But that's all he did, and they dodged Crystal's Draven, which we said is fearsome, targeted in team fights, made sure that they were shutting down the Adoration stacks. And you know, we talk about Invictus really showing up in big matches and proving that they can play their style of League of Legends against anyone. I think that game, if you watch it back, just shows how smart a lineup this team really is.
Yeah, IG played so intelligently, and even Zatai in the top lane, despite being shut down on Maokai, not really having an effective laning phase, you talked about his righteous glory first, playing selflessly for the team, not going for a frozen heart against that Gnar.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, once again, you getting bullied around a little bit. League of Legends, it's not a 1v1 game. I'm sure FLICKR would love it if it was, because he would be one of the best at it. But they called Rookie up into that top lane, and overall, even when it looked like Snake had some form of advantage, you know they're going to push it, and then they just fell straight into IG's hands.
Yeah, every time IG seemed like they were not only prepared and ready for the aggression to come out, but even how to respond to it appropriately if things went sour. Even when Snake had minor advantages, you had Zatai splitting across the map.
Yeah, exactly right. You saw that they finally got the 2 picks, one onto Kid, one onto Kitties. All of a sudden, Cacao and Rookie steal the dragon between them. Zatai takes the top lane turret, and they were just like, we didn't win that trade at all. And, you know, you saw what they were trying to do. Snake wanted to force dragon fights. If they had it got up 3-0 from then on, IG would have had to play the game on their terms, fighting once every 6 minutes when summoner spells were available. That's what Snake likes to do to teams. But IG were just able to, bit lucky, but sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Pick up that dragon against the flow.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how this works out in this next game. Snake played the style that they're comfortable with. They played the aggression. They had Crystal on Draven. They had a strong front line. Can they afford to do the same thing in game number 2 when IG handled it so crisply?
Yeah, this is something that Snake has actually done really well throughout their entire lifespan in the LPL so far, is they will play their game plan. Doesn't really matter. Expect them to come out with another really scrappy, brawly mid-game comp that peaks earlier than IG's again. And now it's just about execution. You know, credit to IG, they executed better last game, but Snake, if they've shown anything, they're one of the best in the league, and I expect them to at least execute better this time around.
Yeah, and we're already in the pick and ban phase. We can see the Gragas and Alistar taken away from Cacao and Kitties. Double AD carry ban for Crystal. That's Callista and Sivir. if I didn't know any better, I'd say they were baiting him to go back to that Draven.
Yeah, potentially, but you know, somewhere upstairs there is a pink-haired analyst very happy that teams are starting to ban Sivir, because she is incredibly strong right now, and if you aren't going to first pick her, which IG can't because they're on red side this time around, ban her, because she is incredibly potent. She unlocks top laners, which a lot of people just don't seem to get at the moment, but if you have a top laner that is incredibly tanky and has a lot of CC, mobility just makes them even stronger coming in there, and that's what Sivir does really well.
Yeah, and we can see that last mobility ban, Cacao Rek'Sai taken off of the board. That's double jungle being
It's also
knocked
Zatai's
away.
Rek'Sai.
It is also Zatai's Rek'Sai. He has played that in the top previously.
Yeah, so he goes up there with a lot of CDR, split pushes really fanatically. Rek'Sai, like for those that haven't played at top lane, is kind of like, I call it good Renekton because it doesn't fall off quite as hard. Has a knock-up, which is kind of like Renekton's W coming through there. Also has a lot of sustain when you sit burrowed. Because of your ultimate, you can just tunnel near your turret, and then you can go back to base whenever you want. But you see, Fizz was the last ban, and that means that Flandre, he's going to take away Hecarim. This is a champion that Ty's been playing a lot lately. Flandre plays it incredibly well. I want to see if he goes with the Smite or the Ignite up there. He will go with Smite, which means that at around the 25 to 30 minute mark, that's going to be an incredibly durable, sustain-driven Hecarim. This isn't like the burst Hecarim that comes through from Huni. This is a very sustained fighter.
And we'll keep an eye on whether or not Rookie or Kid are going to be able to deal with that Hecarim. Diving into the back line, you can see Zatai now looking at Janna for kitties. If there's any way to get a Hecarim out of the back line, it actually isn't Janna, it's Nautilus.
Yeah, so just going once again for the lockdown onto Crystal. I really like this play against Snake just because Crystal is a lot of their damage. They're trying to turn Flandre into much more of a threat right now, but he's going to get bound up by Cacao. It's very easy to hit that Sejuani ultimate when he's diving into the back line already. And he's gone with Sejuani again. We'll have to see what Snake does to respond.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see if Cacao is able to do as well as he did in his previous game, because he was pretty monstrous.
He was 3-0. Like, that doesn't happen every day as a jungler.
Especially when it's the first 3 kills pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. So coming in there. See, Azir now picked up for you. This was banned last time from IG. Remember, the Sivir ban wasn't there. They were able to grab that one. And that means that Rookie, a champion that he has bullied a lot with throughout the course of the LPL, is going to be used against him. Does he rise to the occasion and pick something a little bit aggressive into it? I think he will.
Hovering the LeBlanc right now, Maokai being hovered for Zatai. That would be a very powerful composition. LeBlanc, excellent at picking off squishy champions like you, or perhaps Crystal's Draven, or we'll see whether or not Ella will be able to survive this onslaught. And yeah, Rookie decides to lock in the LeBlanc.
And that's a really aggressive move, because now you have to win laning phase like level 6, because from there you should actually have a fairly okay job of shoving Rookie away and farming from distance. Rookie really needs to get aggressive, build up a little bit of a CS, but more importantly, base you early to get that level advantage. Because the thing about LeBlanc is if you hit level 6 before your laner, with all the extra mobility and damage, you're nearly guaranteed a kill, or at least to force a second base, and 2 bases before level 6 is pretty much a kill in mid lane, because you get to pick up the extra 2.5, 3 minion waves that comes with that, able to bully them around even more. Experience gives you gold pretty much because of the bonus stats that you get onto your spell rank ups. And I paused a little bit there because they've gone with a Vayne.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting. We were talking about Vayne before this game, and that is Crystal locking in the late game hyper scaling. We've all seen it. We all know it. We all love it.
I don't. Yeah. So
love is an interesting phrase.
My PG version of why Vayne is bad right now is because Vayne relies on getting Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah.
If you can get equal Blade of the Ruined King with Vayne, she's a very strong pick, because in the 1v1 does a lot. The other thing that she has, which is good against Rookie, is the fact that she can tumble and stay in stealth while Rookie's diving on her, and unless he hits a very lucky chain, it's hard to pin down Vayne and kill her. But this is what happens when you pick Vayne. You get Trisanage, you get Jinxed, you get Sivered, you get outranged, you get outpushed, and ultimately you get outclassed.
Yeah.
And it's just really risky to keep running Vayne at the moment. Teams are making it work around the world, but I just think that if you get to one item equal on Vayne, you're doing something really well elsewhere on the map, and it's not necessarily the Vayne putting you ahead.
We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not Crystal is able to succeed onto that Vayne. Earlier, we did see Vayne picked, or no, it was LeBlanc counterpicked after the Vayne to prevent any sort of flanking or harassing. This time, Crystal picking it into a LeBlanc. So he's got to be really confident coming into this. You can see our lineups, Beast versus Cacao. Beast actually opted onto the Nidalee for a very, very mobile, high damage jungler.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage, and you know, all they're trying to do is land. If you can half health a LeBlanc, she can't teamfight because she's that squishy throughout the late game. So that's why you used to see Caitlyn played against LeBlanc a lot, because you would click R on her, take half her health away, she wouldn't be able to fight in the team fight anymore. You get a base. So I like the Nidalee. If any spears land onto that backline, it's going to mean incredibly good things for Snake. And they have a fantastic win going forward composition right now. They've got the Vayne, who chases incredibly well. They've got the Nidalee, who chases really well. And they've got a little bit of peel through his ear to shove people away from them.
And it is a very strong composition from Snake. If aggression is their MO, then aggression they have picked this time around. If it didn't work in game number 1, just do it harder, faster, better, stronger in game number 2. And IG, they're feeling pretty strong. You know, they took game number 1. They're like, all right, we can handle this.
Yeah, this is what I call a kitchen sink comp, because they had damage and then they put on their top and jungler as well. So they're just throwing everything at IG.
Yeah, we'll have to see if IG can catch this kitchen sink. We're getting into game right now. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into game number 2 of Snake versus IG. After a convincing performance in game number 1, Snake opt into the hyper-aggressive team comp in game number 2, and Rookie gets some solid harass onto you.
Yeah, so already gets the W down there. Of course, you has no choice but to take his W. Sad days. Oh, Zatai being caught out.
This is a pretty scary position for Zatai, as he's taking a lot of damage. Flandre using that rainbow helicopter to get more damage across. If they can burn a summoner, that would be huge. They dive him. He's down to 100 health. Is the spear going to land? Oh, Zatai sidesteps it.
Beast dreams of a day where Nidalee spears were as wide as a truck. Unfortunately,
no
longer
I hated
the
that
case.
so much.
I loved AP mid Nidalee. It made me happy.
Yeah, well, he is going to be in the jungle this time around, and with that early recall, you can see we're actually getting a lane swap. Kid and Kitties opting against the Vayne Thresh.
Yeah, so that's an interesting choice to get away from it. Maybe they think that once again they're just better at pushing in waves, which they are because they've got a Tristana. So if they can get the early pressure out there. Also, you know, you just don't want to lane against Flandre right now. He's a really good top laner.
Yeah.
And on something like the Hecarim, we'll be able to bully the lane, especially because Maokai's Sap Magic passive was reduced recently, and what that means is that they're looking to grab an early advantage once again through gold objectives.
Yeah, you've got Flandre getting a little cheeky as he sees Kitties going for the invade. He's going to get away with that camp, however. In the mid lane, Rookie and you are going at each other as best they can. Rookie now with that level 2. We'll see if he can get some of that early harass off to try to get that so vital lane advantage.
Yeah, and I want to see what happens here because Kitties is being the cheeky one. He's trying to stop the blue. Beast, however, running up to cut him off.
Yeah, the spear is going to land. Beast gets the leap. Slow comes out as he's drunk down to half health. Kitties has got his flash. Kid now turns, and Snake decides to let him go.
Yeah, Snake, they had to back away because they were getting flanked by Cacao, but they're not stopping yet. IG, I think, no, they do pull out. I was going to say, through Kitties, as well as the fact that you've got the saplings from Zatai, they could have just sat there and tried to poke at the blue. However, Ella had been pulled up from the bottom lane, so it's currently 1v0 lane down the bottom. Vayne getting a lot of needed experience as well as gold through their crystal. He's farming up an absolute storm, and that's going to crash into the turret, but Zatai, he's going to be there to catch a lot of it.
Yeah, Zatai not missing out on, oh, he should miss out on, I think, maybe 2 of these. Yeah, the cannon minion is going to help bounce everything else.
His cannon minion's not even being attacked right now. They need to get rid of the melee creeps there. There it is. So he will get, oh, he actually doesn't pick up experience for it.
He's coming around from the side to get a ward and make sure he won't be dived. Gets level 2 passively and sees Crystal come around the corner. He's just sapping experience right now. Now Crystal sees him level 4 to level 2 and just kind of pats him on the back on his way out.
Yeah, but Crystal takes the turret shot for good measure as well. Now Kitty's down here also leeching experience.
Zatai playing it safe there.
That was really weird from Zatai. I've never seen a top laner. Oh, they're going to get dove
that's
anyway.
why. Here we go. Beast setting up. He chunks the spear out, dodged by Kitties.
Cacau's coming as well, so this will be a 4v3 as also Flandre joined them. Good defense, actually, overall from IG.
Yeah.
Zatai just took no damage, which means that the dive now really unhealthy looking.
IG are responding so appropriately. They've got a minion wave, and with only 3 caster minions, it doesn't look like Snake can opt into the dive. And really, what a lot of this is doing is alternately buying time for the AD carries. Kid now is free farming in the top, whereas Crystal was free farming in the bottom. And in the mid, Rookie versus you.
And Kid's sitting on skill ups. He's got 2 in his back pocket.
Oh, the dive actually does happen. Beast decides to go in onto Cacao. He's brought low. He ends up going down. Beast picks up first blood with the burn from his red buff. Flandre, however, looks like he might be answered over. He goes down. Zatai gets revenge for his fallen
Beast
comrade.
is on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, he goes down. Kitty secures the kill. Beast drops Rookie with the roam, finds Ella. He's 1v2 here, flashes the wall, gets condemned anyways. Ignite gives vision through the distortion. He goes down. Crystal continuing to dive. The hook lands. Zatai is out of position. He has his flash. Is he going to make it out? He does indeed. Crystal doesn't go the right way, and Zatai gets out alive.
Yeah, so in the end, a really good fight down bottom. Gives us absolutely nothing. 2 for 2 traded. Although in the end, getting a kill onto Vayne this early in the game is always going to be a good thing. You get some more time free farming in the mid lane. All of a sudden, he has the experience advantage over the LeBlanc. So Azir going to be in a very good position. But this Tristana, not hard shoving, just freezing the wave, means that we're going to have a very long laning phase coming through. And it's been opted into by IG. When you don't have the hyper carries, that's a dangerous choice.
Yeah, really confident choice from IG. They're saying, you know what, we know that Snake's going to be aggressive. We can handle it. We did it in game number 1. We've done it before, and we just might be able to do it once again. Rookie now making it back into lane with the fiendish Codex. You, on the other hand, he's got a Codex of his own and some pretty healthy sustain with those fairy charms. I accept that Flandre's in mid lane.
Yeah, so Flandre, he's just bleaching experience anyway because of the deep freeze right now in the top lane. But, you know, the double fairy charms, that's an aggressive purchase right now from you because generally, if you're against the LeBlanc, you want to get the Chalice as early as possible just because of the MR that it gives you. But instead, oh, nice stun means that he won't get the cannon creep down in the bottom lane. Instead, he goes for an aggressive pickup in his own. Codex generally means you want to kill your laner.
Yeah, really confident out of you. He wants to show that he's not the passive Azir that we've all seen in the LPL before. IG, however, setting up for a dive onto Flandre and Beast. I don't know if they've been spotted just yet, but Snake can smell this coming a mile away. Kid, the smite clears the wave instantly. There are no more minions. They dive onto Beast. Are they going to be able to burn him down? He does go down, and this is actually going to be Kitties dropping to Flandre. No, he's knocked out of the way by Kid, and Kitties gets out alive just barely. Kid continuing to dish out the harass. Amazing explosive shot.
Yeah, and Rookie, he's caught you here.
Oh, yeah, it might be the other way around, as Yu's the one who's caught Rookie. Cacao ends up turning the fight. Emperor's Divide locks him against the wall, but Yu gets out alive with the better of the trade.
Yeah, so in the end, able to grab it.
And in the bottom, Zatai trades 1-for-1 with Ella. Action across the map.
Yeah, but another kill goes over to Crystal. He gets some more time free farming. Zatai going to fall further behind on levels, so overall net gain coming through for Snake. IG really need to accelerate the tower pushing. I don't know what they're doing. They've backed away again, but Tristana, she shoves turrets really well and should be able to go into this Vayne lane right now and shut down exactly what Crystal wants to be doing. But with 2 kills, Crystal looking very pretty at this part of the game.
Yeah, that is going to be a very scary Vayne if we make it to the late game. And it seems like we just might, considering how IG are dragging this out. Double recall from Kid and Kitties, and even a synchronized recall from Rookie. Bit of mistiming getting all those recalls together, and Kid actually cancels it as he does want to catch that fast shove out of Flandre.
Yeah, there's an absolutely massive wave, and all this action and lane swapping has meant that Vayne, you know, we said if you can get to the Blade of the Ruined King, very good pickup, but you generally can't get there without losing out on something else. But this time, Vayne, at 9 minutes in, has got the components just waiting on the combined cost, and he's going to be pretty scary as a duelist at about 11 minutes in the game.
Yeah, and if we've seen anyone who can pull off the fast mechanics, it's going to be Crystal. He's got exceptionally fast fingers, especially from what we saw with that Draven play last game.
Getting dove a little bit.
Yeah, he did not burn his ultimate, didn't even have to burn his flash. It was Flandre getting aggressive.
He had no mana to Bernie's ultimate. I'm
Yeah.
sure he would have loved the decision to be able to get the Hecarim off him. Instead chose to rocket jump away. Does live to tell the tale.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Kid and Kitties are heading back up to that top lane. It looks like they want to keep it frozen and keep Kid farming for as long as possible. He opts for an identical build. It's BF Sword Avarice played on Kid, and Rookie, ooh, just finding some harass onto you, manages to pop the chain.
Yeah, so this is because there's no... It's going to be a Morellonomicon coming through for you. No MR yet picked up in addition, and that just means Rookie's going to have the time of his life as a LeBlanc. This is where a LeBlanc excels. Generally, you see people... Oh,
Ooh, lots of damage. A huge play from you. Getting some damage across before Rookie can distort, and he even turns for more. Oh, this is a very bold play. Rookie dives. Ignite is dropped. Not at all because the cleanse. Wow, that's fast. But here's Flandre. He finds Rookie. He's level 6. Can Rookie make it out of this one? He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have distortion. The auto tech goes down. He distorts out of it. The spear from Beast. Great synergy from Snake.
yeah, bring all your members mid lane. Shut down the LeBlanc. You mentioned the fast fingers on the cleanse. Able to get that one off. Had it been fat fingered at all, it would have meant a kill definitely for the LeBlanc player. But you holding his nerve in this lane. And we've said time and time again, he's a passive laner. He's playing incredibly well on the likes of LeBlanc, Azir, and Cassiopeia, who generally are aggressive lanes. But if you go aggressive on him, he generally has your measure at this point in the game. And Rookie, he rolled the dice and was made to pay the price.
Yeah, he's down 7 CS now, half of his team's kills. Snake do secure that first dragon, knowing that Rookie is out of the way, and the duo of IG is in the top half of the map. They've got complete freedom. With that secured, Snake are going to be the ones picking up the early game aggression this time.
Yeah, and the difference this time around is that they haven't been trading the turrets effectively, you know? Last game, they were giving up dragons, they were giving up a lot of map pressure, but they were trading for a turret. This time around, as Rookie using himself as a human cannonball again. This time around, it's just Snake dictating the pace of the game through some very well-coordinated ganks. Finally, top lane turret does go down. That Avarice Blade has been picked up for about 3 minutes now. So Kid, he wants to sit on it for a little bit longer. And that means dodging the Vayne, which Tristana generally doesn't want to do early game.
Yeah, this is such a long freeze out of Kid. He's finally getting some decent shove with Kitties. They're going to bounce this off the turret, and Flandre should be able to catch some CS. Zatai on the other side hasn't been doing that fantastic against Crystal. He's finally got his Catalyst, but he's sitting down just a bit in CS. Snake looking like they might collapse, but they've got Cacao for backup.
Yeah, so in the end, it's just because Vayne, against a very melee top laner with no jungle pressure coming through, is going to win that 1v1 all day. And you see, finally IG trying to shove this into the turret. It was going to reverse anyway because there was a cannon creep there. But they want to just try and keep Flandre down as much as possible. But they're isolating, you feel, a different side of the map than I would have picked.
Yeah, very curious choice out of IG. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on whether that pays off. Now, another important distinction that we wanted to... Whoa, the harass is coming out so big from Crystal. He even blew his Bilgewater Cutlass right there. And I love how Yu is so aggressive in the mid lane, dropping the Emperor's Divide just to harass Rookie.
Yeah, just trying to shove him around, keep him nice and low, because that means whenever backup arrives, we spoke about it, low base stats on LeBlanc means that you're going to be able to get in there and hopefully kill her when she's half health. And the spear just missing out. Beast and Ella have been congregating around mid quite a little bit. Even Flandre had a visit there. And that means that Rookie is not having the best time at the moment in lane, although he's remarkably even with the assist going over there to you.
Yeah, you can see the big difference in gold is starting to open up in that top lane, as it's about a 500 gold lead for Flandre and a minor 400, or no, that's 200 gold for Beast over Cacao. It's a very even game as we're starting to get closer and closer to the end of that laning phase and seeing some of those bigger item breakpoints come across.
Yeah, blue buff stolen away from the Nidalee, by the Nidalee player there as well, so Beast able to get in and out with a hit and run. They will rotate back at a very opportune time right now because that turret was in grave danger. You saw the fact that Zatai was starting to lose out a lot. Actually, Beast didn't get the blue buff. He must have been chased away.
Yeah, Rookie now holding off of Yu in the mid lane. It looks like Yu is going to be the one who ended up coming out a little bit on top over the duration of that laning phase. Once he equalizes it in turrets, he'll be just up a touch in gold.
But can they right now? Because, you know, they're sending Vayne back into the 2v2 lane. Watch how quickly Kid tears through these structures.
Yeah, he's shredding through it so fast. You can see a third of its damage in a single cannon minion wave. If that turret is undefended, it's going to be a very scary pressure point that IG can put onto Snake. And so far, IG have not... Whoa, some aggression in the bottom. Exhaust goes down. Kid actually forced to jump out of there. It's Kitties who's abandoned the box. Play combo locks him out. Depth charge comes out, but he's got no follow-up. Kitties goes down.
Yeah, Kitties burns the exhaust and the ultimate, not able to make it out at all. He thought the Cacao and Rookie, who were at blue buff, were in near enough range that using the ultimate would keep Crystal and Ella interested enough to stick around. Instead, they just take the one kill. And this Vayne, 3-0-0 now, has hit the mid-game stride really nicely. If Youmuu's comes out next, expect Crystal to just split push all game long.
Yeah, Crystal feeling so strong. Flandre for the invade is going to find Cacao. He did opt for the smite, so it is Cinder Hulk plus challenging smite on that Flandre Hecarim, which you talked a little bit about during the pregame. And with that, red buff looks like Cacao's going to be stealing it, and Flandre just getting some harass
He's going to be out to get it.
He does, in fact, steal it away, and they lose a turret on the bottom side of the map. Snake feeling very strong. Emperor's Divide actually misses that time, but the follow-up damage from Beast is able to scare Rookie away.
Yeah, and Rookie is just being punished in this lane. It's pretty much a 2v1 right now, with Nidalee always being there, and that just means that all the pressure right now in Snake's side. Flandre with that red buff now starting to bully the Maokai, who he's 40 CS up on, and IG, they played with fire with elongating the lane swap, and it looks like Snake's going to burn him.
Yeah, there is another turret going down. Snake now pick up those two turrets and increase their gold lead by a miraculous margin. It was dead even not 2 minutes ago, hardly even 1 minute ago. It's now 2,500 gold and getting closer and closer to 3 as Snake are now living in the jungle of IG.
Yeah, and you see they're looking for a dive potentially top lane. Nidalee and Hecarim both up there. They took mid outer, they took bottom outer. All of a sudden, it's IG that are really struggling to find any space on this map. Cacao being squeezed off his farm, which he never likes to happen. And next Dragon only up in 24 seconds. You would think that Snake right now poised very nicely to take it.
Yeah, timely recalls are going to hit some pretty strong break points for Snake. You've got the Zeal on top of that Blade of the Ruined King. Upgraded Cinder Hulk is now finished for Flandre. Tier stacking nicely for Beast, and even you picking up some attack speed. This is Snake prepped and ready for that mid game.
Yeah, and you talk about Snake always wanting to team fight. Use build reflects that. He's not going for the heavy hitting, something like a Luden's Echo or a Death Cap second. Wants immediate power right now. Goes to Stinger, gets his cooldown reduction up there to the 30% mark. Also gives himself some attack speed to be able to dish out additional damage. He'll sit on that until he's 6th item most likely. But for right now, bang for buck, that is the item that is going to get it done for the Azir players.
Speaking of team fight, it looks like we might be seeing one. Both of the top laners have teleport. Flandre shoves it out and is actually going to hoof it down to the Dragon Pit. And Zitai once again going for the Righteous Glory. Vision secured for IG, but Snake with control over the pit now are going to scare IG away. Dragon respawns, and IG are nowhere near it.
Yeah, they don't want to be anywhere near it right now. They might try and catch Flandre out, but they'll give that Dragon up.
Yep.
That's 2-0. 3,000 gold the advantage right now for Snake, and Invictus playing very much on the back foot.
Yeah, this is some excellent play out of Snake as they are keeping IG on the back foot. All of the deflected aggression out of IG that worked so well for them in game number 1 is not paying off anywhere near as well this time. All based off of that choice to have Kid freeze the lane. Yes, he's got a lot of gold. He's finally got that IE, but he's starting to fall pretty far behind because Crystal is getting awful fed.
Yeah, because he has all the kills.
Yep.
I know what I'd rather. But see that it is... Oh,
man, even the spear finds Kid. There's no way they can team fight now. Not that they were going to because they were defending the turret, but just by the fringes of possibility.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere near Snake. Like, this game needs to go for another good 5 minutes before IG even look at doing anything. Because Flandre, he's that tanky at the moment that he's happy tanking up a couple of turret shots just to harass the Thai, who's now got 4 members converging on his lane.
Yeah, it's a scary position for Zatai.
Rookie.
That's the last tier 1 turret. The spear tossed out. Rookie doesn't get hit by it. Crystal doing so much damage with the Blade of the Ruined King. Flandre is taking 1v3 here. He doesn't have a lot of tanky items just yet. There's the Righteous Glory blown as IG decide they want to fight. The carries need to get in there. A huge Glacial Prison gets some great damage across, but Crystal is still untouched in the back. You dishing out some great damage onto Kid and Cacao, but they disengage successfully.
Yeah, they repel the aggression into the top lane as well, which is step number 1 for IG. Stop the bleeding, which they were able to do. And you just saw all the focus going down on Crystal, who was a little bit too elusive, probably has that Phantom Dancer whenever he wants to go back and shop. And right now, Flandre is just heaps tankier than Zatai. And you saw it in the fact that Zatai got auto-attacked 3 times from Crystal, was chunked out of the fight. Flandre took the brunt of the abilities thrown out and looked like he wasn't phased.
Did have to burn the Onslaught of Shadows defensively to escape. However, no kills traded over. And as you mentioned, IG have stopped the bleeding. It's still about a 3,500 gold lead in favor of Snake, but that gold lead is not, for the time being, getting larger. Now we're 20 minutes into the game. Baron's up in 10 seconds. What are the next steps for IG?
Yeah, IG are probably still looking at trying to get some semblance of control over Dragon. You don't want to give up 3 Dragons. It's just a general rule, especially against a split pushing comp that has a Bane, because it makes you make really bad decisions in the late game when number 4 and 5 are coming about. They also want to be using this Tristana to shove down turrets, but you just see Snake are much stronger at the moment, so they're able to dictate all the pace of the game. So they're just trying to absorb the farm when they can. On the other hand, Snake, they want to fight, because right now they are incredibly strong.
Yeah, they've got some really strong spikes coming through. Crystal taking out that last tier 1 turret in the top lane, and he did get some pretty decent damage down onto Zatai there as he was getting out of there. Rookie now looking to clean up in the mid lane. You see the Shurima's Legacy putting up a forward turret. Snake looking like they, might follow this up. Oh, man. That would have been a hook train. That would have been awesome, as the red buff is going to be stolen away here. Smite actually secures it. It's Beast with the red.
Yeah, and Cacao hates losing buffs. You see it in his movement right there. He wanted to fight for that. But in the end, Beast, he's continuing to stay aggressive. Flandre in the bottom lane had teleport available. He's shoving in really aggressively and all over the map right now. You talk about how...
Yeah, the damage coming out from Rookie is super strong, but Flandre answers right back as he bullies Rookie away. And there's a bit of a recall vision now beginning for Snake as they continue to creep their ward line further and further forward.
Yeah, and you talk about how IG play their style of League of Legends. They want to make sure that they take all the aggression in from Snake and make the counter plays. But when you're behind this far in items, it means that you can make aggressive plays, and your margin for error is bigger. So if they dive a turret right now, they've got a frozen heart on their top laner, as well as that challenging smite. On the other side of the rift, Zatai, who's 60 CS behind, doesn't have any armor, really. He's working towards his frozen heart right now, going to be scaling okay into the mid game, but when you look at the Vayne, going to be cutting through the Maokai a lot easier than what Tristana is going to be dealing with Hecarim right now. And unless Rookie can get a pick coupled with maybe Cacao's ultimate or the lockdown that can come through from Zatai, 5v5 team fights looks really bad for IG.
Snake actually finding the strong Mac movements. It's IG who are a little bit late to respond. Crystal, last auto attack finishes the tier 2 turret. He gets out scot-free. Cacao is in position. It would be a 4 versus 4. However, they do not want to force any sort of action as Zatai is busy dancing with Flandre in the top. Yeah,
and the longer this goes, the more difficult it's going to be for Zatai to repel these turret pushes. He has got 2 of his team's kills as Kitty tanks up another spear. And when you can't fight, and a team that has reasonably low range, like not the lowest, but not great, is easily sieging down your turrets because of a really clever jungle Nidalee pickup, the game's just not going to get any easier for IG at this point.
Yeah, Snake are playing so aggressively, and they're contesting every little thing for IG on the map. You want a ward, you're going to have to fight for it. You want this creep wave, you're going to have to fight for it. They were able to get a minion wave build up on the bottom and clear out that turret. However, Dragon's up in 20 seconds. Snake are already clearing that thing right out.
Yeah, and that's celebrating tiny victories where you're like, yes, we finally got the bottom outer.
Yeah.
Damn, they just took our mid inner.
Yeah. The trades aren't always that equal.
Once again, Spear's just flying everywhere. Dragon is up, and as you can see, IG want to fight for it this time around, although Flandre also heading in. Has teleport, so strange that he's not waiting in base, especially with how many flanking wards there are for a home guarding Hecarim. But Invictus, if they are going to fight, you feel it would be for a third dragon.
Yeah, we have everyone grouped up. Zatai going to clear out that minion wave in the mid and then join up with the rest of his team. There are wards to spot his progress as Ella creeps further and further forward. Even Crystal contributing to the cause with the Draven ward. Kakao taking some harass. Rookie gets damage onto you. He's actually chunked down pretty good, but you know what negates that damage? Heal from Nidalee.
Yeah, so able to get you topped off. Going to be able to clean him up there. Good item power spike actually coming through from Kid. And right now, Snake are racing them for the mid turret.
Yeah, what a swing. Snake heads straight down to that mid lane. They're going to try to get into the inhibitor turret.
That was cute, but they need to be careful right now because the further you move around, more danger it is your backline gets caught by a Kakao.
Ooh, Flandre looking to catch someone, but he just isn't quite able to get into range. The hook finds Kakao. The prison goes wide. Zatai in the back line. He is on top of Crystal. Rookie with huge AoE gets knocked right back out of it. Crystal is still alive. Kitty's looking like he might be shredded, but the AoE over the wall from you is monstrous as Snake are cleaning this fight up. They get 4 kills. Kitty, the sole survivor, dies as he's chased down by Flandre. That's a triple kill. What just happened?
Yeah, so you saw that Snake beat them to the turret. IG felt like they had to fight. They did get a look at the back lane, but Kakao, he whiffed the ultimate. Surrender vote comes through at only 25 minutes in. 1-1 for Snake and IG in 2 very polarizing games.
Yeah, that was exceptional play out of Snake that time. The first game, Snake played the aggressive game that they're known for, and IG were able to handle it. They juggled every punch. They were able to manage just about everything and ended up winning the game. But this time, Snake just threw the kitchen sink.
Yeah, they just went aggressive at every single role, and in the end, IG tried to play the early game passive. They went into a lane swap, trying to dodge out of Flandre, and you could see exactly what they wanted to do. They weren't respecting Crystal's Vayne. All they were trying to do is keep Flandre down for as long as possible and keep him resourceless and hope to play the resourceless game better. But in the end, they just gave up 1 too many kills and the game snowballed out of control.
And even then, despite trying to keep him resourceless, they were unsuccessful. He had an enormous CS lead and had so many kills. Now, we've got a replay of that last fight. Let's go ahead and break this down.
Yeah, so you see that before this, IG had been posturing around Baron. You see all their vision down there. And Snake had decided that they were going to cut the chase and just go straight for the mid inhibitor. What this meant is see the back group that's being flanked right now by Zatai. They're about to be engaged on by Kakao because he has a clear shot over the wall. So as we roll this one out, Kakao dives over the wall and tries to get the ultimate onto the back line, whiffs it. It means that when Zatai comes in here, they're not CC'd up. Rookie gets shoved back off the team, gets no damage from the second distortion. And from there, Flandre just cleans up with some very good play. And this is what we were talking about. The further ahead you are, the more mistakes you can make in positioning, because realistically, Snake were a little tiny bit out of position right there, and the perfect Sejuani ult would have hurt them, but they're just way too strong, way too fed. And that Hecarim ran rampant over the entirety of the lineup.
Flandre really went off that game and showcasing his abilities on Hecarim. Really, really solid play out of Snake to end up taking that series 1-1.
Yeah, and the thing is that Snake made the proactive move. They forced them towards mid lane. And the more decisions you make people make, the more mistakes they're going to make on top of that. And Snake, we credited IG for their map movement game 1 and knocking down structures. They stuck to the Dragon game plan, but actioned it much more effectively this time around and came up huge in a win.
Yeah, so that was Snake and IG going 1-for-1 in this series. We've got more LPL action coming for you with our last set of the day. It's EDG versus RNG up next. Don't go anywhere.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, all turned away now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. Once again, I'm Dominic Sater-Romer, joined by Jake Spawn-Tiberi. We just watched an incredible set between Snake and Invictus Gaming. They ended up splitting it 1-1.
Yeah, something new for the LPL. The 1-1 split comes through, but that was a pretty intense series when you look at how it stacked up. Invictus Gaming really mind gamed Snake game one, got inside their head, turned all their aggression around, and Snake's response to that, if you call it one, was to just go even more aggressive and completely trample Invictus Gaming in 25 minutes.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal game. We saw Flandre go off, and Crystal got a huge chance to carry on that vein. A champion you don't quite agree with that much, but when you're 3-0, who can argue?
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, a lot of the late game actually came down to Flandre and you able to get a lot of work done on the Azir, keeping people safe, was able to shove Rookie away. Rookie went for that matchup, by the way, so huge credit to you to really stamp his foot down in what is a bad matchup for LeBlanc historically. And on the top lane, they tried to keep him down. They did everything they could possibly imagine, including not skilling 3 points from Tristana for the first 8 minutes of the game, but in the end, Flandre on the Hecarim just was too much.
Yeah, really solid play from Flandre, and we talked a lot about the importance of the LeBlanc versus Azir and how that matchup would work out, and it really didn't seem like it was a 1v1 for the duration of that game.
Yeah, because it wasn't. Beast was mid like 5 times, and Rookie was like, can someone please help me? But yeah, the Nidalee pickup, we haven't seen it in a while, coming back through there with a little bit of a niche pick. It means that there can't be over 2 tanks on the map on the other lineup, otherwise they just catch all your poke. But in the end, Beast was able to get a lot of early game pressure. One part of Nidalee's kit that people don't talk about a lot is how quickly she farms the jungle, your ability to take early Rift Scuttlers and early Dragons, and that's all Beast did for the majority of the game.
Yeah, coming up next, we do have EDG versus RNG, and you can see EDG on the screen right now, that enormous roster of a team. They've got an 88% win rate right now. They're 7-1.
Yeah, they certainly do. Starting off with Kuro up in the top lane here. His Na's brilliant. His Maokai's really good.
Yeah.
He plays everything.
He's a pretty good guy out here.
Yeah. He's a nice guy as well. We move on to Clear Love. That's a pretty low KDA for Clear Love right now, sitting just under 7.
I know. It's such a bummer to see it so low.
Needs to play more Nunu.
Yeah. And there is Baimi, who was covering in the mid for Pawn. We'll have to see whether or not Baimi is going to be starting this game.
Yeah, and I was really excited for the Pawn versus Xiaohu matchup in the mid lane, but Baimi subbing in game 1. Very good Cassinan player coming in there. And you see Deft plays a heck of a lot of Sivir, but his Urgot and Corki are really good at the moment, and I'll see whether he goes back to that.
Yeah, all across the board, Mako, the last support for EDG. I say the last support, really. He's the first player on their team when you think of EDG.
Yeah, definitely me. I think the Mako is like the linchpin. Like him and Clear Love dictate a lot of the early game priority that's going to come through. You can tell generally what EDG are going to go for by where Mako roams and wards very deep early in the game. Is a fantastic Annie player. Plays the Alistair really well as well. Nautilus, generally a jack of all trades, but he wants to be the one that gets in there, starts up the fights, peels incredibly well whilst being aggressive for Deft. And, you know, they'll leave Deft in a 1v0 lane for a very long time, and then he'll roam around the map as kind of the second jungler and get things done for EDG. It's kind of redundant at this point, but we saw at MSI how well this team plays as a unit. And even when they put in subs, they look very good still.
Yeah, here we've got RNG on the screen. You can see they had a 50% win rate, 5-5. Looks like we're going to have Sky starting in the top lane. We've seen his Scion and we've seen his Fizz, and that's a pretty stellar KDA.
Yeah, it certainly is. MLXG coming in as a jungler, plays the Cinderhulk junglers pretty well, has struggled lately coming into the lineup. RNG, they've only won one best of 3. That was against best of 2. That was against King and Xiaohu. This is a man that I like to talk about a lot. His Azir's really good. He's been playing a heck of a lot of Lulu, but across the board, LeBlanc, Orianna, very great. And Whoosh.
Whoosh in. You can see could we call that a one-trick pony?
No, we can't, because he plays everything really well, but his Lucian at the moment seems to be what they're going with.
Yeah, and last up is going to be Lei on the support. You can see he's going for some of the more standard meta picks with a stellar Janna and a great Alistar as well.
Yeah, so overall, RNG, you know, this mashup of Gamti coming together with some King members thrown in there as well, they've actually performed pretty well. They're currently sitting in 8th. They're 1 or 2-0. They've split 3 of them. They've lost 1 outright to OMG recently, but this is a huge test. To get a fairly young players coming together, a lot of solo queue players like Xiaohu in the lineup, and to throw them against the best in the world, because EDG won MSI, so that's currently their title right now, best in the world. Even without Pawn in the lineup, they're still a very good team. And this is going to be a huge test.
Yeah, we'll have to see if RNG can stand up to the fires of EDG. As you mentioned, they are a team of very prominent solo queue players, and here we can see some of their more appropriate graphs coming up. EDG just looking a little bit more stellar in just about every category.
Yeah, so EDG, there's a reason for that. They're just really outclassed a lot of people. And with LGD falling off right now, really does seem to be QG that are going to be the main contender for EDG, although we saw Snake just perform very well against IG. And it's weird because EDG play this weird farm it out, get def fed, get pawn fed, but then all of a sudden they'll take 20-minute Barons, they pressure 3rd Dragon really well, they don't pressure 1 and 2 at all generally, they play lane swaps for a long time, then they'll invade your jungle. They seem to have one very clear set, and that is they want to get the game past 30 minutes. But how they do it varies game to game, team to team, and they haven't played quite like this, I want to say, since the end of last split. MSI was kind of weird for them because they got pushed to 5 games, but right now they're back in very dominant form.
Yeah, we can see RNG holding up a couple signs there. Pray for you coming out of Edward Gaming, as everyone is saying their parting messages as we get ready for this next match. This would be actually really huge for RNG because they have split 1-1 with some of the more middle-of-the-pack teams. If they could take a win off of EDG, even just one, that would be a huge statement for them.
Yeah, it certainly would. And the signs, guys, just so you know, are a little bit of respect. There was a tragedy over in China. The feed is currently in black and white to commemorate some people that lost their lives today. So that's just some signs, a little bit of respect going out to the fans out there. So definitely big props to these guys to get on board with that. You see very somber expressions coming out of both team lineups, and that's just nice to see in esports, you know. Banding together as a community, making sure that you come out the other end even stronger.
Yeah, and multiple languages. We saw English, Chinese, now Korean, as everyone is saying their best for those who were lost in that tragedy. And yeah, we'll have to see how RNG end up playing against EDG.
Yeah, so coming off the back end of this, like RNG, they're a really young lineup. So that's, I think, the key message that they need to take away from this. They're confidence players. When they play from ahead, they play incredibly well. Xiaohu, especially in the mid lane. Whoosh is another one, though, that if he is able to get ahead on his AD carry position, he does love to bully. That's why we're seeing a lot of Lucian coming out of him at the moment. So that's what I expect them to try and run something quirky in the early game, something that bullies around a little bit, like a Zir, Lucian getting in there, Gragas as a jungle pickup coming through from MLXG. And straight away, we see EDG expect that as well, because it's banned.
Yeah, there's Gragas taken away from MLXG, Hecarim taken away from Koro, and the Alistar banned away from Lei. Pretty standard stuff so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. Also, they're targeting Koro a lot. Sky's a really good top laner in his own right, so throwing a lot of bans at Koro means that he might be looking to play something a little bit more standard. I hate to say it, but Sion might be the pickup in the top lane.
Yeah, it just might have to be. Sky, a very strong Sion. Sivir now being banned away from Whoosh. And we'll see what the last ban is for RNG. Remember, it's Baimi in the mid lane. Not quite a star as Pawn, but definitely something to be respected still.
Oh, he's a solid player. So, yeah, not going to even beat around the bush. He is no Pawn, but he's really really good, serviceable mid lane. And they still throw the Azir ban at him just in case.
Yeah, so that is Azir banned away from Baimi. Now EDG up with the first pick. Koro in the top lane. Hovering Kalista, as that did make it through the pick ban phase. It was Sivir banned on the other side, and yeah, there's Deft blocking in Kalista.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, this is something that they do a lot. They took it against, I think it was Snake, and then they banned it for game 2. So they definitely still think that Kalista very strong pick up there in the AD carry position. In response, it's actually the Maokai. So they ban away 2 of Koro's champions and take the 3rd one. That's a lot of respect given to the top laner.
Yeah, really solid choice out of RNG to do that much to shut down at least one member of EDG. And MLXG looks like he's going to be on that Rek'Sai in the jungle.
Yeah, so Rek'Sai just really strong at the moment. It's a sustain, it's a jungle clear, the ability to build Warrior if you're snowballing, not Warrior into Cinderhulk if you're just going for a late game build. Cinderhulk farms the jungle incredibly quickly, and it'll be Koro picking up Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll get something a little bit new. It is he's one of his most played champions currently coming into this. I think he's like equal up there with his Maokai. So they force the lane matchup. This typically goes in Rumble's favor early because of the sap magic getting a little bit of a nerf in the early game. So the Flame Spitter spam actually does more damage than what the auto attack does at the moment. And they also pick up Mako's Thresh, which means that he will be unlocked to roam around the map nice and early.
Yeah, Mako, an absolute monster. RNG, very fast to respond. It's Bard and Vayne.
Yeah, and Whoosh was one of the first AD carries last split to try and make Vayne work over and over again, and is one of the reasons that I have a very strong opinion about this champion, because taking it into a Bard lane, the thing about Bard is he's a one-man lane bully right now. He's got a very short cooldown on his Q. He's able to tether people off creeps. So this is the thing. You can't fight Bard around creeps because he's kind of like Lux, but better with his Q. If you're anywhere near a creep, especially if you step in front of them, you really only have to hit the person. They'll get tethered to a creep, nice and stunned up. So Bard in there has a game-changing ultimate. And right now, it actually looks like RNG are going for the Varus comp, and EDG have picked the Cassiopeia. So RNG's composition, awfully similar to what LGD are trying to play at the moment, with the Varus mid lane coming through for Xiaohu.
Yeah, some definite similarities coming out of there. Looks like the last pick is going to be Baimi taking Cassiopeia, and Clear Love on that very scary Sejuani. Orianna being looked at from late right now.
Yeah, and I want to know whether this is a response to the Cassiopeia being picked up, because it's very strong against Varus. As soon as you get one poison, Varus kind of dies and falls over in the lane. Have to take cleanse to get rid of the poison, because otherwise you just get E to death. So going with something like an Orianna, a little bit more of a standard lane, still incredibly hard to execute against Cassiopeia because of the persistent damage, but will do better than what Varus does in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Orianna is the last pick for Xiaohu. You can see he is taking that cleanse into Baimi, who's, interestingly enough, looking at a barrier, and it's Mako rocking the Ignite on the bottom. Now, I actually want to talk about these supports. We mentioned that Thresh would unlock Mako to roam around the map. Well, Bard was designed with roaming in mind.
Yeah, he certainly was, and you know, Bard does it a little bit differently because he kind of needs to take someone with him. He unlocks these magical journeys, a weird pass that you can take through what should be structural forests and weird ridges, and just makes you go right through. And yeah, that's definitely something that they're going to have to keep in mind on, because all of a sudden people can get behind you, not just Rek'Sai tunnels, and gank the living heck out of you, and something squishy like a Rumble might be made to pay.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those squishy laners for EDG. You can see the lineups going through right now. It's not Pawn, but Baimi in the mid lane. Xiaohu opting into that Cassiopeia with an Orianna of his own. And on the AD carries, it was Deft on Kalista and Whoosh on Vayne. If you've got both of your supports roaming, wouldn't that incline you to go into a lane swap?
Yeah, it certainly will, and this is something that EDG do all the time. They lane swap into 1v-nothings and get really good jungle follows going on. They make sure that they gank mid early generally to try and burn some summoner spells, so Pawn typically, but Baimi in this matchup can start bullying in the mid lane, and then they'll look to try and keep the top laners down, because Amazing J, he kind of needs a little bit more farm, but Koro is the best resourceless top laner going around. This guy, especially on something like a Rumble, something like a Maokai, can really get in there and affect games with next to no CS, so look for them to probably go into the lane swap.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on EDG if they opt into the lane swap. Ladies and gentlemen, we're loading into the Rift. It's EDG versus RNG. And we have now loaded on RNG with the 5-man group, EDG with the answer. Wait, they're in the Dragon Pit. Are they spotting Mako now on the other side? EDG are coming for a flank. Are they going to pass each other by? There's no way. They're so close.
Ships in the night. They have the Tremor Sense out there, though, so on the side of RNG, they know
they
exactly
magical journey over. They're going to find Koro. Koro doesn't see it coming. Knockup is going to find him. He's taking some damage here. 300 health. This could be First Blood. It is RNG First Blood find Koro. Are they going to find the rest of EDG? Oh, they're looking for Clear Love.
They might. Oh, what's it? Nah. Too long cooldown on Magical Journey level 1.
Oh, but
go
they
for
make it over Clear Love. The flash knockup. Clear Love is forced to flash on his own, and he makes it out alive.
Yeah, and you mentioned Bard and how cool he is. And then he does that level 1. Fantastic Magical Journey. Gets them over a structural forest, which, you know, normally you can walk through in real life. League of Legends a little bit differently, so you need an ability, but they pick up First Blood. They burn a flash out of Sejuani early game, which means she's going to be a little bit more susceptible to bullying. And great early game from RNG. This is something that King were famous for, with Sky up there in the top lane. Used to come up with some quirky level 1 dragon strategies. Now they get the First Blood through.
Well, I mean, that was a level 1 dragon strategy just before dragon spawned.
Yeah, exactly right. They were looking for it. Instead, they found a Rumble.
Yeah, they got that First Blood, and they're even opting into the lane swap as well. So that means EDG can respond to the lane swap. You can see the Magical Journey is sending RNG into the blue buff of EDG, and some really interesting map movements going on.
Yeah, so they're just going to pick up the blue buff, start on the strong side of the map for them, make sure that the jungle isn't coming through. In response, Mako goes preps the blue on the other side, but Koro, he kept his flash. That's going to be very important because there's 4 members on his side of the map, and he is most likely going to get dove.
Yeah, that takes a lot of confidence not to burn that flash, especially when you see all 5 members of the enemy team trying to kill you. He's recalling right now. He knows that this is happening.
Yeah.
Can they make it under? No, they can't. He gets out alive.
Yeah, so really good play coming out of the top lane of EDG. This is what we said that Flandre maybe should have done game 1. He picked up a little tiny bit of experience, found that the dive was going to come through because no one went onto the blue side of the jungle for RNG, so they had to be on his side of the jungle. So he just gets out of dodge.
Yeah, and now he's going to be creeping through his own jungle. He's got a trinket ward. And actually, no, he decides to bail on it. Doesn't even want to take any chances as he heads down to join up with the rest of his team, leaving RNG to put some pressure up top.
Yeah, so they will be able to fast push on RNG's side. It has meant that Koro has next to no farm right now, but he'll pick himself up the Raptors camp, and fast push being match means that EDG, they gave up First Blood, but we'll be able to dodge the rest of the pressure that was building on the top side of the map.
Yeah,
but Whoosh has bounced the wave off the turret. That's going to be an incredible freeze coming through there for RNG.
Yeah, Whoosh probably going to be feeling pretty happy with that bounce. He is playing on that late game vein we just saw in our previous game.
Oh, that is hard shoving. Like, if they catch that wave, which they're going to with the Bard, and just not let it push any further, that will freeze forever.
Yeah. Really confident stuff out of RNG. Going for that First Blood and now getting this really solid freeze. How will EDG respond on the bottom side of the map? Looks like they might
They're still
be going
shoving.
for the shove, yeah.
Yeah, so on the bottom side of the map with the Kalesta, with Mako's Thresh, they're still shoving through and maybe looking for an early gold advantage because they gave it up in the form of First Blood. And recognizing that with the deep freeze coming through in the top lane, if they get the first turret, which is within their reach, they will be able to catch up in gold really well.
Yeah, so that is EDG shoving on the bottom side. They do have the numbers advantage as well, so there was a small window for them to try rushing for that dragon. Instead, they opt for the tier 1 turret. They still will have the numbers advantage, keeping Deft down there. However, with RNG on that side of the map, it might be a little trickier to
So
take that
you
dragon.
see right now, EDG, 500 gold advantage. They picked up the early structure, and that means that they're at an advantage. They leave the lane pushing back in their favor, so that means that Koro's going to be able to grab some CS, and then they'll just send their duo up top with a shop where they're stronger than the Vayne. Really good response coming out of EDG this early in the game.
Yeah, avoiding some of that very scary numbers advantage that RNG are wielding so oppressively across the map. Clear Love actually going for the invade. We'll find the Krugs might be able to make it to that tier 1. That lane freeze might just backfire.
Yeah, and you know, if Whoosh dies right now with that much of a lane stacking up in his favor, that means that Vayne's going to be set very far behind. You can see, once again, dragging it off the turret. So all of a sudden, he's in real danger of being dove.
Yeah, there is a very scary wave building up there. 3 members show themselves. No cannon minion means that this wave will continue to shove. However, you do have Lei on his way to help him out.
Flying up there with a magical journey. They're not going to care. They're going for it.
Yeah, they dive. Whoosh is the target. Teleport coming in. Are they going to be able to kill Whoosh? The Ignite takes it down. Death gets the kill before flashing away. Mako is now going to turn on the Lei. He takes some damage too, but EDG with the clean execution.
And time again, EDG are able to make these turret dives work. Perfect juggling of turret aggro by Mako, flashing out of range after the Ignite were going down. Made sure that he was the one tanking it, After Sky flew in there to try and lock someone under turret range, they get the kill onto Deft of all people and cut the lane freeze just before it was going to get dangerous.
Yeah, even the Flay landing onto Sky. He's forced to flash. Lay gets a good CC, but it's a little bit late now as Deft and Mako keep shoving onto this turret.
And they're sending Whoosh back top. They're not sending him bottom because it's an overextension. That means that Koro all of a sudden is getting all of the farm he wants in the bottom lane. And they're now 1,000 gold up after giving up first blood. This EDG lineup just knows exactly how to respond in the early game.
Ooh, could be a bit of a gank coming out from MLXG. Lay follows over the wall, manages to land some damage. Flash, knock up, it's followed up. They're going to turn on the Mako. He goes down. Koro's teleporting in. EDG are on the wrong side, but they're going to go down here. Our MLXG is the one who picks it up. Koro and Clearlove looks like they want to get a piece of the action too, but it might be a little bit too late as this is EDG overcommitting for this. They lose 3 members.
And just as we're giving them some credit, they throw it all away with a really weird overextension. They had the ward on top of Lay. They also had another one in the river, but they just don't pay any respect to the RNG lineup, who once again grabbed themselves the gold lead. And this game has just been turned back on its head because all of a sudden, top wave, that's crashing into the turret. Bottom wave, that's huge, and they just missed out on all the farm. RNG going to respond.
Yeah, this turret looks like it might be able to go down. Not quite. They do have a cannon minion. Finally gets it, yeah. So they do get that. Blue buff has just respawned. If they can steal that blue buff away from Bamey, that would be huge.
Yeah, so they're looking to stay aggressive. Oh, Shockwave misses.
Narrowly misses. Xiaohu thinking he's got the outplays, but only has the miss.
Yeah, but in the end, they will steal away the blue buff, so that's what really matters on this side. MLXG picking that one up. And wow, what a hectic early game coming through.
It's 8 minutes. It seems like we've already had team fights.
I need to sit down.
Map movements. This is exciting.
Yeah, so in the end, it will add up to Whoosh going towards the Blade of the Ruined King. It looks like maybe Blade of the Ruined King or Bloodthirster more likely coming out of Deft. He's got his Boots 2 already upgraded down there for some efficient gold. Top laners, they're back to all square because 3 assists have been picked up for Sky, whereas looks like Koro's hell-bent on dying as much as possible in the early game with a 0-2-0 scoreline coming through for the Rumble. That was a suicidal teleport.
He's just making a statement, you know. I am Koro. Though I might be dead, I'm still effective. And interestingly enough, RNG, despite opting for the early split push, with that early advantage, they end up swinging down to the Dragon. They're going to be able to take this just fine.
Yeah, and the minion wave was pushing in their favor in bottom lane, so they don't really lose out on much coming through for Whoosh. Bamey, he's getting a little bit low, needs to make sure he's not overextending in this middle lane with Cassiopeia. Very tempting to try and go aggressive, but they are converging on his side of the map.
Yeah, with a Bard, you've even got Rek'Sai, Maokai. There's just not a happy overextension for Cassiopeia, so she can't get too aggressive. You can see EDG trying to respond with taking another turret. They do have the forward movement on turrets, though they are still down in gold. So RNG, they've got this early lead. How do they continue to capitalize on this early lead?
So they're just trying to get some more gold onto Whoosh right now. They're continuing the freeze. That means that EDG are able to take some turrets, but you would think that it will be pushed off right here as they send some more members up.
Clearlove is in position looking for the flank. Koro, level 6, has his equalizer on top of the Glacial Prison, a very scary wombo combo. With all 4 members of EDG on the top side of the map, they actually set up a pretty solid shove. And RNG get to keep Whoosh farming for free. Yeah,
so Whoosh, he's starting to build a little bit of an advantage down there. He's got the 3 assists as well. Trying to shove in now into that bottom lane. Someone going to head back from EDG to catch it. Bamey, he's not being able to go aggressive at all because of all the pressure coming out of Xiaohu right now. Not to mention the cleanse going to mean that it's very hard for either mid laner to really kill each other. And just a little bit of stagnation right now after what was an incredibly aggressive early game from both teams.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Whoosh is actually down in overall gold behind Deft because of those early turrets. They're even in CS. Equalizer comes in to clear the minion wave, but it's just going to end up catching that experience in gold while Whoosh continues farming. He's not going to be able to get any damage off this turret because of that equalizer. The dive for EDG in the top. They find Sky and he dies.
Yeah, so advantage after advantage just stacking back up for EDG. And, you know, they overreached once. Expecting them to do it twice isn't probably going to happen. In the end, they're able to take down another kill, waste another minion wave in the top lane. whilst in the bottom lane, Koro was able to equalize her. It will probably fall down this wave. Oh, it's still very healthy.
Got a lot of health.
Yeah, Woosh going to have to do some work if he wants that to fall. Instead, he's going to recall, pick up his Blade of the Ruined King. And it's all back to square.
Yeah,
300 gold.
Everything's juggling right back out. Xiaohu with a pretty solid gold advantage. You can see he's 500 gold up. MLXG using that overall gold from that 202 scoreline to end up 300 over his opponent. And it is a very even game. Despite what the numbers are going to tell you on the top of the board and the early chaos that we had, it is still very close.
Yeah, so coming in here, probably going to go towards the next dragon fight, which I wouldn't honestly be surprised if EDG just gave up. They generally give up the first 2 dragons anyway and go for number 3, but you see that they're trying to get early aggressive ward coverage over the area. As Xiaohu, he's doing really good at bullying out Baimi right now, although he takes some poison back in response.
Yeah, he's taken just a touch of harass there and is forced to continue sitting back and play defensively. Normally we say that Cassiopeia is one of the lane bulliest of lane bullies, but Xiaohu is juggling that really well and feeling pretty confident in that lane as he does have a CS advantage and even opting for the MR with the Athene's Unholy Grail.
Yeah, it's just a really good pickup coming through there. If you grab something like the Merc Treads as well, look at how much magic damage is down the whole of the EDG lineup. Not saying he's going to, but on things like Cassiopeia, even, Azir coming through there, we see a lot of triple MR items, the Athenes into the Merc Treads, into something like an Abyssal Scepter, and it just means that you can't be locked down by all the CC that those champions have to offer. Not to mention the fact that every jungle right now running around, even Rek'Sai, because of the AoE that comes through from Cinderhawk, just does so much magic damage.
And it is working out rather well. We've got a bit of a shove coming out from Deft and Mako as they put this wave under. It is going to be caught by
Deft.
Woosh.
Oh, he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Should have stepped on it.
He likes to walk through the meadows and not disturb the flower cup. Some more pressure in the mid lane as Baimi is catching wave after wave as it is continuing to be shoved.
They take away
RNG.
the blue buff again. This is a third that they're going to be able to steal. And Baimi, he's been, we've been crediting Xiaohu, but credit to the rest of the RNG lineup of consistently keeping the Cassiopeia behind without blue.
It's a really solid tactical decision. Bring in the new guy and then just punish him.
Yeah.
That's a solo queue tactic as well. When you're loading in the game, look up your opponents, see who's on tilt, and then just camp their lane.
You're not a nice solo queue player.
I play Zed and Ahri. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I am a top lane player. You shake hands at the start of the game and then agree to not hit each other for the first 25 minutes. May the best farmer win.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hitting going on this game as Koro and Sky are pretty even overall. They're hitting those standard breakpoints. Interestingly enough, Sky does have that catalyst, so opting for the Righteous Glory first, whereas Koro doing the standard Haunting Guise.
Yeah, so we'll see whether he really commits to it or whether he grabs his Banshee Veil nice and early coming in there. Another thing that I kind of think is cute going on Maokai, depending on whether the rest of your team is going to grab one, when there's all this magic damage flying around, you're probably going to get the most gold, so why don't you just pick up the Locket of the Island Solari?
Yeah.
Because you're going to be grouped a lot of the time. Gives you a lot of, team MR coming through. Also means that your jungler, who generally is starved of income, can go for something a little bit more selfish like the Banshee's Veil, but we'll see whether they do go for some MR early. Because right now, Def, he hasn't gone the attack speed build, still waiting on the Runarn's Hurricane. Means that it really is about Clearlove, Koro, and Baimi doing all the damage at this part of the game.
Yeah, now Dragon has respawned. RNG are set up in front of the pit. They've got Scuttle Crab.
Things
They've
are
got
actually
wards all
coming
around.
out for EDG. They want to fight it this time.
Yeah, Koro has got his teleport. He just picked up Sork Boot, so he's got a lot of magic pen. I don't think he's going to make it to the pit in time unless Clearlove can manage to get the steal. He gets a huge Glacial Prison. The hook is going to find Sky. There's the equalizer. Woosh is forced to back out of there. Sky gets burned down by Koro. Mako's the one who picks up the kill, and suddenly RNG have to back away.
Yeah, and EDG surprise everyone because they fight for the second dragon, pick up a kill, pick up the dragon. Now streaming towards mid lane, probably going to grab a turret for their trouble as well. And that was just a really nice call.
Yeah, great play out of EDG. A huge Glacial Prison from Clearlove to secure that. With that dragon secured, they do now even it up. They don't have to worry so much about that faster fifth from RNG, that very scary late game spike. And that is a scary, very scary spike. It's Xiaohu on Orianna, Woosh on Vayne. they want to try to hold that off as long as possible.
Yeah, they certainly do. The lineup that comes through from Royal Never Give Up is really good at scaling into the late game. A very good protect the Vayne composition as well, because you have the damage reduction, the peeling coming through from both Wow.
Ooh, Koro could be caught out of position here. There's flash knockups. Now stun doesn't lock him against the wall. He's got his flash. Is he going to use it? Ignite was burned. He goes down. MLXG gets a kill.
Yeah, so once again, overextension coming through from the top lane. A 0-3-1 now for Koro. He's not having the best of games, but he is copping a lot of focus. And Bamey, you're next.
Yeah, he still has got his core items. Bamey is going to be dived. Magical Journey over the wall. He flashes out of the way. Stun goes out. It turns into just a slow. Lay goes down. MLXG still taking the turret. What are you doing, man? You got to get out of there. He does indeed make it out. Mako trying to go 1v1. Thresh versus Vayne. If anyone would try to do that, it would be Mako. And he's able to scare Whoosh away.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to push them off. They will pick up the turret, though, so RNG net game coming across for those guys. Kalista needs to be stopped in the bottom lane, but Bamey, very low on mana, needs to be careful.
This is the blue buff stacking up right now. Not having that mana means that he's having some serious difficulty clearing the minion waves. The dive was perfectly timed, and EDG take that turret, RNG take that turret, and keep the gold dead even. It's even in turrets, even in dragons, even in kills. Even in kills.
Is it? I'd say 4 to 5.
Yeah. What's one kill?
Between friends, you know?
You can round up. So we see MLXG now securing his Wolf Camp. Righteous Glory finished for Sky. Pretty standard things coming out. RNG.
So Sky does go for the Righteous Glory, and that's caught me a lot off guard, because generally, as a Maokai, you're going to be the front line, and you look at all the upfront magic damage he's going to walk into. It's a great team fighting item, don't get me wrong, but Bamey has this big stop button in his R that it's going to be hard for Sky now to deal with, because he hasn't got any extra magic resistance.
Yeah, Sky is going to be in a bit of trouble when those team fights break out. We already saw how quickly he gets burned down when he's in the brunt of Deft, Bamey, and Koro. There's a lot of damage on EDG's lineup, and in the last fight, they were able to juggle it out perfectly. Now we're 18.5 minutes in. It is RNG versus EDG, and RNG are keeping pace with the best team in the world.
Oh, they're a little bit ahead, so definitely credit to RNG right now, especially Xiao, who in that mid lane, he's built himself up a great advantage as no, Clear Love takes a blue buff. Bamey can't, he's getting counter jungled by his own team right now.
Report jungler.
Not his day.
He's just saying, come on guys, I just want to cover for pawn. Let me show you what I can do. Whoosh getting some free damage onto this bottom turret. No one's there to cover for it. The deep ward does spot him out. And he is going to back away with his life while Xiaohu continues shoving in the mid.
Yeah, and Bamey, he's doing a respectable job for a blue buffless mid laner, you know? I'm going to give him some credit. He hasn't gotten anything.
Oh, it's so sad.
He hasn't got a gank, he hasn't got a blue buff. You know, this is why he doesn't play very often. He doesn't want to.
He's getting the very unfortunate decisions coming out, but all of the focus from EDG has been, as you mentioned, getting the game past that 30-minute mark. They've been staggering, they've been balancing, keeping pace with RNG without getting too over-aggressive, without getting greedy, and more importantly, not letting RNG run away with the game.
Yeah, and you know, this is a really scary point in the game now for RNG, because if any team has a great level 2 ultimate, so that's level 11 in the game, Rumble, Sejuani, Cassiopeia going to be coming in there with a lot of damage on all of those ultimates, all of them AoE, which means that Xiaohu, a lot of pressure on him, not for the shockwave, but more for his positioning and being able to keep Whoosh alive and sped up with the dissonances, as well as the shields to come through and really help this Vayne, because you can see Whoosh has got himself into that position where he's halfway to more than halfway, actually, the Static Shiv as well as the Blade of the Ruined King. So he's going to be a force in these team fights as long as they can protect him.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Whoosh in the team fight if he's able to stay alive long enough. He's got Sky, MLXG, and Lei to peel for him. We'll see if the Tempered Fate is going to be as spectacular as it can be. Now, Dragon's up in 40 seconds. You've got deep wards coming out from RNG. They want to contest this.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you see the transform just came through for Bamey. He's got that Archangels coming through. Wow, the earliest QSS. Generally, I see 2-item QSSs, and I'm like, good decision, AD carry. But 1.5-item QSS coming through there for Deft. Doesn't want to be caught up by any CC in these fights. And, you know, he's going for the single target build, probably going towards that PD. Little bit more crit, wants to be able to deal with Sky, who hasn't built any armor yet, so will be chunked out fairly easily by this attack speed single target Kalista.
Yeah, Deft. If anyone is the man to do it, it's that guy. The minion wave is cleared on bottom. Whoosh actually has to back away here. He sees Clear Love and doesn't want to take any chances. Scuttle Crab is going to go over to EDG unless there's going to be any sort of silly steal shenanigans. Here's Xiaohu. They find Deft. He's overextended, forced to flash out of there. There's a great knock-up. Equalizer turning it. This is EDG turning it into the fight. Clear Love is forced to back out. Sai comes from the backside. He kills Clear Love. Sky now running away. There is the MR, but it just isn't enough. There's no command shockwave as Xiaohu did already use it. And EDG pick up one. They trade 1 for 1, and now they're on the direct.
Yeah, and MLXG doesn't have his ultimate available, so he's not going to be able to come back. Wow!
Oh, there's the shockwave. Why did he save it?
To kill that guy. Why are you asking me? I'm not him.
He had it on top of Deft. I felt like that would have been a great time. I even was like, oh my gosh, he's going to shockwave, and then...
Yeah, no, just wanted to kill Mako.
Yeah, one kill.
I don't blame him. Mako Z killed me a lot of times, so, you know, getting in there, but... EDG, they able to pick up the second dragon for themselves, lose the trade in the kills though, and more importantly, the gold lead is actually growing for RNG just because of the fact that they're the ones picking up the kills. They've already got some turrets on their side as well. So EDG need to be careful because this team comp will scale very nicely.
Ooh, Tempered Fate comes out as RNG. Look for the roam. Koro takes some huge damage. Ah, the stun narrowly misses, and Koro gets out alive. RNG with the quick swing top aren't able to pick up a kill, but they make EDG respond, and that's actually been much to RNG's credit. They've been the ones who have been generally dictating the pace.
Yeah, they certainly have, and you know, all of a sudden, the builds are making a lot of sense. They're looking for the mid-game spikes. They've got a Luden's Echo. They've got the Righteous Glory on Sky because they want to be able to move around the map the way they are and catch them out. And you know, they did catch Koro out there. He had to burn the flash. And that stun was millimeters away from ending his life as well. So really credit to the whole of the RNG lineup right now for making EDG play their game.
And now we do have everyone going back to the standard laning phase. Xiaohu 2-0-1 for his team. MLXG playing so strong for RNG. He's 3-0-3 right now with a full tank build. He has been pretty much the main catalyst for RNG, helping them roam around the map to secure the kills for Xiaohu and try to keep Whoosh safe.
Yeah, so he's 6 out of the 7 kill participation so far, definitely having a good early game. Lei, on the other hand, he's all 7 at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mako, he's keeping up with him, though. He's 5 of 5.
He's keeping pace. It's the battle of the supports, though Lei has a better KDA.
He
so
does.
Confirmed, Lei greater than Mako?
Mako has more kills, dude.
Oh, yeah, of course. Kills greater than everything.
I need to see damage done. That's how I rate players.
Even supports?
Yep. 100%.
Because you know in the ward count, it's going to be Mako.
Ah, I don't want Vision?
Yeah, the Vision battle.
That's a battle?
Roaming all over. Of course
I
Vision's
lose
a
that
battle.
one all the time.
Dude,
then.
everything is a battlefield. Especially love.
I was leaving that one so alone. It's like
all right, so we've got the
Atlas.
gold on the screen right now. You can see Deft still has about a 700 gold lead. In the mid lane, it is
1,200 to Xiaohu.
Yeah, very in favor of Xiaohu. He's been putting the pressure on the Beam.
Yeah, he certainly has. You know, this Orianna, we said it's a tough matchup to come in. He did pick into it, so, you know, credit for him making his counter pick work. And all of a sudden, a lot of pressure once again around this mid lane. Bard was hanging out in the wings, wants to try and catch Bamey out. And EDG, they're playing a very slow measured game. It's only 25 minutes in, so still relatively young territory for EDG. But they just want to make sure that when they get towards that 30-minute mark, they're sitting pretty in a good team fighting position. And right now, Def getting ahead certainly looks to be that way.
EDG are in their comfort zone right now. While they are down about 2,000 gold, there really hasn't been a lot of threat to them as a team. They're up in Dragons. There have been no fights for the inner Tier 2 turrets. It seems as though RNG are content to let that stall out towards the mid game. EDG will find this turret undefended and force RNG back in place to cover it. Holy cow, Xiaohu's level 15. So is Bainey. That was fast.
26 minutes approximately it took to get here.
These guys have been
Thanks
all
for joining
alone in the mid lane.
They certainly have. They've been farming up an absolute storm, you know. Over that 10 CS a minute, both of them are. Xiaohu way ahead of it. He's on nearly 300 at 26 in, so they definitely have been farming quite efficiently.
Yeah, and there's level 16 now from Xiaohu. He just hit that spike super strong. He's got a lot of gold in the bank with the blasting wand. I'm excited to see what he decides to go for next. Yeah, there's 1600.
I would really like to see him go for avoid stuff just to keep the game snowballing in their favor. You see, there will be, so there's going to be Aegis of the Legion upgraded quite soon into that Locket of the Iron Solari. Sorry, I can't think of that name until I put on a D-man voice. It's just such a bad thing. But yeah, so Locket of the Iron Solari going to be coming through really soon for the EDG lineup. And it's really important right now for Xiaohu to just stay ahead of the MR curve with his Orianna so he can consistently put out damage.
So far, he's been doing an excellent job. You can see his damage done at the end of the game is going to be enormous, not only because of his creeps, but also because of his effectiveness in team fights. 2-0-1. He's really been instrumental in keeping RNG in this, despite the fact that he hasn't really left mid lane that much. Now, that last tier 1 did go down.
To creeps in the bottom lane,
yeah.
So that means that RNG, they've opened up the entirety of the map. They have a 3,000 gold advantage right now, and they look to be setting up for the next dragon, but it's 27-minute mark. That means EDG are definitely going to posture for Baron, especially with the Sejuani and the secure ability of Def being able to just chuck so many spears in that objective. Not to mention face-checking Sejuani Rumble is going to be a dangerous thing, and EDG, that's how they stall out games. They just control the vision over this side of the map so well.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, what's next for RNG? Do they play for Dragon 5? Do they play for Baron?
RNG just pick up the next dragon. I don't think EDG still want to fight them. That's why they're trying to keep them in the mid lane. They're just trying to delay the game, make sure it's frozen out. You can see that they are a little bit more teamfight ready. They've picked up a Rylai's Crystal Scepter on Koro, so he's very much a teamfight build, selflessly coming through there. Def's got his Static Shiv, building towards the Last Whisper, but you feel that they still don't really want to commit just yet.
Yeah, and there is RNG going
they
for
pulled the trigger.
dragon.
Really nice play through to RNG there. There was no way that EDG were going to start up that Baron. They demonstrated that RNG still had vision control of that. RNG square up the dragons at 2 apiece right now. Whoosh is still in a really good power spike for his build, and even though Koro's starting to pick up a little bit more farm, Sky's just as effective right now with the component build coming through from Maokai. So EDG, they need to play this one carefully, because if they run head-to-head, Royal Never Give Up has a good chance of coming through.
Yeah, a bit of a death bush being set up for RNG as they are looking to get some forward wards. Seems as though they might be swinging down towards the bottom. Recall out of lay as Sky continues to shove. Looks like he wants to answer that swing towards the top from EDG. They've got that side of the map lit up like a Christmas tree, and they could be prepared. Yeah, they're going to try going for this Baron. There is immediately the Rek'Sai ultimate. He makes it in time, and EDG back away.
Yeah, that was not the sneakiest Baron. That was probably one of the most obvious things. When 5 members disappear off a map,
all
and you have
side.
most of the wave shoved up, I know where I'm putting my money on where they're going to be, especially if they're EDG, so they don't really get much out of this one, and in the end, it's going to be RNG pressuring even more lanes.
Oh my gosh, is it really happening? Bainey got blue buff. He got his first blue buff 30 minutes into the game. Yeah!
There he is.
Finally, he's like, yes, guys, awesome.
I'm surprised he stuck at it. I just would have built an Athenes.
Yeah, at this point, yeah. You just might have to. Bainey does find Lei clearing out a ward. He's going to clear out the Scuttle to answer for it. RNG know that Dragon is off the map. They've got Sky answering on the bottom. They're going to send Vayne and Lei up top.
And Bainey, he's getting Clear Love back. He took the Scuttle Thug. You know, that's an extra 30 gold that could have gone across. I do my math fairly often, and 56 compared to 86.
But 42 gold for blue buff. What's the overall worth of the blue buff missed versus Scuttle's missed?
I have no idea. I hate when people take my risk Scuttler and I'm a jungler. It makes me mad.
Yeah, me too. And now we've got Def opting in to finish off that Static Shiv. Whoosh. He's picked up a Phage.
Yeah, so he might be going towards I really want to say Black Cleaver, but
Yeah, I
he's not.
know.
He's going towards Trinity Force. That would have been so cool if it was. Just a little bit more mobility, and, you know, it makes your tumble really hurt. So you're able to get 1 and 2 auto attacks in and just chunk people out with the Vayne at this part of the game. And it's a luxury build, but then again, you're playing Vayne, you're going for the late game anyway, so why not go for it?
Very solid stuff. It's actually reminiscent for me of when Vayne first came out, and it was all about Madrid's Bloodrazor Trinity Force. And you just kill everything. Only downside, those are the 2 most expensive items in the game, so you never did get to finish your build.
Yeah, see, that was when Vayne first came out.
Oh, yeah.
I was more of a fan of like the Bloodthirst and Max Tumble, or Max Condemn even better when you were laning with Alistar. That was so funny. No one had any idea how to play Vayne. Like, it was like, which button does the most stuff?
And you could take her in the jungle with Flash Ignite just because she did so much damage with her W. The good old days.
Oh, wow, that was Season 1.
Yeah, that was way back in the day.
Yeah. That was APL territory.
Oh, yeah. Where you could heal an entire minion wave?
Yeah.
That was silly. But we're not in Season 1. We're in Season 5. Speaking of Season 5.
A very slow game as well.
Yeah. Everyone's taking their time. EDG don't want to lose anything.
You know, you can't blame RNG for playing the game this way because they have a really good scaling comp. They've got the Vayne, they've got the Orianna. Even Maokai at some point is going to absorb so many spears from Deft that he's going to look like someone did archery practice on him, but he's not going to die really quickly. So, Koro.
Yeah.
Cheeky bugger. But yeah, overall, RNG are playing the game on their terms. They're coming out ahead.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble for RNG, however. They're playing up against arguably 5 out of the 5 best players per role in the game, and they want to come up mechanically better. Well, 4 out of 5.
Yeah. Sorry, I just pointed at Bamey for those at home. But yeah, Bamey's playing quite well this game for someone that has to deal with no blue buff. Is starting to fall very behind in CS, however. Is it a very sweet spot right now for Cassiopeia, though? He also has his Void stuff, so MR not really going to be an issue with the triple penetration items coming through there. And this is one thing that EDG does well. So we'll talk about what RNG does well. They've farmed the lanes. They've got gold onto the important members of their team. They're very good. They're probably far further ahead in mid lane than Deft is in bottom lane. So Xiaohu making sure that he's becoming one of the carries for his team. But EDG is very good at making sure teams make one mistake. And off the back of that one mistake, they take a lot of the game. So right now, once again, they're posturing around the Baron area, making sure that RNG has to funnel into a Sejuani. Oh, Temper Fate.
Oh, narrowly misses. They do find Mako, but he gets pulled right on out. That was actually Righteous Glory being popped as well.
Yeah, so in the end, they tried to go for the fight. That Tempered Fate was millimeters away from ruining Deft's day, but they aren't able to hit it, and all of a sudden, that pressure that was building up, we thought we were going to have a fight. All of it just resets.
Very, very passive play, and RNG are really playing a razor's edge with this one. As you mentioned, if they make one mistake, EDG are going to run away with it.
Yeah, so are EDG, though. They're playing on with arguably a worse scaling comp. They're playing really, really passively throughout the mid game.
This is an interesting position. Sky.
Bard's coming as well.
Yeah, looking like
They're
they
going
might
for him.
find Koro. He's got his flash and teleport. He could be caught out here. Let's see if he is going to end up going
could
down.
Be started.
Yeah, the rest of EDG are on the other side of the map. There is teleport available for Sky. They're going to kill Koro, but he's stalling it out so much. He does even drop the equalizer. Flash is out of here too. Is he going to get out alive? Oh,
wow.
Finally he does. Sky is able to catch up with the rest of them. Shockwave goes wide. Here's the teleport coming in. RNG could be trying to blow this thing wide open. They're going to collapse. Mako is dealing with MLXG so well. Bamey is zoning away Whoosh. Xiaohu gets in there. The Glacial Prison finds the 2 carries. Xiaohu gets out of there. This is Whoosh flashing out as well. He's getting some great damage across. It's Whoosh versus Deft. 3 versus 1. Deft even picking up the kill on the Sky. Tempered Fate misses, but Deft with the insta cleanse for the Condemn ends up going down. Finally, Whoosh picks it up. 4 members of EDG are dead.
And 2 only on the side of RNG. Bamey baited himself right there because he landed a beautiful ultimate. But both members had cleanse.
Yeah.
Straight away they were out of it. They just turned around and completely destroyed the mid laner from EDG. But once again, we said RNG playing with fire. I really think that EDG are going to get outscaled in this game. And you just saw how much damage Whoosh did? He's only got 2 offensive items. That guy's got another 2 to go. He's going to be an absolute monster.
Looks like they might be attempting the Baron here. Clearlove is on his way.
Whoosh
Koro's
didn't
going
heal.
there
This
too.
is dangerous.
Yeah, really scary. He's healing up so much from the Baron, but the reduced healing is keeping it so slow. You can see he's getting 20 health per auto tech. The equalizer is huge. Whoosh is taken solo. The command protect is instantly burned. Lei gets dropped. MLXG in the front line going toe-to-toe with Koro and Clearlove. He's trying to burn it down. Mako has joined the battle. Condemn. Whoosh is forced to run away. He is going to turn now on to Mako, who's got enough CC to stall it out. Zhao Hu could die. No, he's still alive. Whoosh is still alive as well.
And they're going back to Baron. No, they ping back. Thank goodness. So 1 for 2 again, but slowly but surely, RNG building a lead in this game. They're now up nearly 6,000 gold. Whoosh is getting even bigger. He'll go back, spend all that nice money, picks up the Trinity Force, and wow, this game, this is on breaking point right now for EDG.
Yeah, this is phenomenal play from RNG. They really are playing on the knife's edge and balancing it out so perfectly. There's so much potential for EDG to burn down Baron. They've got Cassiopeia, they've got Callista, they've got Rumble, but they've not once let that thing get into a poor position. Now RNG are going to collapse onto the pit. Teleport comes in from Koro.
So this is a 3v5, even if they get Koro in there.
Yeah, very scary position for EDG. You can see some
Going
damage
down.
coming across. It is going to go down here. Will it be secured? 2,000 health. They try to turn it around. Lei looking for the stun. He misses it. Sky going to continue burning it down. It is secured by RNG. Equalizer tries to stall this out. They might catch Sky. The death sentence misses.
So the Baron goes over to RNG. Dragon being pinged right now by EDG. They want to see if they can get an objective back in their favor. But wow, this game has been flipped on its head. Normally EDG, the team that plays so well around the Baron buff, they just lost out on it. Everyone in position to fight once again on Dragon. This is going to be dangerous. They don't have the equalizer.
Very scary position. They're burning through this Dragon's health bar so quickly. It's going to be destroyed. Deft riding the Dark Passage. He gets out of there. EDG trade Baron for Dragon.
Yeah, so in the end, better trade comes through from RNG. Huge creep wave bottom. They're going to pick themselves up a red buff, and doesn't look like they're done with their aggression for now.
Yeah, this is so interesting. RNG have got EDG on the run here. With EDG pushed down to the bottom, RNG swing mid. They could be looking for the tier 2.
Yeah, so no, they're definitely going to get the tier 2. So now whether they can siege the map. Huge minion wave in the top lane as well. Look at Lei. Flies through half the
Leading
map.
the charge.
Glorious journey right there. And I don't know how they cut through all these creeps. They're going to be able to pick himself up another outer.
Yeah, these minion waves were allowed to build up really well for RNG. They take 2 tier 2 turrets within a minute of dropping that Baron.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to pick up like an 8,000 gold lead now off the back of that. EDG, they've got 3 dragons, but 5th dragon, that's only at 50 minutes, and you think the game will be decided by then. Wow, this is...
Oh my goodness.
They probably have another 6 minutes right now, EDG, to pull the trigger. Otherwise, it gets into that area of the map where one team fight decides it all. And with Zhao Hu's Orianna, 404, 415 CS, 3,000-ish gold, 2.5 probably closer ahead of Bamey. He's going to one-shot death.
Yeah, it's pretty even all across other than that. Sky with a minor lead outside of that. And you can see all the members of RNG with minor gold leads simply because of that global gold from all of those turrets in the Baron as well. So all in all, it is still pretty even.
You got the last Whisper.
Oh boy.
Whoosh does damage, like a lot of it as well.
Yeah, confirmed.
Like I'm not
Whoosh
talking
does
about
damage.
tickling people.
Oh yeah, he's late game. The only thing he has to build now is upgrade for boots and Mercurial Scimitar.
Boots? What's that? You mean Zephyr and Mercurial Scimitar, right?
Oh my gosh, 6-item Whoosh Vayne confirmed. The rotation as RNG swing down to the bottom side of the map. EDG are going to clear this out as RNG aren't quite prepared. However, they've got Sky split pushing in the mid lane, trying to get a wave shoving. He's going to go clear out top while the rest of RNG are bottom, and with Teleport, if a fight should break out, he'll be there.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, we talked about Whoosh, so only fair to cut across the map to death. He's also in a similar situation. He's got double lifesteal items, though, which means that if he can dodge the shockwave, which is a very hard ask, he's going to be able to lifesteal through a lot of the damage that will come through from the likes of Sky, from the likes of MLXG, as Koro wants to fight MLXG.
Oh yeah, he's getting some big damage. Equalizer tossed out. Now MLXG might... Oh, he doesn't in fact have Flash. He just used his Burrow. Knock-up coming out now. Koro trying to burn him down. And And he does.
Yeah,
Koro
so
with a kill.
Koro gets a solo kill on the jungler. That's probably going to expire the rest of the Dragon buff, so the top laner for EDG coming up absolutely massive.
Sky trying to get there in time, just wasn't able to make it. And how do EDG respond? This is the first mistake RNG have made in the past 20-some-odd minutes. What do EDG do with this?
They can't do anything. At the end of the day, like, they're going to have 30 seconds where they can shove out waves, maybe look to get some pressure around Baron with clearing out some tunnels, because that's up in about another 3 minutes. But overall, they got them a kill and it expired the Baron buff, but not much else came through for that solo kill.
RNG are doing an excellent job of keeping the map clear of objectives that EDG can take. Timing the Dragon with the Baron, making sure that there are not really that many things that they can have taken at the time. Xiaohu looking awful strong right now.
Yeah, he's picked himself up another needlessly large rod.
Oh boy.
So you can see from the buff, the Baron has expired, guys, coming through there. So that is no longer active. Also could see the fact that creep waves weren't getting ridiculously large around them.
Purple. Do the creep waves also taste purple?
I have no idea. Ask Lulu.
We'll have to find out. Xiaohu continues to shove up. Koro, Bamey, and Clearlove are there to catch it out, as he's still about 30-45 CS ahead of Bamey.
And Bamey's going for a Luden's Echo last item as well, not going for something like a Zhonya's Hourglass. So that's outright aggression from the mid laner of EDG. If he slips up, it's going to be a lot of damage that he takes directly to the noggin. You see on the side of Xiaohu, he's going for the Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's looking to dodge out of some of the damage.
Yeah, 404, death not found. Xiaohu doesn't believe in dying.
Yeah.
On the other side, as you mentioned, Bamey going for that Luden's Echo for all damage. He's already died once, and he hasn't been involved in too many of his team's kills. However, his team hasn't exactly had a lot of kills. This has been a very tactical, movement-based game.
Well, RNG have just been shoving EDG around the map, and EDG have been responding.
Ooh, Tempered Fate coming out. It doesn't find anyone. There's going to be the Righteous Glory, but they don't find anything.
Yeah, so they saw Clearlove in the top lane, split pushing as jungle Sejuani, as you like to do late game. No teleport available there, so they tried to make something happen. In the end, they weren't able to catch any members, so a pretty short cooldown in the Tempered Fate, now on cooldown, but they'll just reset for this Baron in about 50 seconds. Dragon also up, and that's number 4 for EDG. So he said this game probably won't go to 50 minutes. Team's doing everything they can to prove me wrong. But all the objectives going to be respawning within 20 seconds of each other.
This is going to be absolutely explosive. Take a look at some of the wards. EDG looking like they might be setting up for the Dragon. They've got control over the back of the pit, and with everyone positioned on the front, they might have to seed this Baron over. There's a recall out of Xiaohu. He's the most important member of their team.
Yeah, so he's trying to get back for maximum damage for the Baron. They don't really care about the Dragon right now because they think they can win it at the next Baron fight. So he goes back, gets his Zhonya's, but they do seed 4th Dragon over to EDG. So if RNG don't win this fight and the game goes for a little bit longer, that's a lot of pressure they just gave up.
EDG shoved down mid now. They've got that 4th Dragon for a better turret siege. Xiaohu now with his Zhonya's. RNG are a bit split right now. EDG end up getting the better position on this Baron.
Yeah, so Wush is in the top lane. That's not where he wants to be. He wants to be with his team, so they choose to shove back down mid. Not only does a creep wave give you pressure if you win a team fight, but creeps are also really good vision. They just keep walking down the lane, so you get more vision of where the flank's going to come from. So RNG, they set up very nicely around this Baron area. And now EDG probably want to wait on their 6 items, because you can see all the carries done on the side of RNG. See whether they can finish up on the side of EDG.
Yeah, some recalls coming out from RNG. They know that a fight's not about to break out, seeing how quickly EDG went to the defense. There are directional pings going. This is 4 members of EDG on the pit. MLXG is actually at his blue buff. He's immediately making a beeline over there. They don't want to gamble with this.
Steph was back in base. There was no way they were going to be able to pick that up. They do have Cassiopeia who will tear through it, but just still not worth the risk coming in there. So instead, they send Koro back to the top lane, get that one shoving out. Bottom wave is shoving huge, so Sky, with teleport available, has to go there. But this is going to deny a blue buff away from Xiaohu. Unless he grabbed it on the back end and I can't see the tunnel.
Visual bug. He doesn't have it.
He doesn't have blue buff.
So
visual effect.
Yeah, there is the Baron being started. EDG getting damage across.
Ooh,
the Tempered
Fate.
Fate is huge. They find Koro and Clearlove. Who's going to take the Lantern? It's Koro. But with the Baron stalled out, they have to force this into a fight. Death Sentence comes out. Everyone's in. Xiao, who's on the back, he did. That equalizer cuts across the middle, but RNG are juggling this so well. Neither of the teams lose a single member.
Yeah, but Clearlove didn't pull the trigger on the ultimate there, so a lot of potential to still catch people out on the side of EDG. That's why they're still hovering around the Baron. They think that they have the important ultis out of the RNG lineup.
Yeah, there could be some huge ultimate stacking. Deft has his ultimate as well. Even Bamey to get additional stun on top of that. The harass comes across. MLXG going down. Xiaohu very far forward. Has got to be so careful. All it takes is one.
Ulti already nearly back up for Xiaohu right here. He's got maybe another 25 seconds to delay this one. In the end, every member backs away. Don't want to start anything up, and RNG. Whoa.
Command Protect comes out. The Death Sentence finds Xiaohu. He cleanses it instantly. Clearlove goes into the front line. He gets the Glacial Prison, but Whoosh and Xiaohu are untouched. They look for Koro on the back, but he gets out of the other side. Whoosh now coming in to rejoin the battle. Mako gets dropped. So far, it's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of RNG. Can Deft and Bamey keep themselves alive? Seems like they just might be able to. Xiaohu looking for the flank. He's got the Shockwave. He's zoning it off right now. If Bamey walks into that, he's going to take some hurt. The Shockwave comes out. He finds Bamey. He's low, but he's still alive. The equalizer is huge. Koro was holding on to it this entire time. He's burning through RNG's health bar. Whoosh gets stunned and destroyed, and EDG clean that up.
Yeah, EDG come through with a huge team fight. It was actually the second equalizer to come through. That fight went for so long that everyone got 2 rounds of their ultimate. EDG, they get the mistake that we're looking for, will pick up the Baron. What can they do from here?
Yeah, this is the Baron for EDG. 3 members against the single defense of Lei, and with the Wave Billion, Bard is going to burn down. That's going to be the official ace from Bamey. They should definitely be able to take this tier 2. Can they get the in hit?
Yeah, so Bamey came up huge in that fight as well. Flash ultied with a second ulti, I believe, as well, onto Lucian there. Able to burn him down at the end of the fight. And yeah, they're definitely going to be able to break the base here. Deft able to chunk out these structures. They will take the first inhibitor.
Yeah, take a look at the gold. It's still very
They're still
even.
Going
Are they going
for
to keep going? Can they try to end this game? Sky is up. He needs to get Deft off of this turret. That's the main source of damage onto it. The turret falls, and there he goes, finally backing away.
Yeah, so everyone else nearly back available. So EDG need to get the heck out of dodge, but 2 minutes until 5th Dragon is available. EDG will go back, and everyone will be completed item build now. 50 minutes into this epic game. RNG still have the gold advantage, but they lost control of that fight.
Yeah, this is amazing play from RNG. They're keeping pace with Edward Gaming, the best team in the world, and it is only 46 minutes into the game after an incredible team fight that they're finally on the back foot. Though, this could be EDG at the strongest they've ever been in this game. They've got Baron. Dragon number 5 is about to spawn. They're all late game.
Yeah, and you see another needlessly large rod picked up in the top lane. Luden's Echo finished up there for Bamey, so he's finally caught up to Xiaohu. All of a sudden, that gold lead means nothing. 503 CS coming through for the mid laner of RNG.
Gosh.
Top wave pushing in dangerously. MLXG has to go sort that one out, but 5th Dragon, that's what's at stake right now.
Wushin, you can see him in the mid lane to try to catch that. He did opt for the Mercurial Scimitar, and he got Boots upgrade. He's not going for the Zephyr.
Doesn't have the gold yet.
He doesn't have the guts for it yet. I don't think.
Oh, wow. Calling him out.
We'll have to see. Mako taking some harass for now. The Dragon's up in 20 seconds, and RNG have to contest this, but the wave is continuing to shove.
Yeah, it's on the base turrets right now. You see that they want to take it, but EDG, they're streaming up mid lane. They've completely caught RNG off guard. They take down the turret, and all of a sudden,
oh, man.
they have to give up the Dragon, I think.
What a clever bounce from EDG. They're using what RNG have done multiple times this game against them.
Yeah, so you see that they've got the Rift Scuttle of it. There's just too much pressure in the mid lane. Once again, Koro can just walk up there if he wants. He has his teleport available, and they're mind gaming the absolute heck out of RNG right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see if RNG can make this fight. Most of the
Tempest
summer
Fate.
spells come out. They do find Deft. Is Deft going to be able to make it out of there? He's going low. One of the Nexus turrets has actually fallen, but the fight has happened. Whoosh getting some damage across. It's Sky on the front line. He ends up going down. This is the very tanky front line for RNG, completely dead. Xiaohu still alive with Whoosh, but they've lost so much.
All they have to do is keep them from recalling. They'll be able to get in there and nearly end up the game. They send Mako for bait. Whoosh wants him.
Yeah, he does get a kill for free onto Mako, but the rest of EDG are shoving forward. What's a kill for a Nexus? Ask EDG as they get onto it. Here comes Zhao Hu. He's going to try a heroic defense, but it's too little too late. EDG take game number 1 in a 51-minute slaughter against RNG.
That's the threat of 5th Dragon right there. They didn't even get it in the end. They just kept threatening it, got the inside lane, sent Mako to the Wolves, and in the end they pick up an incredibly close win. Respect to RNG for really dictating the early game, but EDG got the mistake they were looking for and made them pay.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal game from RNG to play it all the way out to the late game. But like you mentioned, it was EDG just capitalizing on those tiny little mistakes time and time again that ended up securing the win.
Yeah, so they were just able to get position around the Baron. It's something that they do so well. I actually think we have a version to pull up for you guys because EDG's Baron fighting and how they position around Baron is just second to none right now. So if we can grab that replay up on the screen, we'll check out exactly how they were able to position around this Baron. So you look at it. Ults were on cooldown because they had already used the Rumble ultimate coming into this one as well as Mako's. You see the Shockwave was also burnt, but they just posture around the Baron area. So let's roll this one out. Koro's over the wall in blue buff, and they get the hook on Zhao Hu. So he has to burn his cleanse, and then 3-member ultimate comes through there for Clear Love. Off the back of that, Zhao Hu and Whoosh chase down the tanky jungler, and they're able to pick him up. But from there, it's 3 versus 4. Bard extremely low, not really going to be a factor in this fight. They commit because Zhao Hu's ultimate's back up. He does catch Baimi, but he just lives. And from there, a great re-engage from Koro means that all the damage goes down. Baimi really trusts himself here. Flashes in for an ultimate on Whoosh. Otherwise, this would have been a very close thing with Deft. Able to pick up the kill there for the huge shutdown. They run up top, pick up Bard as the clean ace came through, grab the top inhibitor. And because Dragon was the next objective, that was the most important positional advantage they could get on the map. Baited the Dragon out, won the game.
Yeah, amazing play from EDG with that game. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the fact that they were patient enough to wait and they said, you know what, we don't have to win now.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, that wasn't really a mistake coming out
Yeah.
of RNG. That was just really good layering of ultimates in the end. And if a strong breeze caught Baimi in that shockwave, he dies, and all of a sudden, RNG win the team fight. So it was just a tiny miscalculation from Zhao Hu, and it cost them everything.
And that was the game going over to EDG. I gotta wonder, what can RNG be thinking for this next game? Because they took it to a 50-minute incredibly late game. Tactical, mechanical, the best kind of late game you can imagine.
Yeah, all RNG have to do is dictate pace in the mid game again, get better control around Dragon, because that's where they could have really hurt EDG that time.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna see game number 2 between RNG versus EDG in just a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the League of Legends Pro League for the last time tonight. I am Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're about to get into our last game of the night, EDG versus RNG. Now, on the replays there, you just saw some of those crazy fights between EDG and RNG in our last match.
Yeah, and I'm still a little bit shocked by Bamey's Flash ultimate, but Koro picks up the MVP there. Had a couple of really good ultimates towards the end of the game. Did very well without resources. Once again, we said how good Koro is at that, but when he got towards the deadly part of the game, we'll see how good his equalizers really were on the back end.
Yeah, they were pretty insane. Getting to use it twice in one fight. You can see right there, he's cutting off the escape for the very important carries, Xiaohu and Whoosh, and even still dealing respectable damage to the tanks in the front line.
Yeah, exactly right. So he's using his ultimate to really cut the team fight in half, and then he goes for a little bit more peeling in that fight. This time he dives right into the front of it, really gets in Wushin's face. Make sure... I think he accidentally took that magical journey. I'm going to say that was a misclick because he didn't want to get condemned, but he also didn't want to go through the wall, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Probably, maybe he was trying to body block or surf through the magical journey and the condemn hits. There's some pretty weird interactions when getting knocked out of magical journey. You can also get
shot out of magical journey. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the fun thing. You can follow people through it too. Like if you thresh Dark Passage someone who takes it. But again, we're in EDG versus RNG. We're about to get into game number 2 in just a second. We were talking a little bit about what we should expect from RNG if they want to win game 2.
Yeah, so I think that they need to do exactly the same what they did. They pick a scaling composition, play their lanes really well. In lane swaps, Xiaohu is a really respectable mid laner, and you saw that he really took it to Bamey in that Orianna versus Cassiopeia matchup. So expect them to do a similar thing, but this time around, I really want them to hone in on that dragon control. Because EDG will give them up. They fought for number 2 this time around, and I think that caught Royal Never Give Up off guard. But if they're able to get towards a 3rd, 4th dragon position, they can make EDG fight a little bit earlier. Because EDG, late game, we just saw, they perform very well as a team. Their team fighting is up there with the best. So don't let them stall out that long. Force the issue with the dragons. Get in a position to be able to really steamroll the mid game.
Yeah, and for a reasonably new team, RNG, keeping pace with EDG for this long, they've been splitting games with some of the top-tier teams in the LPL. I mean, this certainly is no slouch. Yes, they did lose game number 1. There definitely is a chance that they lose game number 2. EDG is one of the best teams in the world right now, if not the best. They actually are because they won MSI. I'm looking forward to see what they can bring out.
Yeah, I'm certainly as well. You know, they've got Xiaohu, they've got Wushu, Sky, and Let Me in the top lane. Yeah. These guys are really solid players. You throw in Lei as well, MLXG, he had a respectable game. Like, across the board, for very young, fresh players into the competitive scene, most of the guys only playing 1 or 2 seasons coming in. To go toe-to-toe with an experienced lineup like that from Edward Gaming is just credit to what RNG are able to do as a team. And I'm really looking forward to the next game, purely to watch how Xiaohu performs once again, because I think that he's a lot of class in the mid lane. He takes some very good matchups and really performs well. And first game was no exception. I think on the back of his strong performances, they didn't really even send him much jungle pressure. He just outright won the lane.
Bamey was having a lot of trouble in lane.
To get blue buffs. He couldn't get blue buffs. That was his only problem, Bamey.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
The first blue buff he got was, what, 39 minutes into the game?
Yeah, something ridiculous like that. He had 3 counter jungled away from him, and then his own jungler took one off him as well with that W.
He got revenge with the Scuttle Crab, though.
He did. Got him back, you know, and he won the game with a flash ultimate. So
he did.
Clearlove was dead. What's that guy doing?
Yeah, I know. Report the jungler. That's generally the scheme of things.
Don't report Clearlove.
I'm a bit interested to see what the ban phase is going to be for RNG, or even more importantly, EDG, because they did win game number 1. They saw how well RNG scaled into the late game. What do they throw at this?
I think they'll ban Kalista.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think maybe EDG will ban it on red side now, or maybe even RNG, if they don't want to pick it, will ban it because it's one of Def's better champions right now. He went that single target build with a lot of lifesteal. And honestly, he was dealing with the tanks really respectively. And I like what he went because it was a very 2 fights. Like the front lines were diving each other, then trying to peel back. Wushin was doing respectable damage. Def was doing very good damage. So we'll have to see how it works out. But Koro, after winning an MVP, gets sub for Amazing J.
Ooh, very interesting. EDG want to throw Amazing J onto the roster.
And I want to see whether they're also going with a pawn sub or whether Bamey's in for the whole of the day. Check out Amazing J. That was a 5-0-9 Fizz performance in the top lane. Smite teleport, went the tanky build, didn't even get a Trinity Force, was absolutely destroying Invictus Gaming. And you know, he plays some quirky stuff in solo queues as well. Notably, Olaf, he played a heck of a lot over on the Korean server. Yeah, in top lane.
Ooh.
And I think that he's a very serviceable top lane. And you see, Bamey is subbed out. You would
are they going to bring in
Pawn would be coming in? Because you doesn't play for them anymore. It is Pawn.
Yeah, there's Pawn right there. You can see him sitting nice and comfortable.
He's either confused or, like, I don't know. Look at him.
He just woke up from a nap.
Yeah, he did. But, yeah, another really good player, Pawn, coming in here. I think after MSI, he commented that he was officially the best mid laner in the world. I'm definitely not going to argue with him after the performance he had in Game 5 against FLICKR's LeBlanc. So, get to see how Pawn really does stack up. And Xiaohu, he had a good Game 1. See whether he can go up against Pawn.
Yeah, he's going up against Palm. And, interestingly enough, RNG are going for some swaps as well. They're pulling Sky off of the Rift. And they're going to put Let Me right on.
And this was, like, my favorite matchup. I used to love watching Let Me play against Amazing J because Let Me, he was playing crazy things like Cassidy and C's at the start of the spring split, really going off on some champions. And you see him there. He's playing a lot more meta now, but he still has some very good carry potential from that top lane. So here, he versus Amazing J. And EDG really do let Amazing J carry. They unlock him, give him a lot of 1v1. Is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, it should make for a very exciting top lane. And in the mid, Xiaohu versus Pawn. Can he cover over Bamey's, I guess, deficit that he ended up having against Xiaohu for the duration of that? It doesn't look like there are going to be too many other swaps outside of that. I'm not sure how many other players there are.
How many more swaps do you want? We just had 3.
I know. That was 3 swaps coming into this very large team for EDG. RNG just swapping out Sky for Let Me. And what can we be expecting from these swaps?
Yeah, so Let Me, as I said, a lot more carry-oriented. Sky is a very utility support top laner, although Let Me does play that fashion if he does need to. I think Amazing J, he is just carry-oriented. Yeah. He always has been coming through. He used to team up with people like Captain 57. He runs a mean Jarvan top lane. Watch out for that one if he picks it up. But Pawn, I actually don't know what to tell you to expect from Pawn. He is
he's
very...
Pawn.
I'm going to say inconsistent, but in the best way possible, because I don't even think Pawn knows how he wants to play the game. Sometimes he just farms, other time he wants to kill you.
We'll definitely keep an eye on how Pawn plays this game out. We're already in the pick and ban phase for game number 2 of RNG versus EDG. There's the Kalista ban immediately from Edward Gaming. They're not taking any chances with this one. Maokai taken away from Amazing J.
And this is just something really cool about League of Legends. Like, you see some teams ban Sivir because they'll first pick it, they'll ban it, they think Sivir's incredibly strong. Edward Gaming obviously knows something about Kalista that no other team in the world knows, because they will pick it first every game that it is available and ban it every single time on the red side if the AD carry can play a semblance of a Kalista coming through.
Last ban is going to be Fizz taken away from Amazing J. You talked about his carry potential. I'm sure he's got a few more hidden up his sleeve.
Yeah, Hecarim can come through. Let Me plays that quite well as well up in the top lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see that as a priority pick right now. And it's actually maybe going to be the Rek'Sai picked away.
First pick is Rek'Sai for MLXG.
Yeah, so that means that Clearlove, he can default back to Sejuani. We saw him run it in the last game. He's pretty aggressive in the early game, so won't really affect him too much the way he plays it. And as I said, Amazing J would not be surprised at all if he picked up the Hecarim.
Yeah, instant hover out of Amazing J. Clearlove knows what Deft wants as well, locking in that Sivir too. And there's going to be the Hecarim locked in.
Yeah, so Sivir really good at speeding up the Hecarim, getting him in, gives him some bonus stats through the AD as well because of the passive. Also just allows him to get onto the backline without having to use the E. So what it means is if you're starting near your Sivir, you can run on the backline, use your E to shove people back into you instead of using it really early where you can potentially get flayed out of it. Another thing to note is the fact that Amazing J is hovering Ignite right now, not Smite, and he just changed.
He just swapped it over. He's probably going to switch it a few more times.
I've got my eye on him now. That was not nice. As Woosh goes straight back to the vein.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it wasn't broke last game.
Yeah.
He was able to do well. I mean, he didn't exactly go off 3-0 like our earlier matches today, but he was able to farm, drag the game out to the late game. RNG were content to wait it out. No surprise to see that. On the other hand, Mako getting that Annie.
Yeah, so his most played champion coming through there. Annie being picked up for Mako and Pawn going for a LeBlanc. This is much more pick-oriented coming out of EDG right now. Their comp peaks much earlier, and you know, expect them to try and get the lanes rolling early with the composition they've put together.
Yeah, RNG thinking they might have picked themselves into a corner, saying, all right, we did this strategy against EDG. We were able to take it to 50 minutes, knife's edge, very close game. We'll try that again. But EDG says, no, we're not going to give you that chance. We've got a go-button team. You better be prepared.
But they are putting together a little bit of a protect the whoosh comp with a Nara in the top lane to shut down Amazing J. So, you know, I actually don't mind the composition coming through for RNG. Lulu deals handily with LeBlanc in lane, can just polymorph her as soon as she dives in, get a lot of return damage. Also has a really big shield to help your AD carry out late game when he's trying to be assassinated. So RNG have hit back in a very impressive way. And we might get to see Clearlove's Nunu, which will just boost his KDA even more. He is a really impressive Nunu because of jungle pathing. So when you watch Clearlove this game, just watch exactly how he runs around the map because I'm expecting him to max consume. That's generally what he does. He runs around in very creative ways. He's able to counter jungle really well, but he also farms at a fair click on Nunu. Goes Sightstone first like a lot of Nunu players go. And he's going to become a very tanky machine because what he likes to do is get level 3, level 4. And when you consume a big buff and you get all that extra health, you just turret dive so well. And that is what EDG's memo is.
Yeah.
Just turret dive incredibly well. Mako, Clearlove, Annie, as well as Nunu are going to look to get aggressive early.
Yeah, we can definitely keep an eye on how EDG want to play this out as they've got a completely different team composition coming into this one. And RNG with the last-second adaptation for the Lulunar to peel for Whoosh on that Vayne. They're placing a lot of their chips into that Whoosh basket, and it seemed to pay off rather well in game number 1. We'll definitely keep an eye on game number 2. There's Pawn. You can see him.
Reaching out to you.
Yeah. He just wants to show you how awesome he is on LeBlanc. He's like, this is the hand that I'm going to beat you with.
The right one.
Yeah, with his mouse. He clicks on QWENR.
Does he really?
I have no idea.
I would have had much more respect for him if he did.
Exactly. Yeah, he actually keeps his left hand on the arrow keys on the keyboard. He doesn't move his mouse to the edge of the screen.
I do not believe it anymore. Please stop toying with me.
You know that the old StarCraft 2 Bourgeois boxer actually used to do that.
Really?
Yeah, he used to keep his left hand on the arrow keys, and then he would move that onto the keyboard. He was one of the only professional StarCraft players who used the arrow keys.
That's crazy. How did he move?
He would go back and forth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he didn't keep it there.
He didn't
I was
keep
like,
it there
what?
all
He
the time.
didn't
Yeah, like
micro
he had
any
his
of
thumb,
his
like, on the
troops.
arrow
Like,
keys.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay, yeah. All right. Now I believe you a little bit more. I was like, what the heck?
So it is possible.
Yeah, it is. All right.
Boxer was able to do it.
People play with trackball mice as well.
Oh my gosh, yes, I can't imagine doing that.
I've never used one in my life. I don't even know what it's like.
I feel like that would be uncomfortable.
I had to
Wouldn't
have
that-
it explained to me. Who was it in the ULCS that used to do it?
Oh, I have no idea. Oh, it was somebody big. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and get into game. All right, and we have now loaded back onto the Rift. It's RNG versus EDG for game number 2. And we do have a very aggressive play out of EDG right away.
It was Creaton. Anyway, so yeah, deep wards start coming through from EDG, making sure that they can spot out if there is going to be a lane swap. See Mako running around with that stun fully charged up. But doesn't look like much is going to come of it. Instead, they will be heading into an early lane swap.
Yeah, a lot of respect for RNG for the EDG level 1. There's Hecarim, Nunu, the chain from LeBlanc, and the AoE stun from Annie. Not a chance RNG are going to be caught in a wonky situation, especially after the cheesy play in game number 1. Gosh, that feels like ages ago.
Yeah, with Bard, that was fantastic, wasn't
it? Let me not window shopping here. He sees Deft and Mako coming in for a very aggressive push here. They're actually starting the blue buff as Mako zones them away. Clearlove with the invade. They're going to steal this.
Yeah, that was really cute play coming through as a very late invade. They're going to be able to take that one away. That will just mean a 2-buff start for both people, but Mako, he's not done. He's in mid lane on Jiahu.
Bit of a tricky situation. The flash is burned. Jiahu Ignite ticks. Pawn gets first blood.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, you don't have to worry about one jungler in the lane swap. Mako running around with Annie. Flashes, gets a great stun through there. Doesn't have to burn Ignite, so you can expect him to come back. However, let me, the real winner out of this, because he'll actually get some farm.
Oh my gosh. When's the last time a Nara was able to get good farm early game in a lane swap?
Yeah, exactly right. So, you know, they had the counter matchup. Amazing J would have been really disliking life if he had to go up against the Gnar with all of the ranged harass that can come out. So instead, they throw it into a lane swap situation, pick up first blood on Pawn, who's gone back and grabbed another ring. So he's just going to look to bully Lulu early. And I said that it's a good lane for Lulu. If you give first blood to LeBlanc, no lane is good anymore.
That's going to be a brutal matchup for Xiaohu. He is luckily playing pretty defensive on that Lulu. Well, he will be now. The blue buff has not yet been taken away from EDG. That's still on their side of the jungle. Both of the junglers and top laners are setting up for a potential dive. However,
they're going to dive mid lane most likely. You can see that they've got 3 members behind Zhao, who I would expect Pawn to push
here comes
up
Mako once again. Is he going to find Xiaohu? The stun lands. Pawn looking for the dive. Chain lands as well. They zone it from the side and pop right on back.
I actually can't believe that Clearlove is walking back into his jungle, because they have right now the ability to be able to just continually run from behind turret, because he has no wards. Like, they know he has no wards. He's got a sweeper and no wards in his inventory. So there is no ability for that Lulu to get vision on the top side of the map. And you saw that repetitively they were just making him pay.
Xiaohu not feeling so hot about this one. That's his second recall, well, I guess first recall after his death. He's level 2 to Pawn's level 3. The wave is even freezing in Pawn's favor. Everything is going EDG's way with this swap.
Yeah, and I said it in the IG matchup, if you cast your mind back. If you can force someone out of lane twice with LeBlanc, it's the same as killing them. So right now, Xiaohu's pretty much died twice because of the level advantage.
Ooh, flash knockup. They find Mako. He's pulled under the turret. Will they trade the support over? They do. MLXG secures the kill.
Yeah, so able to pick that one up. Very nice game coming through from MLXG, catching EDG off guard. So in the end, they will be able to pick back a little bit of respite, maybe push Deft off some CS up there, get Gnar going. But overall, this early game is quite heavily in EDG's favor so far.
RNG do have Whoosh on the bottom side of the map, free farming. He is pushing that wave up just a bit, though Amazing J will make it there in time to catch it. He's even got a Trinket Ward to spot out Clearlove, so he's playing safe. Deft might be caught out here, but gets behind his minion wave in time.
Yeah, that's fine. A lot of creeps. Early game, if you gave me like 5 caster creeps or a support, I'd nearly take the caster creeps. They just do ridiculous damage, and you see that they've broken the freeze against Whoosh here, shoved it into the turret. Might even be able to get an early dragon if they want to.
There is some roaming coming out. Pawn, as he looks like he might try to catch someone. MLXG's on that side of the map as well. He sees the Raptor camp.
The Raptor.
Is he going to go for the steal? Smite was used. Oh, no. Oh, he gets it too. MLXG forced to
That's so much experience. Like, ignore the fact that he stole it, but he just got another huge boost to his experience as well.
Action in the top as Mako is so bloodthirsty this game. He finds Lay. Lay goes down. Let Me manages to get a big stun. He's going to trade 1-for-1 with Mako and now turn on to Deft. But there go those caster creeps doing more damage than the dead support right now. Here's teleport from Amazing J. Clearlove even getting the Blood Boil to join the battle. It's turning into a full 3v3 fight. LeBlanc running as fast as possible. MLXG in the back finds Deft. He flashes in order to get out. MLXG gonna go down here. Let Me, the snowball finds him. He bounces the wrong way. He's going to continue being chased here. He's at 200 health. The flash as Clearlove chases him, picks up the kill, and walks away alive.
Yeah, and Pawn turret dives as well, but now Xiaohu, no mana.
Oh man, Xiaohu's the next target, taking the Dark Passage to safety.
That was really nice by Lay to get all the way back up there after dying, saved the mid laner. And wow, EDG, we talked about how they play the mid and late game so well, with Pawn and Amazing J on the lineup, looking to continue their dominance in the early game.
Amazing J doing such an excellent job roaming up with the rest of his team. That teleport helping so much, while Whoosh does have the wave bouncing against the turret. That first turret is going to go over to EDG as they take that top tier 1.
Yeah, and Amazing J doesn't want to let the wave freeze, so he's going to continue to push that one through, see if he can get it shoved. Needs to be careful because MLXG is up on that side of the map. But this early game, 2,000 gold already the advantage from EDG. We saw what RNG was able to do with an early lead last game. They really did force EDG around the map, but you think they won't have the same luxury this time around.
Oh, no. That's actually one of the things that I enjoy watching about these teams. The hallmark of a good team is being able to close out a game, and the hallmark of a great team is being able to close out a game that you're losing.
Yeah, and you saw that EDG able to do one last game, losing the early and mid game, able to come back and really secure that spot with a victory. And this time ahead, you can see that Pawn, he's playing so aggressively, even without someone in the lane, always walking past his minions, making sure that if anyone wants to get experience, it's going to go through the LeBlanc.
It is dead even in CS, however. Pawn does have that experience advantage, so he's got his Mimic right away. However, Xiaohu is keeping pace, and with this awful big wave coming, he should be able to get some more experience right back in. Clearlove continuing to, oh, he actually opts for the recall and manages to get his Cinder Hulk finished 8 minutes into the game. So
he went Cinder Hulk before he went to the Sidestone this time around, and just trusting the fact that Mako's already got his nice and early in the game from a couple of assists. So going to be able to get the bottom side of the map warded up nicely. So Clearlove, he's so tanky. You cannot understate how tanky Nunu gets in the early game just through grabbing a little bit of additional health and all the buffs you get from eating stuff. So see whether he can continue to dominate around the map. He's already 1-0-1.
Something that we talked about a little bit earlier was the jungle pathing of Clearlove and whether or not he would be able to make good use of that. Well, so far, EDG are up 2 kills, 4-2 in this 9-minute game, and that jungle pathing has been so effective. You can see he's looking to go for a potential roam onto Let Me, but he just goes for a ward instead. Whoa. As Pawn continues to find harass in the mid, and it is unanswered.
Yeah, so the thing about Clearlove is he's up in kills so far. He also was able to get in the top lane, affect that turret dive, flash and pick himself up a kill with the snowball. So it's definitely been able to do some good work in the early game. However, because we had a 1v0 lane, wasn't until much later that we saw him affect a dive. Generally, it is around 2 or 3 that he likes to go for that, but just circumstances weren't on his side. We'll give over blue buff now.
This is Pawn looking for his blue buff. Xiaohu has already secured his own in order to keep the wave clear. And currently, RNG have got the 4 members of their team on the bottom side of the map, so Dragon could be a possibility. In fact, I think our MLXG might be trying to solo it.
Yeah, you saw that he went over the back wall as well.
Let Me so close to Meganar. He needs it. Oh, but he isn't going to get it in time. Amazing Jay with the solo kill.
Yeah, that is not good news coming through for Let Me, because as soon as that can happen, it means that the counter matchup that you pick is in shambles. As Pawn, he tries to go in for some harass.
Oh man, the hook misses for Lei. Mako still heal is burned from Def to get through the ignite, and everyone's still alive. But the moment they see MLXG on the top side of the map, EDG collapse onto the Dragon.
Yeah, but everything was used out of the RNG bottom lane. 2 flashes, an ignite, a heal. They really lost that trade because Whoosh was one that took all the attention, whereas Mako took the attention on the other side of the map. He had more consumables. So in the end, EDG pick up the Dragon, and Deft, even though he's 10 CS behind, sitting very nicely at 2-0-1.
With the BF sword finished, it's Deft with a very strong advantage. Pawn getting more harass onto Xiaohu. The chain actually landing before Xiaohu can get the silence. So some great harass coming out from him. Let's see what he's going to go for on the recall. No, he cancels it as he does see MLXG over there. And Deft continues to freeze. The big thing for me is keeping an eye on Whoosh. He is the late game hyper carry. This is a protect the Whoosh composition. Can RNG last that long?
Yeah, so what you have to look at when you compare that is what Whoosh is up against. So right now he's up against a 1-0-0 LeBlanc in the mid lane, who's doing quite nicely in farm, about equal with Whoosh. And then you have the Hecarim, who even though he was lane swapped on, is about 50 CS and has already picked up that challenging smite. So Whoosh has got the job of being pretty much the guy that has to dodge all the damage. He's going to have a wild growth to help him out, but Amazing Jay is going to fly into the back line, try and take him out with some home guard boots. You would expect the next pickup.
MLXG with the flash finds Clearlove, but he is so tanky.
That was an interesting life choice to try and flash onto a Nunu.
Ooh, Lei lands the hook onto Mako, but sees he's got the stun charged up and decides against it.
Yeah, so doesn't want to go into that one. And this is... Whoa, that's the longest snowball of all time. It's going.
It's a unique snowflake.
There's another gank went into the bottom lane. Ultimate was burnt by Def this time around. They're going to look for a dive down here as well. 4 members collapsing.
Yeah, this is EDG on the offensive once again. They're up 3 kills, looking to increase that number. Here's the teleport. The Flay comes in. Mako with a 3-man stun. Whoosh is destroyed. Lei gets followed up. Onslaught of Shadows as it's a clean dive. Nobody from EDG has fallen just yet. That's 4 kills for EDG.
Yeah, and Let Me, he chose to teleport in, had a little bit of a wave building in the lane, but instead a 3-man Mako ultimate came through, cleaning up that bottom lane. 5-0 and 2 now for Deft. And Pawn, he's going to be able to get to mid lane in time to cut the wave off.
Oh no, Xiao Hu going toe-to-toe with Pawn as he's going for the full combo. Mimic Chain comes out. Here comes Rek'Sai to join the battle. The Flash comes out, and Pawn still gets the kill onto
And look
Xiao
how
Hu.
confident he is. He's turning around and trying to serve it up to MLXG now. They grab the bottom lane turret as well, so 2 turrets fall down in that lane. Def goes back. Infinity Edge as well as Zeal now finished up. And this is the thing about Vayne. Vayne is great if you get to Blade of the Ruined King equal, but it's not an equal fight. Infinity Edge Zeal, he cannot fight Deft at the moment.
Oh no, Deft is an absolute monster. 5-0 and 2. Half of his team's kills, the other half is on Pawn. Well, third, I suppose. This is a very scary team, and now MLXG looking like he might be soloed by Amazing J. He went Sheen second after the Cinderhulk for so much damage. Clear Love even going for the snowball. MLXG goes down.
Yeah, Amazing J picks another kill up for himself. He's going to get further ahead off that. All of a sudden, wave clear not going to be much use for Xiao Hu as he's now looking to be dove by the Annie Nunu combo. You see them hiding over the wall, they're going for it.
Xiao, who's in a tough situation, takes the Dark Passage.
But another turret will fall. Like, yeah, he gets away. He doesn't die. Fantastic work there to avoid the gank because it could have been much worse. But EDG are still going to push through and crush down the structures, grab themselves a blue buff, which Pawn's permanently had, by the way. Baimi looking on enviously from row 3.
Yeah.
But EDG just looked like a completely different lineup in this early game.
Yeah, if the last game was a calm, patient game of chess waiting for the late game tactical maneuvers and mechanic battle, this is a significantly more intense game. This is like NASCAR. This is so fast. EDG are bringing the heat, and this time it's RNG who aren't responding.
What's a NASCAR?
NASCAR? It's oh my gosh, that's an American thing that you don't know. NASCAR is a sport where you drive cars really, really fast, faster than other people.
Oh, like V8.
It's a racing, like V8, exactly.
Welcome to Australia.
Yep. Welcome to America. NASCAR. Okay, something fast, something furious. I'm trying to come up with a better analogy.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Let's leave it there. Ford trying to creep in. He has been spotted out by a really nice Ford. Mako also joining him. Although MLXG...
Oh, no. Oh, Mako doesn't get the stun over the wall.
Yeah, I think he got his Moby Boots popped there. He's already got the distortion enchant just to make sure Flash Tibbers is up even more often. And, you know, the whole of the lineup here with a split pushing Hecarim on the bottom lane, now going second item Trinity Force, as you pointed out. The game is just accelerated to the point where RNG don't really have many good choices left in how to fight. And oh my goodness, Xiao Hu, run!
Oh no, don't do it, Xiao
Run!
Hu. The Glitter Lance missed. Oh, he doesn't fall for it. Goodness gracious, that bush must be so terrifying.
Every bush is terrifying right now. Look at the lack of vision they have on the bottom side of the map. Dragon up in 20 seconds. There is no way RNG approach this without
Look
dying.
at their vision on the map right now. They're consolidated to a single quarter of the map. Not half, as an equal team would be, but just that tiny little bit. And even Let Me on the top side of the map is afraid to push past his own blue buff. He does have teleport, however. Something's telling me that RNG won't want to fight for this.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Last time Let Me used his teleport, he died. So
Yeah. And it's right on cooldown.
he regrets that decision.
Oh no, but Amazing J might have something to say for that. He doesn't have teleport, but if he can kill Let Me, it won't matter as he goes toe-to-toe.
Not to mention the fact that Let Me's not going to fight down there,
Oh
so
my
he's just going to die.
Gosh, yeah, Amazing J with another solo kill. Dragon number 2 is secured. EDG are running away with this game.
And Amazing J is just a completely changed top laner on this EDG lineup. All of a sudden, because there's pressure everywhere, he's just able to solo out, get as much farm as he wants, play that aggressive playstyle that he wasn't able to play in the first split. And yeah, it's just really impressive to watch.
EDG playing in a style very reminiscent of their performance at MSI by going hyper-aggressive, turning up the heat and fighting over every little detail, punishing every single creep. Xiao Hu, he's only down 11 CS, but man, he's probably way down in gold.
Yeah, so This game is just, yeah, there you see it.
gosh.
1,700.
It's 17 minutes into the game. He's been down 100 gold per minute.
That's a lot.
Yeah, yes, that is. That's a
And it's
resulting
not
in some
just
big
him.
numbers.
You see Deft, he's on 2 items compared to just 1 and Boots 2 coming through for Whoosh. And the whole of the EDG lineup just enjoying the fruits of their labor right now. They've knocked down 4 structures to 1. Amazing J might look for the 2v1 down here.
He got a little antsy. Whoosh ends up spotting him
Oh,
out.
he hasn't got his ultimate available. That's what he's waiting for.
So instead, he's going to let Whoosh push this out. There is no turret on that side of the map, however. EDG respond by sending a shove to the top tier 2.
Yeah, and the AD carry is higher level right now than the solo lane. You see all the wave clear coming through from that static shift. Siva doing some work in that lane, going to be able to get another turret.
Ooh, Pawn actually did miss that one, so he is in fact human and not a scripting robot, but he did miss that one. Xiaohu looks like he's in a bit of a bad spot here. Pawn with another kill.
Yeah, so Pawn able to pick up one more there, committing to this push. The base race coming through from RNG.
It's a confident play. They're getting some good damage across. MLXG is going to zone the wave out of there, but what's the trade-off? A tier 2 turret for
No, they're going to keep going. Just push it the whole way.
Deft getting some great damage across onto the inhibitor.
Through.
Yeah, it is actually, yeah, there they go. This inhibitor turret is going to go down now.
And so in the end, they do exactly what you said. They trade a tier 2 and maybe a
Whoosh
kill.
trying to go toe-to-toe with Amazing. It's the ultimate. There's a lot of
good
damage.
condemn.
Pawn has joined the battle, and yeah, he goes down. MLXG suddenly realizes, wait, without my carry, I'm dead. And he goes down.
So Pawn picks up a double kill.
MLXG getting caught out there. Let me getting some good damage across. He ends up going down. Mako picking up that kill. And oh man, the play is huge. Deft getting some more damage across in there. Oh, just barely one lot dies. That was an ace.
Yep. Ace coming through at 1934. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, this is EDG at their best. They are looking so exceptionally strong. They're up 6 turrets to 2, up a solid 15 kills.
All of a sudden, the rest of the map is trying to report their bottom lane for feeding. Only Mako and Deft have gone down, and Pawn, he will chip away at the mid lane turret and pick it up. So all of a sudden, 7 turrets to 2. Amazing J rocking out. He'll pick himself. Oh,
Flash play. Oh, but Pawn still sees it. He's not going to be caught window shopping. There's the surrender vote. RNG lose game number 2 to EDG, and they take the series 2-0.
Yeah, so EDG in the end able to get a very good game 2 underway. Very big respect to RNG in game 1. Game 2 really didn't do them justice of how well they did play tonight, but they do fall down. They will move on to, I guess, 1, 3, and 2 if you look at how many 2-0s they've won, lost, and one drawn and lost, sorry. But you see the players shaking hands here, and Pawn in the mid lane, Amazing J in the top lane. That's just a really aggressive version of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, EDG played that so excellently, bringing in Pawn and Amazing J. You can see them all looking very happy. Pawn still looks a little confused, like, wait.
Deft shoes, look at him.
They're styling.
Yeah, the red. That's why he runs so quick.
I mean, that is why he's styled on the bottom lane, too. He was so phenomenal. 5-0-2, I believe, was his ending score. Oh, no, after that last team fight, it was even more.
He died, yep.
Goodness gracious, incredible play from EDG. And that is going to be EDG taking the 2 over RNG. And like you said, we cannot praise RNG enough for game number 1. They played that out so well.
Yeah, Xiaohu, MLXG, they all showed up really big in game number 1. It came down to the wire, about a 50-minute game, but in the end, EDG were too good. And in game 2, you just felt like same thing that happened against IG. They found the crack in the armor, and after that, they were just able to exploit every weakness.
Yeah, and from there, EDG rolled it on to victory. And in game number 2, bringing out the A squad.
Yeah, so Pawn joined the lineup. Amazing J able to get in there. I'm not calling him an A squad over Koro, by the way, but they were able to close it out in much more brutal fashion.
Oh, yeah, a very exciting game. But that's going to be it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. This has been the LPL English broadcast. Tune in next week for more exciting games.